Thank you very much, Ron, and thank you for the last few hours of broadcasting as we get to the final third of this race. My name's terribly small there. anyway, perhaps small as me in real life. Anyway, 8 hours still to go in the oh, there you go. live graphics on this broadcast. It is the Race for a Cause 24 in 2025 with 8 hours to go here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Good morning to everyone waking up over the continent of Europe, and indeed a good evening to everybody over in the western part of the globe who are still awake here deep into the evening. We're still not quite at the sunrise, although I noticed looking out my window I can start to see a bit of light in real life. Can't quite see it just in the sim, just for the moment. Still the very difficult night period underway, and we're not quite through it yet. Doesn't quite feel, Brad, like we're in the final straight to me just yet. You know, it's still 8 hours, very, very long way, and it's not even light yet. Well, at some point, I think during our stint here, we are going to see that sunrise, though, which I'm very much looking forward to.
Yeah, good evening to everyone that is in Central Mountain or Western Time in the U.S. Here on the Eastern Seaboard, it's now ticked past midnight, so I can't officially say good morning since it's past midnight. It's the same rule of good morning versus good afternoon. In my job, if it's after 12 o'clock, I have to say good afternoon. Before that, I have to say good morning on the phone. So little things like that, but we can't officially say good morning to those on the Eastern Seaboard. If you're awake right now, it's great to have you with us. Ewan, it's great to have you in the booth here. Big shout out to Ron, who just left, and we'll have some fun the next couple of hours. It's slap happy hours for everyone, including the drivers that are really trying to get things crazy here. You mentioned it really well. The light's not come up yet. I don't think we're near sunrise yet. It should be about the tail end of our stint when I'm getting ready to leave the booth, and we'll see how things go for the drivers here. It's just survival time at this point, I feel like, even though we are the final third of the race.
It very much is. That's all 24-hour races indeed are in these events. Do let us know where you are watching from across the world, whether it is a good morning or a good evening to you. Apparently sunrise in Europe about 6 o'clock, depending on where you are here at the moment. So we'll try and figure out what that means for the race itself and when the sunrise is going to be, but not yet is the point. Change of position, by the way, for 11th position meanwhile, and we're following on with it here. Satellite Racing, Galaxy and Multiviewer Motorsports are running nose to tail. Well, they certainly were, according to my timing screen. They're not anymore, as Ivory Balfour just dropped back by a second or so, allows the Alex Ellis-driven Satellite Racing Galaxy car to just step away for the next few moments and run away with that 11th place. But those kind of battles, it's not really about that at this time in the morning. As we mentioned, it is about surviving at this stage and just getting through the laps, getting through the night, and getting through all of the traffic which is still present. Still, at the last count, 49 cars, and I believe that is still the case. 49 cars still out there on the circuit. What a great thing to have so many teams still racing here.
Yeah, it's so amazing, and I will say I think some of that benefit is just those 3 fast repairs that everyone was given. Now, granted, again, you know, this is an endurance race. 3 fast repairs, not a lot across 24 hours, but it's enough to keep things together in keeping drivers in and entertained and keeping everyone on track as much as possible. Now, again, 3 fast repairs don't go very far when it's all said and done here around Le Mans, but it is something that helps, and if you have the consistency, it will really help out. So I gotta say a big kudos to every driver that's still participating and still running through. And you know, even if the 3 fast repairs weren't enough, I mean, it's okay, because the whole goal is to show up, have fun, raise money for a great cause, and continue to go. And sometimes things just don't work out in endurance racing. That's just the nature of it. Sometimes it's great, sometimes it's not as great.
Yeah, Alex Ellis meanwhile comes in. And we've also had a driver change, by the way, for second. Joe Mugford's got out for Dom Englet from that BMW. One of the most extraordinary things, actually, I left the booth at 4 hours into this race. That's 12 hours ago now, hard to believe, but it's hasn't changed so much in the hypercar class overall, actually. Olympus Esports are still leading. The gap is roughly the same. If anything, it's come down a little bit, actually, in those 12 hours. But Thomas Cope is driving for the moment. A very good driver, although I've not seen him do very much in hypercar recently. Taylor Mills Racing still in second. Prismatic Motorsports still in third, although they're maybe a bit further back than where they were yesterday afternoon, but not that far back, really. Beta Frost and BMW Empire round out the top 5, and I'm pretty sure it was the same top 5, slightly different order with the last two especially, but pretty much the same top 5 to what we got 12 hours ago, and that's a real show of strength from all of these teams. That they've not really had problems over the course of the night. Unfortunately for some teams, that is not the case. Unfortunately, number 88, Beta Frost, 42 laps down in hypercar. They're actually embedded within the middle of the GT3 field at the moment, but the fact that they're still going is fantastic. Leapor Racing Dragon may be out of the race. I'm not sure. I haven't got confirmation of that. I don't know if anybody else has, but they are dropping down the field. They're over 30 laps down now already, and that may well be the end of their day after over half an hour in the pit lane. Having said that, if they've run out of fast repairs, it's very feasible that they've just got a repair that is taking them that long, and that is fair enough. Taylor Mills Racing from LMP2, meanwhile, come into the pit lane. Zach Mitchell, number 42, drops behind Screen to Speed Dream Team, and it's Twin Turn Sim Racing who are leading by over a lap in the LMP2 class. So a very big turnaround there in LMP2. And a rather big lead as well here at this stage in the race as we go to Ayrton Williams, currently leading the biggest advantage at the front of any of our classes in GT3.
Yeah, and that advantage there is huge for that number 64. 2 laps and continuing along, just continuing to find time in that 64 that I don't know how it's being found, to be honest. Lap times are still consistently 1 to 2 seconds faster than the rest of the field, and I don't know if that is just genuine setup difference or what it is, but Satellite Racing Solar just, unstoppable when it's all said and done. And you can see here Ayrton Williams, all the lights on, the eyes wide open, doesn't look remotely tired right now, and is just absolutely cruising along. Fatigue, I've never heard of her, says Ayrton Williams, keeping that P1 GT3 going. Look at the turn on the wheel, little bit of correction to catch the car there, but a beautiful job there getting through and catching that. And now it's just, again, continue on your same run and go. And that consistency we've seen out of that 64, I mean, it's almost robotic. It's magical. It's clinical. It's everything that you'd want to see if you were watching the 64 run. It's amazing, you. And I'm in awe. And look at that. Takes the hand off the wheel to just sort of relax for a second.
Could do with a little bit less of that blinking. Oh my goodness, that was close as well. Oh, and off in front, one of the Acuras. Now Ayrton Williams will get through, and they could be very pleased to put that car in the rearview mirror now, actually, in towards Arnage. Bit of a sigh of relief, a chat on the radio. Certainly no jokes flying about at the moment for Satellite Racing. It is all serious, all business, and it does look to me as if Ayrton Williams is just almost forcing himself to stay awake at this stage. He's certainly not doing the opposite, that's that much is for sure. But me and Mike were talking about this last night. I do feel as if, or yesterday afternoon, I do feel as if the Le Mans circuit is not that conducive to staying awake over the course of the night if you're a bit tired. It's a lot of long straights, a lot of resting, which is a good thing if you're taking on a long stint and you're still awake but just a bit fatigued. But I think there is a difference if you are actually tired. It could get you out the rhythm, if you like, and could get you into a very dangerous place of nearly sleeping, because there's so many very, very long straights around this circuit, even with the chicanes to split out the Lausanne Straight.
Well, you think about the fact that this track is 13.5 kilometers long. The lap in a GT3 car is about 4 minutes. The lap in a hypercar is about 3.5 minutes, and you spend 75% of the lap roughly just flat out on the throttle. So that's a lot of time where you are pretty well just holding the same thing. And you know, it kind of sounds weird to talk about it, but as a driver, when you get in that rhythm and you are in that flow, it's almost transient, the flow that you can get into and the sort of comfort you can find as you run these cars through and as you're running down, especially if you're on the Mulsanne straight here, and you can sort of just, again, take a hand off the wheel, relax, and it doesn't take much, Ewan. Just a couple seconds there of I need to yawn. I need to just rest my eyes for a second because it's been a long race. I've been in the car a few hours now. I've been awake for 21 plus hours, and I just need a couple seconds to rest my eyes. And then all of a sudden, boom, there's a wall, and you're in the wall in the first chicane. Boom, there it is. That is all it takes here, because even with those chicanes splitting the Mulsanne straight, I mean, they help you kind of stay in the rhythm, but if you use those opportunities to try to relax, you have no idea when those chicanes are coming. There's no indicator of where those are coming. There's no rumble strips like you have on public roads here in the U.S. to kind of tell you, like, hey, you need to slow down. There's a stop sign and intersection coming up on certain long stretches of road that just hit an abrupt end. They put rumble strips, going through to tell you to slow down. There's none of that here around Le Mans. It is just very much flat, turn flat, turn flat. And if any of those flat points you start to relax, well, you're going to meet a wall head on, and cars like wall, but you're not going to like what happens.
So far, we've not seen anybody fall asleep, which is a good thing. Brad Van Essen here getting hit by a fellow McLaren, that looks like, through the first chicane. And careful on the rejoin, but gets out onto the circuit again without too many problems. That is not ideal. Couldn't identify the McLaren just in behind, but the one that Bram Van Essen is driving is currently in 5th place, Arctic Sim Racing Orange, and actually is being caught by Amy Nogi as a result of this now. Broken Eggs cooking only a second behind. There's actually a couple of battles going on in GT3 at the moment. The leader is 2 laps out in front, but got a second and a half between those two, and we've got a less than a second actually between Nick Manders and Vegard Everald Janssen for 8th place. Onid Racing versus Redman Racing as well. So here is that battle coming through the final chicanes, and out over the start of another lap for these two. Mustang versus Mercedes. One of the newest cars in the iRacing service versus one of the oldest, although it has had an Evo version in the last few years. It is one of the oldest cars nevertheless. And there's a GT pit, I've done it now, a Hypercar coming out the pit lane on cold tyres as well. And watch how the GT3s just rip past it. Oh, and the BMW goes for a half slide. Still super difficult, especially in these cold nighttime conditions, to get those tyres up to temperature.
Absolutely. In this battle, the 900 versus the 500, I mean, this has been going on since my first stint in the commentary booth, Ewan, many hours ago, 14 hours ago now, actually, I believe was my first stint in the commentary booth. Again, as I said then, I'm horrible at math, so if it was sooner than that, I'm sorry, but it feels like it was a while ago. So, that is, this is a battle right now, the 900 versus the 500, Mustang versus Mercedes, that has been going on for a while. The car that we saw go into the bump earlier, I think that was the 99 of Amy Niogi in the McLaren that took out the other McLaren, the replay we saw earlier on. I want to say it was based on the rear wing, but I could be wrong on that. Either way, unfortunate to see how that shaped up. Current big battle, again, it's that 900 versus the 500. This is for P8. It's for all the marbles, and as of right now, it is Onid Racing ahead of Redman Racing.
Yeah, you might be right on that, by the way. It did look similar to that 99 car, but it's very dark, so hard to see. Down in towards the second chicane, and these two are just going to be separated by another one of the prototypes. That is one of the BMWs. Just finding its way in between these two as we stay on board with Vegard Everald Janssen. So great to see the Mercedes out here today. It's been selected by the Full Tilt Motorsports team as well as this team, the Redman Racing squad. So 2 Mercedes out there, and you don't see that very often anymore. Although it used to be one of the most popular cars in GT3, it's not really anymore, and it's great to see it running out there for the moment with 7 hours 45 still to go. It is in the top 10 right now as well. In fact, the other one's inside the top 5, so It's having a good run out, and I'm pleased to see that for the Mercedes. A bit of a blast from the past here in iRacing, and amongst all these newer cars like the Mustang we've got just in front of us here, the McLaren we've got plenty of as well in this field today.
Yeah, I love seeing the different GT3s represented, except for when you have the challenge class that spins around there going in down towards Indianapolis and Arnage. Challenge class there, just locking up the rear tires. And the challenge class is actually a Camaro, I do want to point out, for the Prismatic Motorsports Minerva. I'm all but certain that's who that was that just spun, but unfortunate to see there. And yeah, that's the number 28, locks up the rear, and well, the Camaro looks so good in the front end, but it looks better on track than it does parked off to the side.
Ooh, that was quite wide from the Mustang. You've got to do a good job to get it pulled back in time for the second part of the Porsche curves, and just about manages it there in the end as Nick Manders through the final part of the SSR. This is Corvette turn, and now on the way towards the Ford chicanes. The Mercedes getting super close now through Maison Blanche before those Ford chicanes, and they're even side by side here, just in front of one of the prototypes that just has to back out here, and the Redman racing car will surely have to just tuck back into line again after that. Janssen trying to go around the outside was never quite going to happen. Over the end of another lap, and we saw this last lap, the Mercedes really close over the line. The Mustang seems to have a bit more straight line speed round the back of the circuit though.
It doesn't surprise me to see the Mustang have a bit more straight line speed, just knowing how the Mustang handles. It may not be the best to corner, but doggone, you can send it on corner exit flat and it will stick the throttle to the ground if you do it just right, and it'll be great. If I'm that GTP behind, I am really picking my cards here and playing carefully, because that AMG of Redman Racing there with Johansson behind the wheel is going to be feisty and is going to be going through. And sorry, that's an LMP2. That's not a GTP there. That's now getting in the mix, trying to get the lap around and go through. And well, now this is where the problem for Onid Racing is going to come in. And they have a lot of speed on corner exit, but Redman Racing is going to have a bit of a draft here, and they're going to slowly reel them in. And even if they don't get him in the first chicane, if they can get him in the second and get near them going towards Indianapolis, Arnage, and really start a challenge there, really on the lap, if you have the move done by the Porsche curves, you've got the move done. You've got all of this real estate to challenge.
Yeah, it does seem that this battle is very much a bit taking place over two halves, if you like. The Mulsanne Straight is where the Mustang is pulling away, and through the Porsche curves, the Mercedes is really having some joy. It's not really the way round you want if you're trying to make an overtake, to be honest. So we'll see how difficult that's going to be over the next laps. Juan Luis Herrera, by the way, suggesting or asking, well, it is a GTP. Well, it depends really which car it is. After all, to be fair, Brad, the Ferrari doesn't actually. I don't think it can even race in GTP, even if it entered. Can it? I'm not even sure. I'm not really sure how the rules work, but there's about 3 different acronyms, some of which include GTP, some of which include Hypercar, and some of them neither. So I don't really understand. But anyway, it's Hypercar for this race because we're at Le Mans, and at Le Mans it's Hypercars in the top class. There you go.
So we went on a bit of a conversation in the YouTube comments during my first stint during part 1 of this race. But to clarify, technically GTPs and hypercars are the same but different. So you could have a hypercar that's not a GTP, but all GTPs are hypercars because there's LMH, LMDH that run through. So GTPs are LMDHs, and I'm also very tired, so if I'm saying an acronym wrong or saying something in the wrong place, know that I mean something right, and I may just be saying it backwards here because tired. But so LMDHs and LMHs are technically all hypercars, but all GTPs are LMDHs, but not all LMHs, or no LMH can qualify as a GTP. So the Ferrari qualifies through, but there's certain cars that qualify as LMH, such as the Toyota, that do not qualify as an LMDH, and it has to be an LMDH to race in GTP. So that is where the difference comes in, but technically all GTPs are hypercars. So if you say one, you're the other, but because we're running at Le Mans and it's the WEC environment, it needs to be Hypercar. But I will probably still say GTP like 7 times over.
Yeah, we'll definitely stumble over ourselves. This, by the way, is the most extraordinary driver cam I've ever seen in my life. I don't know how this is even possible. Technology is going it's going faster than I can think about. My goodness me. This is
this a driver cam?
This is a driver cam. How is this possible?
I thought this was an animation. I didn't realize this was the actual driver cam.
Somebody, please come in and tell us, somebody, how this is possible, because I can't believe this is unbelievable. It's Liv Fox who's driving the 57 at the moment. That is the Mirai United VRT LMP2, one of 7 drivers, by the way, Liv, and it's actually his birthday just now. So a happy birthday to Liv Fox. What better way than to spend it doing it in this race at Le Mans, enjoying the 24-hour race? I can't get out. That's incredible. There's all sorts of I think waving to the camera, but I can't really tell. Somebody please explain to me how this is possible.
It was just pointed out by our producer Hugo. Even the legs are moving to match everything. Like, this is so. If you had told me this was an animation, I would believe it. The blinks are there, looking down, reaching up and touching the microphone. The eyes. I mean, everything about this is so well done. You can't tell me this isn't just animated, but I know it's not, because it's 1-to-1 with what Lith is doing on screen, racing in the actual car. Wow. Okay then.
We've got to chat to Liv Fox after his stint, because this is outrageous. I can't quite understand how this is possible.
I was going to say the first question is how, but look at the right hand, reaches down and adjusts the sleeve on the left hand, and then reaches up, adjusts the mic, and you can see the mouth moving as they talk. Look at that. There's a laugh. There's a good laugh. So I think Lith knows that they're on stream right now. So Lith has a very good idea that we are losing our mind. This is, I don't know. I thought this was literally an animation, and then I was like, oh, it's 12:30 in the morning for me in the U.S., so I'm just a little slap happy, and this is going to be my 2024 Le Mans comment. But no, this is actually amazing.
I know we're both tired, but I'm not hallucinating.
No, we're not hallucinating. This is real. I mean, I just pinched myself. I mean, yeah, no, this is real. And I just freshly opened this drink, so I know my drink wasn't spiked. Yeah, no, this is all real.
Unbelievable. Well, we'll get back to that later. At risk of spending the entirety of our commentary stint just watching that, we'll look at something else. But goodness me, we'll try and get to the bottom of that before the end, because how on earth is that possible? I don't know. Also looked like there was a Christmas tree in the background, which I'm less impressed with. But I don't think it was. I don't know what was going on there. Anyway, let's look at something else, because otherwise we're going to lose our mind slightly in this race. Just over 7.5 hours to go. We should be about half an hour away from at least seeing the first signs of life in the sky. And sunrise not too far away. These are teammates, by the way. The BMW Empire teams 557 and 558 battling away for 4th position. They've actually just jumped in front of Beta-Frost, who were in one lap ago, and they're in again. Now, this is a second stop in a second lap for Nikolai Mield, and that is bad news. That could allow these two to get legitimately into the top 5 now. Earlier, they were running 4th and 6th, or was it 5th and 6th? They certainly won't be both in the top 5. And it looks like Mield might well just be doing a drive-through penalty. Let's see if that is the case, or whether Mield is going to stop in the box, and will, actually. So, not sure quite what's gone on there, but Nikolai Mield has had to make another stop. And it looks like the BMW Empire teams are going to be 4th and 5th, the only team to have 2 cars inside the top 5 in the overall category.
Yeah, BMW Empire, even for some of the issues they've had through the race, these cars love to become airplanes. The BMW GTPs do, the BMW Hypercars do. they've been very well to stick together, work together, and be friends with each other, and it's played out in the long term. They've been separated by a pit stop at points, but now seeing them side by side, both cars in the top 5, I mean, this is a great position to be in, and really, either driver, either car, I would just cruise at this point and enjoy. It's such a great representation for the Empower team running P4 and P5, and to be honest, if they wanted to, they could try to chase down Prismatic Motorsports Athena in P3 if they could find the pace. I don't know. Again, I just don't know how realistic that would be for them in terms of what their goals are. They're probably going to be happy with where they're at, but they'll just tag along and go through. Beta Frost having to take that additional pit stop has cost them big time. I didn't see anything in the stewards announcements for a penalty for them, and if they have one, then I'm just not aware. Actually, no, that is a lie. They did get a drive-through earlier on, but I figured they would have served that by now. Going through. So I don't know actually what that was for, unless it was an incident limit moment.
It looked like a normal length pit stop that time round, 43 seconds. But the fact they were in one lap before is the slightly weird part. Speaking of the stewards room, by the way, the only thing that's happened recently in the last hour, in fact, is just a warning to number 65's Satellite Racing. That's the not the race leading GT3. That's their LMP2, I think, as the BMW Empire Ferrari, as weird as that sounds to say, comes into pit lane, allowing the Cadillac to take 4th place. So Zai Mungian is going to take that 4th place. 65 is currently running in I had this earlier on, but I've lost it somewhere in the field anyway at the moment. Anyway, I'll get back to that. They've just got a warning for that one. That is for leaving insufficient racing room, but only a warning because netcode was a mitigating factor in that incident with the Taylor Mills Racing 42. That is the LMP2 from Taylor Mills Racing as well. So mitigating factors taken into account, and Satellite Racing will not get a penalty for that one. On board with Ivan Chambers in the meantime in 023. We were just talking to Jordi Vermeulen not so long ago, and it's a little bit of a shame to see TSR with VR Racing down here in 7th place, considering they were leading in the first 2 hours of this race, but nevertheless they are still plodding on and still continuing on with this race. 4 laps down at the moment.
Yeah, 4 laps down, 1:35 to Broken X cooking ahead. Not a horrible position to find themselves in P7. Again, just considering that Satellite Racing Solar's Ayrton Williams is up 2 laps on Wiskins Racing, intoxicated by iTelemetry. I mean, that's such a huge gap. It goes to show the GT3 field is very stacked in talent, and a little bit of luck and a lot of skill is really what can make the difference. Well, I'll say a lot of luck and a little skill, because I think luck can play such a big part in an endurance race as it goes here. Ivan Chambers, look at the face, just locked in there with the Lexus Racing shirt on, with the Lexus Racing poster in the background there, and just absolutely trying to muscle this car around that I'm going to say is a Lexus, but I have not fact-checked myself on that. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And I know I'm wrong because the Lexus doesn't actually exist in iRacing.
Yeah, I mean, you say that. I've done many leagues, many leagues, a league anyway, where drivers get so fed up of waiting for the Lexus, they've actually just painted the BMW like one.
Yep.
So it's not a silly thing to say, because yes, we may well have one of those in this race. We don't, but we could have done. So there you go. Through the final chicanes and back out onto the circuit. Lots of discussion, by the way, about what LiftFox is actually using to get that driver cam. We were just seeing a few moments ago. If you weren't with us at the time to see it, then just rewind on the YouTube stream for a moment, and you will be able to see it. All sorts of theories going on. I've got to say, I don't know what any of it means. I feel like a real boomer. I don't really understand what everyone's talking about. Somebody said, where is it now? A combination of camera tracking movements and syncing bottom inputs. I don't know what that even means, either of those things. Full body VR tracking. Do you know what that means? I don't. Apparently it's something to do with VR, which I thought was how you view races from inside the behind the wheel, if you like, not how you present yourself as a sort of animated picture. I don't understand how that's possible, but anyway.
Yeah, so I actually just jumped over to watch. So they are streaming on Twitch, and I jumped over to watch. So the Twitch stream is going on their side, and the Christmas tree spot that we have is unique specifically for the broadcast. On theirs, it is just the cutout of the seat, the wheel, and everything. And they've said they've been working on it for several years now. So it is something that they've been working on and getting going, set up. It's so amazing now that I know and understand it. So seeing kind of the first person setup of how they're doing it, they're racing in VR. So, and they have the full VR setup. And if you've raced in VR, you kind of understand how that's going to feel. And then it looks like what's happened is there's an exterior webcam or something set up that is tracking the body movements, that's tracking the rig, and then there's some post-processing going on. The only answer I have is their CPU is much stronger than mine to keep up with this. So I'm actually I'm so in awe of it because it's amazing that it's so functional and so polished to the point that it's at. I don't even know what to respond other than just wow.
Yeah. Hugo asking, producer Hugo Louise, who's behind the production of this broadcast here this morning, by the way, got up even earlier than me to get here for this part of the race, asking a very reasonable question about the eyes. How is it tracking the eyes in that case? Because I can understand a little bit more. Mr. HD just describing a little bit about how it works for somebody like me who really doesn't understand technology very well. I appreciate that a lot. Says effectively they're little tracking pucks that you can wear on your body, and the 3D model will recreate like hockey puck size. For those of you in North America, that means a lot more than it does to me. I've never seen a hockey puck in real life before, but I do know what size they are roughly. In that case, yes, I don't know how it does the eyes, because it's a very accurate sort of way of looking at where the driver is looking as well, from what we were seeing there. So yeah, it's slightly a mystery still. If anyone knows, answers on the postcard be more than welcome. I had some word through, by the way, on the number 8 car, the Beta Frost Hypercar from Lasville, who we interviewed earlier on the race. Said that they had damage to fix in their pit stop after they hit number 557 while they were invisible. Now, I'm not sure, again, why that's giving them damage, but anyway, it seems that that's forced them into an extra pit stop when they weren't really expecting to make one. It has unfortunately dropped them now behind BMW Empire 557, who they hit, and it will probably do the same with 558. So unfortunately, Beta Frost dropped just outside of the top 5, but that is there's actually 4 teams there separated by just under 2 minutes and a half, which is pretty close at this stage of the race for those final places inside the top 5.
Yeah, a 2-minute gap is not a lot here at Le Mans. It's about, depending on what class you're looking at, it's about half a lap to about 2/3 of a lap, depending. And for a track where you spend so much time full throttle, a couple minutes can easily be shaved down and cut down to be much closer in just a matter of time. And again, we're still 7.5 hours left to go, Ewan. So it can be very easy for them to cut that down and get things much closer. And, I said it earlier that the patience part, Le Mans does not reward patience, but at the same time, you're endurance racing, so some patience is required. It's kind of that weird contra coup setup of, you need patience, but you can't afford the patience for the length of the lap and for, where you're at on track. So we just kind of have to watch and see where things land, how things go. I think this is going to be, once we get into the final couple hours, it's going to be an absolutely amazing time to watch those final couple hours finish out.
It certainly is. As we watch number 8 going towards Arnage. Made its way past a LMP2, by the way, in that last run towards Indianapolis this time. shot they'll dip onto the hard shoulder, but now down towards the Porsche curves. And that final part of the lap. On the eye tracking, by the way, how it's tracking the eyes. Apparently you can have eye tracking built into the VR headset, depending on which one you've got. And so that's how that's possible, apparently. I can't. You mentioned that Lift Fox had spent. Did you say spent years perfecting it? I suppose it would take years, wouldn't it? That's quite extraordinary. I just checked in and dipped into the live stream as well. That's. I've never seen anything quite like it. Remarkable, really. But there you go. It is mystery solved, I think I can declare, and hopefully we'll be able to have a chat after the stint.
Yeah, it'll be awesome to kind of hear the chat behind the scenes, because kind of, again, the fun of the commentator side is having 3 to 4 monitors plus a tablet plus a phone to pull different things up on and look. So I've been kind of keeping up with what's been going on the side. And I mean, they're talking about how delicate that setup can be to work and how easy it is to break, and just, the amount of effort it takes to get things going. And they're called VTubers, I've actually learned from watching that stream for a little bit. So and watching in the chat, apparently a lot of people knew about this except for me and possibly you, Ewan, and I think Hugo as well in the background. But apparently VTubers are what they are called, what that community is called. So I know what I will be looking into in the future, because that is, amazing.
We are not very intelligent, as it turns out. Oh dear. I can't imagine when Hugo started out sim racing all those years ago. I don't want to make him feel old, but I can't imagine that those kind of things were even imaginable at that stage. Goodness me.
I'll defend Hugo's age on this. I started sim racing when COVID hit. All those years ago, and I couldn't imagine something like that. And I started sim racing, I would argue, when a majority of people started sim racing, 2019, 2020 was where I picked things up for sim racing. So, and Hugo, I won't repeat that one out loud, Hugo, but man.
I will. Back when he started, broadcasts were only 30. How do you even say that number at this time of the week? 360p. Oh dear me. That's quite that's quite low resolution. Is that the resolution that your World Championship's in, by the way, Hugo? That's a little bit disappointing if it is, because World Championship victory is only in 360p. Not ideal, but there you go. Nowadays, of course, we get the ultra high definition, 1440, which is certainly a lot more high definition. Yeah, his World Championship victory is in 360p. If you didn't know, by the way, our producer Hugo Luis is indeed a iRacing World Champion, and indeed does not even drive anymore at all. Just instead does iRacing broadcasts for us here on RaceSpotTV. And is a world champion sim racer. There you go. Williams, meanwhile, out onto another lap. Currently in first place by a couple of laps in the satellite racing McLaren. Just gets to the start of another stint. And I imagine he's probably quite tired by this point, as I mentioned earlier on, but has got another stint to come here. That's the end of an outlap. This is the first flying lap of a new stint for Ayrton Williams.
Yeah, watching Ayrton Williams there, just look at the focus on the face. Pure exhaustion is definitely going to be what is being felt at the end here. But, you kind of have to balance that relaxing, but also continuing to be aggressive, keep the pace going. You can see as soon as the Mulsanne straight is found, just absolutely relaxes and lets things go. Lets one hand completely off the wheel, just upshifting here and keeping the car straight. Now brings in the second hand just for a little bit of comfort and just keeps the car straight going through. And just, you do everything you can to sort of balance that challenge of relaxing and aggressively racing and continuing to push through. But I know someone out there saying, well, why doesn't Williams just kind of back out a little bit? Why doesn't Satellite Racing Solar, the team, just kind of say, you know what, you can save a little bit, you're 2 laps up? don't ever tell a driver that's in that good of a rhythm to try to throw off their rhythm. Do not throw off the groove, the Emperor's new groove. You don't do that. Just let Williams run the race and go through and keep that pace going, because if they try to slow down at all, it's just going to spell disaster.
Now, one of the stories we've not spoken about, I don't think quite enough yet, in this race, with just over 7 hours still to go in the race for course 24, is a driver doing a solo effort in the Hypercar class. Tyler Brook is driving the Cautionary Tale Motorsports car, although I'm not sure why he gave the team name, to be honest. Might as well just named it himself. He's driving on his own and is currently nearly 17 hours into a solo drive. Currently in 13th place, 12 laps off the lead, but doing a fantastic job wherever you are in the field. If you're doing it solo, you're doing a fantastic job here in our top class. Let's chat to Tyler. Actually, I'll wait for the chicane first before we probably get into it. But Tyler, welcome in. Good to have you with us, and congratulations first of all for nearly getting through 17 hours of this 24-hour race completely by yourself. First of all, how are you feeling? How is everything going so far for yourself?
Actually, I'm holding up pretty well, all things considered. Just been chilling back here in P13-ish. Race hasn't gone too badly. Only used up one of my fast repairs. Had a really big off in the right-hander right before Indianapolis, and there's really no such thing as a little one there. Physically, I'm feeling pretty good. Mentally, I'm running on some kind of weird combination of caffeine and determination, but it's all in the game, really.
Does it feel like you're sort of you've really cut this race in half now, and you're getting towards the end? Because I can just see from your onboard the first signs of life in the sky beginning to get the start of sunrise here at Le Mans. Does it feel like you're closing in on the home stretch, or does it still feel like there's a very long way to go?
Nah, getting to sunrise specifically is the big milestone. It really feels like you've made it through the hard part of it. You just got the light part to go. The big thing here. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
The big thing left here is just the weather that may or may not be coming up here with 3 or 4 hours left, and how everybody deals with that towards the end of the race when everybody is just absolutely exhausted.
Yeah, I can imagine that is going to be the big challenge, and we'll have that to come in a few hours' time. How are you dealing with the logistics of doing a 24-hour race by yourself as well? Because I would imagine, quite apart from the mental challenge, which you've already spoken about, actually taking on enough food and water and everything else that a human being needs to do over the course of 24 hours is, I'd imagine, quite difficult.
It's not too bad. It's not the easiest thing in the world, but I've done it enough to where I kind of know what my body needs over the course of the race and how to keep it going.
And one last question as well about that mental fatigue that you spoke about. How difficult is that to sort of cope with when you're dealing with so much traffic? These hypercars are passing around a car a lap at least in this race. Is that made more difficult by the traffic and having to go past so many slower class drivers throughout this race?
It's almost easier in the hypercar because you're the one in control of the decision-making process. You decide when to pass somebody, and you can afford to be patient about it usually. I know we've been talking on the broadcast, I've had you guys up in a separate window here, about how Le Mans is hard to be patient at. You have to attack every single opportunity you get. But doing this yourself, you burn yourself out mentally too quickly doing that, and it's better in the long run to just kind of be chill, let the race come to you more than anything else. Well,
thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us, Tyler. Good luck for the remainder of this race, because it is still well, I don't want to say this. It's quite a way to go, and it's been a fantastic job from you so far. Congratulations on getting through nearly 17 hours, I say, and good luck for the remaining 7 hours and a quarter of this race.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. That is Tyler Brook racing this Race for a Cause 24 completely on his own. I am, in awe, really. Brad, it is not something I would imagine doing myself, to be honest. It is a very, very difficult challenge, and the downplaying of the difficulty there from Tyler is quite extraordinary as well. It is very, very difficult, and it's just sort of shrugging it off as if he does this every weekend.
Yeah, that's the part that's shocking me, is just the pure calmness behind the voice. I mean, I would be absolutely exhausted questioning why I did this. I probably wouldn't have even made it to 7 hours to go in the race to start to see the sunrise. I mean, and he's just sitting there like it's a Sunday cruise, quite literally, just going along. I mean, it's the determination, it's the absolute power of will. I don't even know why you would sign up to do this, but the fact that you've done it and you're here and going through and you just sound so casual about it, I don't know how to react to that beyond just pure shock and awe. It's amazing at that point. So my hat goes off to you, my friend.
Those of you who've woken up early in Europe, by the way, are going to be rewarded very shortly, because the sunrise is about to really come into full force. Just saw on that shot there through the Porsche curves that this is starting to get some orange in the sky here tonight, which is, this morning I should say, which is absolutely fantastic. Sunrise is on its way, and it very much does feel like at that stage you're in the home stretch. Maybe less so at Le Mans, because sunrise generally is so early. Now, if this was the summer, and this was the sort of June time we were doing this, the in-sim date, the sun would have been up 2 hours ago, or at least it would have been light enough for you to see pretty well 2 hours ago. Now, that would be with well over 9 hours still to go, and so maybe it doesn't feel like quite so much you've knocked off the first part of the race. But I think in April, since we're on this date, it is a bit more positive. You can be a bit more positive when the sun rises, that okay, we've only got a short time to go. As Tyler was just saying there, though, the big worry for all these teams from here on in is going to be the looming weather, which we are going to be taking a big interest in over the course of the last part of this race.
Yeah, and that weather, I don't know the exact specifics on where that weather is coming in, but I know that when I was looking before my first commentary stint, and I was going through the steward's announcements, the race director's notes of where everything is at, looking at the forecast, I mean, around 8 a.m. is where we start to see rain become a possibility, and then it ramps up in terms of intensity and possibility from there. And I mean, really, I think we're sitting about 6 a.m. or so virtual time, if I am recalling correctly. So as we watch this go through, I mean, this is going to start to get interesting, and we might have to bust out a weatherman for this broadcast as it goes. It won't be me, I can tell you that much, but somebody will have to keep an eye on the weather and give updates and really give an idea of just how crazy the end of this race can get.
I don't think I have the facilities to be a weatherman, to be honest with you. Although I suspect I might well still be here when the rain actually falls, because I'll be going right the way through to, I can't even remember, I think 3 hours to go, maybe. Maybe? Yeah, I think so. So I probably will be here when it rains, to be honest. Here's number 100, the Turn 1 LMP2. Raul Giordano is the driver currently here for number 100. This is a car that was going quite well early on in the race. Had a really large accident, actually, quite early on yesterday afternoon. Still running rather well now in 6th place. Only 18 seconds behind Olympus Esports, which is only 12 seconds behind Beta Frost as well. So three teams rather, separated by 30 seconds or so for 4th position. So good to see teams who have had issues earlier on in the day still out there on the circuit right now, and indeed that is the case for still 48 teams. I think unfortunately Leadport Racing Dragon are out of the race at this stage, although they haven't been overtaken by everybody yet. I think they are still out of the race. Still so many teams out there on the circuit, though. It's absolutely fantastic. We've got still so many out there, including this car that, as I said, had quite a large accident yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, it is great to see so many cars still out and running, especially, you know, as you said, that number 100 that's had the moment, both of the BMW Empires that are still out and running, currently 4th and 5th in Hypercar. So many GT3s that have had some scary moments and are still out and running as well. And, you know, we still have some battles that have just not stopped on track. Onid Racing and Prismatic Motorsports, Redmond Racing and Onid Racing, the number 500, 900 and GT3. I mean, that battle has been going for longer than I can really explain. Down in the GT3 category, they have just been pretty much connected to each other at this point and continuing to battle.
They have been so far in our stint here. We will check in with any of the other battles that are going on around the circuit, but for the moment this is one of the closest battles actually in the field, and as you can see, it is not exactly nose to tail for the moment. Somebody in YouTube chat popping in to say that sort of the same thing what I was saying just a moment ago. Good to see that there's so many cars still running after a few hours sleep, saying they're going to get back in for their final stints with the LPR car soon. Do let us know which of the drivers you are, by the way. Because YouTube names and so on, but there'll be plenty of drivers, Brad, waking up across these different cars right now, as those in North America, apart from you, go to sleep, and indeed, I guess those who've been up overnight in Europe also going to sleep as well. But plenty who are awaking at this stage in the morning and getting ready for a rather bleary-eyed stint quite soon, I would imagine, for a lot of these drivers. Although I think it does help when you wake up to see your car in the daylight. I think it does help. It certainly did for me personally. So maybe that will help a few. But there'll be some tired drivers just crawling out of bed this morning and getting into the cars over the course of this morning as the sun rises.
Yeah, and that was something that me and Ron talked about. You know, we were talking about how tired do you get? What do you do to stay awake? Can you even sleep? And I think really when the sun comes up, it just rejuvenates everyone that's involved, whether it's a spectator, a driver, or a commentator, or, you know, a team principal, whoever it might be. It just rejuvenates everyone and gives sort of a second wind to the race and helps bring things through. Now, granted, the rain might come and squash all of that rejuvenation, but it really does add that second light through and brings things, you know, because you can taste the end. You know the end is coming, and you know that you're on the home stretch truly with this race, with the event. So it kind of encourages a bit more of kind of pushing and relaxation, and just the light gives a different energy going through, even if it is virtual. That's the thing. Like, you know, me in the US, I see the sun coming up here, even though I look outside and it's 1 a.m. pitch black for me, but I see the sun coming up here around this virtual Le Mans. It gives me a little bit of excitement for the end of the race, a little bit more energy, and it almost makes me want to stay awake and watch this race to the very end, almost. But I do value my sleep, I'm not gonna lie, and it would be pretty hard for me to do, because that would be asking for me to be awake well over 24 hours at that point, which is not ideal for me.
Yeah, although there are people doing it for this race. Zeb Murray, by the way, for the LPR team, who were checking in with us on YouTube a couple of minutes ago. Good morning to you, and a good luck for the stint coming up in a few moments' time down in GT3, which is where that car is. Lead Paul Racing currently with 13th place in the field, so that is number 125 currently running down there. But just enjoying the sights and sounds at the moment of Le Mans at this time in the morning, as the orange sky now begins to replace the night sky out there tonight. So nice to be watching at this stage in the race, just for that sort of atmosphere you get at this time. It is all of a sudden going to start to feel, as we said, like the home stretch in this race, and 7 hours to go. Everyone's going to start to think a little bit about the end. Of course, this, just to remind you, is of course a race for charity. This, the Race for a Cause 24 in 2025. If you would like to, as you can see at the bottom of the screen, by the way, we've raced past multiple goals so far this race. Now over 5,000 euros raised. If you would like to contribute to those 5,000 euros and help us get our way to 5.5k, then you can do so using the link in our YouTube video description. If you just click that, you can find the link down at the bottom, and you can help out and donate there as well, as we close in on another goal this morning at 5.5k euros. So big thanks to everyone who's donated indeed so far, and indeed even just for watching here at this time in the morning. This is our current race leader in the race for a cause. It is Thomas Cope with 2.5 minutes over Dominic Englicht. Now that will come down because Thomas Cope is due a pit stop, but for Olympus Esports to have been leading for as long as they have been, it's a very impressive effort. And they're still at the moment holding on from Taylor Mills Racing in second place at the moment.
Yeah, it's so much skill from Olympus Esports that's being shown, and again, a little bit of luck. You can never discount the luck in endurance racing as it plays. But Taylor Mills, I talked to earlier in the broadcast during my first stint, and Taylor Mills was very adamant that the consistency was there, the pace was there in the car. It was just a case of, does Lady Luck swing around, and does the weather at the end help a little bit? And 2.5 minutes. I'm feeling more secure here at this point with 7 hours to go about that 2.5 minute lead, but I still don't feel as secure about it. I would probably feel better if that was another minute out and we were looking at about a 1 lap lead for seeing that number 21 car, currently driven by Thomas Cope, be in the position it's in to hold a lead. But I just don't think that you can count anything out here until that checkered flag falls. Of course, there's the incident limit that can come in if you're running too many off tracks, because during a 24-hour race, you're going to have small moments of off track. We've seen the lead car get in some tangles with some GT3 and LMP2 traffic as they go through, and we've seen that gap come up and down. Clearly something has happened to stretch the gap back out to 2.5 minutes, because at one point it was under 45 seconds. So I don't know what's happened over about the last hour to stretch that gap back out to where it's at, but we will see that gap still come down. But again, it was 45 seconds at one point. So what has stretched that gap out again, and what can bring that gap back down is going to be the big question between the 21 and the 41.
I think just for the moment it's pit stop, which is why it's at 2.5 minutes, but why it's got up from 45 seconds to over a minute in normal racing action, I can't answer that question for the moment. It is something we'll have to figure out, as Cope might have to make it 3 wide here into the second chicane. Not quite. The GT3 is in front to get out of his way, and he will go through on the way into that chicane. But yeah, he's doing a fantastic job at the moment. Dominic Englicht is not able to get close. Last time round, 3 seconds slower than Thomas Cope, who was by far and away the quickest driver in the field. So certainly, he is certainly going very well. A couple of other good mornings to people tuning in across the world. Mark Kent giving a shout out to Cameron Keeley, who says effectively has done basically the whole night stint by himself, which is pretty extraordinary. That's a 5-driver team as well, by the way, who Full Tip Motorsport in number 13. That's down in GT3 at the moment, where they're currently running in 4th place. Cameron Keeley still in that car as the sun rises, and I'm sure going off for a rest very soon. And Lars Foon cheering on Christian and Beta Frost in the race at the moment. Plenty of Beta Frost teams actually in this race. So a good look to them as well, and a good morning to everyone who's tuning in here this morning for this race for a cause. Just at the end of another hour. 7 hours still to go, so probably worth telling you about the top 5 in each class. Starting with the hypercars, we've just been speaking about the leader. Thomas Cope is still out front, although he does have a pit stop to make in the next couple of laps. We'll see him make that, and that lead will drop, although it is over a minute when you normalise it for pit stops. Taylor Mills Racing currently running in second, with Prismatic Motorsports Athena 2 laps behind in third. BMW Empire a 4th and 5th, although Beta Frost starting to catch them a little bit. Nikolai Meld not too close, but not that far away at the moment either. in the LMP2 class, Printer and Sim Racing have just come into the pit lane, so their lead is going to drop a little bit, but this is a scheduled pit stop. It's Marcantonio Fodera who is now getting behind the wheel of this one. I think that's a driver change in the last couple of moments. It is indeed. Lucas Moncler was the driver who brought it in, and so Fodera will take it back out again. Also ahead of Taylor Mills Racing in this class as well, so excuse me, the Taylor Mills Racing car, or team rather, are in second place with their cars in Hypercar and LMP2. Michael Grossberg is driving that one for the moment. Sarah Dove is just behind in third for Screen to Speed Dream Team, with Olympus Esports in turn 1, number 100 in the 5th place in LMP2 as things stand. There is Sarah Dove, only 8 seconds behind Michael Grossberger. That is the closest battle in LMP2, and indeed the closest battle in the field right now as well. In GT3, Ayrton Williams is still driving for Satellite Racing, as he has been for nearly an hour and a half now, at least. He's leading by 2 laps ahead of George Tyler, who's driving for Wiskins Racing. Tug Henson Racing are in third, for Jacob Witcher, the driver there, followed by Full Tilt Motorsport, we've just been talking about, and Arctic Sim Racing Orange, who are rounding out the top 5. So that's how we are after 17 hours of racing. Brad, still a very long way to go, but in the last hour, not too much changing in terms of the top 5. The only car actually to drop outside the top 5, I think, in any of the classes might be the Hypercar Beta Frost, number 8, which is now into 6th place after those trials and tribulations of the last hour.
Yeah, and Beta Frost picking up damage and having to pit to repair it, and that is where that additional early on pit stop came out that we saw right at the top of your stint there, Ewan, and we were kind of wondering why Beta Frost did a pit and then another pit stop. It was due to damage collected on the car during the outlap, just a little bit of love to the wall coming in there, and that is what caused the moment. As we hop on board with this number 100 for Raul Ciabanu, currently running in P5, and you can see just the comfort there. Again, running just nice and smooth. Continue to put the car in through down the Ford chicanes here and just follow through, mind the sausage curbs inside and outside, and then just flat out. But you can see concentration there. The sun is up for Raul there in the number 100, so, or maybe that's the light on in the room. It's hard to tell, but it does look like it is sunlight coming out. And as we see, the sun is rising here around Le Mans, which is going to make things a lot more fun in the virtual run. Even though things haven't changed a lot in the top 5, there's still plenty of action, plenty of battles going, and you know, Ewan, nothing's over in endurance racing till it's over. So with 7 hours to go, anything can change this race on its head. And as you and me have discussed, as it's been discussed, and as it will be discussed, you can't count out Mother Nature or the iRacing weather when it's all said and done.
Certainly not. You can tell, by the way, Raul's not in Britain. It's the sun's now, which is the key determining factor. It is, of course, just coming to 7:10 in Central Europe at the moment, so plenty of people waking up and turning on the live stream to see where their favourite team and driver is. As we have got the overall race leader, Thomas Cope, into the pit lane. So the gap was 2.5 minutes. It's going to come way down from there, but Cope has been doing a good job at stretching out this lead now in that Cadillac, and so you'd imagine it is going to be a bigger lead than what we saw before the pit stop here, as it pulls right to the very end of pit lane. Thomas Cope will get up onto the jacks now, and he's going to stay in by the looks of things, unless they're being a bit sluggish on the driver change. No, oh, yeah, they are. It's a driver change. Thomas Cope out and Patrick Thompson in, not for the first time here in this race, you won't be surprised to learn. The Olympus Esports team change drive, and hopefully Thomas Cope will come and have a chat with us in a few moments' time. But Patrick Thompson, another one of their 5 drivers. And how's the pressure here? Just under 7 hours to go, and you're getting into a race-leading Cadillac. That is high-pressure stuff.
I think if the gap was closer, it'd be even higher pressure stuff, Ewan. But the thing is, when you have the gap you have, you can sort of breathe easier there because your teammates have done such a good job of setting things up. But the thing is that it's really, really hard to watch, all things considered, for them is just where that final gap ends up. Currently, it's about a minute and a half. I would think that will continue to come down a little bit once the tires sort of settle in, settle out, and you get that, beginning first half lap tire stint setup going. All in all, still about a minute 30, possibly down to about a minute 20 will be the gap. So really, again, depending on how Patrick feels, Patrick doesn't have to put in, purple sectors time after time and continue to put in fastest laps in the race. Just needs to hit the consistent delta and be comfortable and maintain the gap. That's the goal right now for that Olympus car, is to just maintain the gap.
It certainly is. Just keep it on the road, keep the gap where it is, and they'll be very pleased with their afternoon indeed. Let's bring in their driver, fresh out of the car, Thomas Cope, to come and have a chat with us now. Thomas, welcome in. Good to have you with us. How are you feeling this morning after another stint in the car?
Very tired, to say the least.
I can imagine. How was it out there in the lead? Was it just about getting the lap done?
Just about getting the laps done, staying nice and clean. I mean, we've got a healthy gap over the guys behind us, the Taylor Mills Racing, so I was just building on that, doing some fuel saving, extending an extra lap or two on the fuel, so we're doing really well.
How is it to be doing this race with the Olympus Esports team? Because obviously we've followed you many times on RaceSpotTV doing other races where it's perhaps a bit more serious and where you're taking it slightly more seriously. But how is it to be driving with maybe a few people you don't race absolutely week after week after week with, and racing maybe with a little bit of pressure off compared to some of the other maybe more serious series that you've done in the past?
Yeah, I understand. There's a hell of a lot more pressure off knowing it's a charity race and knowing it's a bit of fun. And I mean, the guys I'm with, I'm typically with 9 times out of 10 racing, so it's also a nice bit of practice. I mean, we were talking about it earlier. This is one of 4 majors, Le Mans 24-hour races we're going to be doing this year, so it's a good bit of prep for the other 3 as well. And the other 3 are going to be quite intense races, so we're doing a bit of practice ready for them as well.
Crikey, you're going to be seeing this track in your sleep by the end. Dear me.
The car's going to be changing though. Obviously we've got the update coming up soon, so but at least understanding the tyres and knowing how that goes, that's the early part of it all.
What decided or motivated you to pick the Cadillac, by the way? For this, so speaking of cars, we've got a good variety in the field here between Cadillac, BMW and Ferrari. Only the one Porsche and no Acuras. How did you come to the Cadillac decision?
It was a team decision. It was a car all of us as drivers, all 5 of us were comfortable with and got on the best with, and we felt as a team it was consistently the faster car of the group, so that was ultimately our decision.
What's the plan for you now after that stint? Is it time for some sleep, or are you going to be staying awake to the finish now?
Go and get a little shy and a little break, and the plan is to try and be back in 4 hours for another stint later on.
It might be raining then. I don't
mind that.
Well, fine in that case. But it'll alarm you in any case. But it might well be raining when you wake up. Hopefully you'll still be there in the race for the win when you wake up as well. Go and enjoy some rest. Thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us, and we'll see you again later.
Thank you very much, Ian.
Thanks very much. Thomas Cope there joining us from the Olympus Esports team. Bit of the pressure off here for him compared to some of the other things we've seen on RaceSpotTV from him recently, but nevertheless taking this one seriously, as Christopher Dahl unfortunately has found the wall out of Tete Rouge just while we were in that interview. That's a pretty big crash in the Acura number 88.
Not ideal for Christopher Dahl there to end up in the wall. Toe, that is another fast repair down, but I do like hearing the pressure off, but also still taking this seriously, not just saying, it's a race, whatever, we're just here, whatever happens, but still showing up and being serious and thinking of the long-term implications of this race too, of knowing that, we have 3 more Le Mans lined up through the year. So let's use this one. Let's be serious about this one. Race raise money, do everything right, but then also kind of build that up to challenge for future races where we know the competition is going to be extremely intense, and we can have, essentially a race of practice ahead of the rest of the field.
It's it's quite an undertaking. That 4 in 1 year is quite a lot. Although I do remember as Jordan Strand here, meanwhile, for number 016, just missing the first chicane. Oh, and forgetting which way. Oh no!
Oh.
This could be quite a 3-point turn. Oh, the turning circle just about good enough to get around the tyre wall there. That was a bit awkward, but gets away with it in the end. For Le Mans does feel like quite a lot in a year, but I do remember 1 year, I think even maybe we broadcasted them all here. We did about 4 Spa 24 hours 1 year as well, as Henrik Rice-Strand also goes for a spin here through the Porsche curves and makes a second minute contact with one of the Porsches as well.
Yeah, that's miscommunication between the LMP2 and the GT3 here going through. And that's even worse miscommunication for Lewis Clark trying to go through the traffic, and just, that was an absolute, hey, meet the outside wall, it'll be your best friend. Hadir here losing the rear end, somebody going wide to go around, good decision, and then being stuck on the brakes right there on the inside of the track in a pretty scary place. But man, Porsche curves are really hurting some drivers in their races here on the long run, Ewan, as it goes. And again, I think that fatigue slipping and that miscommunication of traffic. Also, 4 Le Mans in 1 year. That's a lot of this track.
There's the sunrise this morning. 7:15 now in Sim. We're about half an hour behind Central European time and half an hour ahead of UK time in virtual standard time here this morning, and we're 1 day behind real life as well. But sunrise, as promised, on the way towards 7 o'clock here this morning, and it looks absolutely fantastic out around the area surrounding Le Mans. Very flat part of the world, this, in northern France. It's not that far away from Paris, I suppose, if you're looking for a geographical landmark. But a very flat part of the world, and so that does mean sunrise can be relatively sudden, as we've seen here, because there's no nothing blocking the sun, if you like. The sun just comes up when it comes up, and that can be very sudden indeed. Just on those couple of incidents, by the way, through the Porsche curves, that incident for the BMW Hypercar looked very similar to one I'm pretty sure the Delta Wing had, didn't it? About 15 years ago? Am I making that up?
I don't think you're making that up. That sounds right to me in my head, but I could be wrong as well. So I'm going to tell you that you're right, Ewan, because that's the nice thing to do, even though I'm not 1,000,000% sure. But I'm going to tell you that you're right, Ewan, because that sounds right to me.
I'm even less than 1,000,000% sure, so there you go. It's Hugo has done the research. It's 2 hours drive from Paris to Le Mans. It's actually further away than I thought. And it's 56 minutes by train. There you go. The trains are quite good in France in terms of speed, anyway. So you can get there rather quickly. In case you ever wanted to know, it is.
That's a good stat to know, actually, if you ever wanted to attend this race in real life and you do not feel like driving. I'm in the U.S., so I'd be flying into Paris. Is it ever a great idea to get public transport to a racetrack? My own experience says no, to be honest. If you're in the U.S., the answer is going to always be no, because public transport is basically non-existent in the U.S. But I think, in most other countries where there's major events that have, substantial public transport set up, I feel like it would be better than anything you could do here.
Hugo said he's done public transport to Interlagos. He's currently typing what it was like.
I'm going to say it was probably pretty good.
I don't know how it how it would be. I've literally never been to Brazil, and I don't even know a thing about it, to be honest. He said it wasn't great. So there you go.
Okay. Well, I gave it a shot. I gave it a guess. I like to give Europe the upper hand on public transportation because it seems like in most things compared to the U.S., with public transport, you all have that figured out. There's a concert that's going on in the next major city to me, and they had to post a traffic warning saying that there will be substantial heavy traffic in the city and that there will be severe congestion because there's a concert that people have to drive in and park at.
Right.
Like substantial hours delays to people's drive on a Saturday night because there's a country music artist performing a concert.
I don't even enjoy concerts or driving, really. So that's sounds like a nightmare. That really. Yeah, there you go. It's. But also, one thing to point out: Brazil is not in Europe. But I'm sure that's not what you meant.
Oh no, not at all.
Just trying to dig you out from any impending comments about Americans and geography that surely is on its way to us by some means.
I'm sure somebody somewhere was already typing it. So, but yeah, no. I will say that, even if you don't like driving, you would absolutely hate the U.S. I drive an hour to work every day.
Well, no, I don't mind driving, but driving in traffic when everybody else is also driving to the same place, I find completely pointless. Some of us should have gone together. I seem to think when I'm sat alongside somebody when I know we're going to the exact same place. Especially if you're going to some sort of sports event, you can see them wearing a jersey like we are literally going to the same place. You're probably sat near me. Why on earth are we? What are we doing here? But anyway, that's besides the point. It is quite hard to get to a racetrack in public transport. Really, Hugo says that from Cologne to the Nürburgring it would be 5.5 hours, which is a 90-minute car journey. So there you go. I'd say it can be pretty difficult. So there you go. I wonder if anybody watching this is going to Le Mans this year. By the way, I know it's. I'm pretty sure. Anyway, it is sold out this year. So I wonder if anybody is who is watching is going to let us know as we watch on replay the Olympus Esports LMP2 going for a spin. That's Lubov Ozaretskovskaya who has gone for a spin. And she'll have to just reverse before getting back going again. There we go. Right hand side, and we'll get back out in 6th place again. Is that a couple of places lower then for Olympus because of that, or are we still waiting for pit stops from some of the others? I feel like we might be waiting for stops, but I'll check with that in a few moments. Not a great idea though. And not a great moment for Ozaretskovskaya to have that spin. And yeah, indeed, has lost a place. Henrik Reistrand is now in front, although I'm pretty sure we saw Henrik Reistrand also have a spin on one of his outlaps as well. So a couple of spins in the last couple of moments.
Yeah, I thought we did as well on that one. So kind of looking through Beta Frost, yeah, the 22. I'm pretty sure we saw the 22 have a moment there, but the 121 dropping into P6 and LMP2, but 13 seconds back. It won't be a horrible time to get that 13 seconds caught back up as long as traffic plays nice, which, well, now we're in the morning time in Le Mans. Traffic is not going to play nice, so we'll see what happens there as this race continues on. 6 hours, 45 minutes left to go, Ewan. And I tell you what, we're not too far off of that 5,500 euro goal as we sit going through. I'd love to see that 5,500 get absolutely knocked out of the window before we get under 6 hours to go. Might be pushing things a little bit there, but as people start to wake up, I think we can start to try to push this thing through.
Absolutely. We'll see what we get to before you leave us in 40 minutes or so time. Just one more thing on the so we'll have a look at Mia Rose meanwhile going for a spin. The Queen's Design number 56 LMP2 that was leading earlier on yesterday afternoon. Unfortunately, has dropped many laps since then, and that's a spin at Mulsanne corner for Mia Rose by the looks of things. A notice from the stewards as well: stop and hold 30 for number 22 Beta Frost. That is the 5th place running LMP2 that we were just mentioning has gotten ahead of Olympus Esports. now getting a 30-second stop and hold penalty for avoidable contact, not holding the brakes, scaled up for repeated infractions. So that wouldn't have been such a heavy penalty had the previous ones not happened. Unfortunately for them, that will drop them outside of the top 5 in LMP2. As we go on board with Mia Rose currently in 16th place, and so difficult, I think, to motivate yourself getting back into a car like this one after leading the race earlier on. Mia Rose got off to a brilliant start, making the right tyre call in the drying conditions. The lead was over a minute very early on in the race for Queen's Design. Unfortunately, the race since then has not gone quite so well, but fair play to the whole team for motivating themselves and getting back out onto the circuit again, despite being quite a few laps down at this stage.
Yeah, it is. When you're a driver in that situation, it can be so heartbreaking and so hard to get yourself back motivated to get out. But as you said, Mia and the whole Queen's Design Racing team out there pulling that number 56 through and still running through. And again, I think it just, endurance racing isn't over till it's over. And I think that you have to remember that this track carries more weight to it. This track carries more weight to it, and this event itself carries more weight to it than just kind of throwing in the towel when the going gets tough. It's not worth going through. And as we are also finding out behind the scenes, Mia does not have David Haynes racing. David, of course, would be beating Mia probably, as has been done in real life. But Mia, of course, racing here in virtual Le Mans, and David Haynes has retired to the commentary booth. You'll hear David Haynes here in a little bit, and David Haynes can talk about the experience of racing Mia in real life.
Yeah, 40 minutes time he'll be joining us. I don't know how he's got that in there straight away though. It's just for, obviously for those who can't see, obviously only we can see. He's posted a picture. I presume this is some sort of karting track in Australia. David stood on the top step with Mia Rose alongside in second place, and looked very pleased as well. It will be him joining us in 40 minutes or so time as we go back to satellite racing. And Williams, who's still leading the way, not too far away from a pit stop now actually. This is lap 12 for Ayrton Williams. So maybe another couple before he has to make that pit stop and start to think about whether he's going to be getting out of the car or staying in. Turn 1, meanwhile, have been in from the LMP2s and looked like after Lubov Ozaretskovskaya's spin a little bit ago, might well keep that 5th place, although it'll be cold tyres. There could be a change here. It's going to be very close between the two cars, and there comes number 100. The multicoloured car just in behind is from Olympus Esports, but these LMP2s take some time to get their tyres up to temperature, and so this outlap is going to be very, very difficult indeed for number 100.
Yeah, let's see what happens here going through for that number 100, the turn 1 car, and then, of course, Olympus Esports. The big problem is through the Dunlop chicane, the Dunlop curve, the tire advantage doesn't matter nearly as much because they're pretty well flat. You can be careful. If you're careful, you can still hold pace through, even on cold tires. I think this first chicane is really going to be the first opportunity to see a tire difference come in, but the problem is by then, things are going to be pretty well evened out. You can see Raul there flashing the headlights saying, get out of my way, get out of my way. That's the P3 GT3 Doug Hinson Racing Yellow. Down the first chicane we go. Where they stop? Well, nobody knows, but the answer right now is that Olympus Esports Proton will hold behind the turn 1 number 100 as they go. A little bit of defensive weaving there coming off of that center line. Me and Ron talked about how the cars like to run the center line through here because it is kind of the most angled area of the track, and it's sloped through. That's a GTP trying to carve the way through, and now is going to go towards the inside of the second chicane here at Ewan and try to get the pass. This might break up the battle entirely.
It will just slightly. You see that, and tell that it's a Hypercar, by the way. The fact it's just a lot larger on the inside. Works its way past. As the pair of LMP2s now get back into the slipstream of one another. Will they be able to dispatch of that Mercedes as well? And that's the Redman Racing Mercedes, isn't it? Just in 8th place. Down the inside they go. Can both get through? Ozaretskovskaya with a little bit of more of a pressure on down in towards Mulsanne corner, but gets it stopped in time and gets the position slightly wide as well from Raul Ciobanu. So That might be a chance on the way down the next straight as they make their way in towards Indianapolis. This is where you reach the real high speeds through into this corner. It's a super high speed corner itself, of course, Indianapolis. But no move made this time around, nowhere near close enough. So fair play to Giovanni. He's managed to do a very good job of getting these tyres up to temperature and holding on to the plate at the same time, which is certainly very difficult to do.
Yeah, but I think for Ciobanu here and the number 100 turn 1 car LMP2, I still think the challenge is there, because the problem you have now is that Olympus Esports Proton is just right there in the mix. That 121 is right there behind you, separated by about 0.3 of a second going through. And if that gap holds through the Porsche curves and through the Ford chicanes, you're in so much trouble going down the Mulsanne straight the next time. And it will prove challenging, but I think Lobov will be able to really push this next lap, and will be able to get this pass done. I think it's just going to be a little bit of elbows out, a little bit of hard racing that comes in, but I think it is doable.
Into the final chicanes. Slightly nicer line for that Olympus car, and maybe with a better run here out of the final corner, or not quite, but it is going to be close. And don't forget, this will be for 4th place as well, because that penalty to number 22, Henrik Bryce-Strand will drop behind both of these, despite the fact that they're currently 19 seconds in front of the both. Oh, close in towards turn 1. And then the Dunlop chicane as well. A small look down the inside for that Olympus Esports LMP2, but no chance to get through on this occasion, as they now come down the Tetrus S's and get GT3 traffic again at one of the worst points. This could really split apart the battle as well. If Giovanni can get through and Ozarskaya can't, then it could be a big difference, and there you go. That is the give and take of traffic, and it has unfortunately just held up the Olympus Esports car. However, number 100 seemed to get a bit held up with itself almost through the Tetrus corner itself, and now Ozarskaya is going to get to the other side of the road and maybe power past it for what will be 4th place in the race later on here this afternoon. In towards the first chicane. It's absolutely dead level between these two cars at the moment. Into the corner. Oh, just has to wait to turn in there. Ozarskaya can't get through, even despite traffic through Tetrus. Number 100 able to keep the position.
Yeah, Ozarskaya there, very well in position. Could have had the move, but using the live to fight another day mantra and just backing out there, not wanting to force any sort of argy-bargy side-by-side through the chicane, through the first chicane, and cause any issues. But now a GTP is again going to separate things. But look at this. The LMP2 can carry significant speed through the second chicane, and sometimes the GTPs have moments there. The GTP actually full-blown missed the chicane, has to go through the run, and well, now you can see the lights flashing from the GTP saying, hey, I was passed, but I'm right back now, so just don't mind me as I work my way through a second time. Nothing happened, and continues to move through. But for Ozarskaya, it's going to be a case of, can you follow the GTP and find a little bit more time to try to get back towards that number 100 of Ciobanu and try to get the pass? And well, it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass, and here at Le Mans, the quicker you can pass, the better, because this battle is helping nobody at the moment.
They are the furthest apart they've been for a little while now, unfortunately, but that's the way that it goes sometimes through Indianapolis now. Number 100 will be slightly slowed by the Cadillac. Strange things that happen with the traffic interactions they go through, especially some of these slower corners, like Arnage. These prototype cars, for example, will be about as slow, if not slower, than the GT3s through there. But none of them to worry about just for the moment, as they work their way now down towards the Porsche curves again. Olympus Esports just a few car lengths further away to being side by side earlier in the lap, as will be unsurprising. This is by far the closest battle out there on the circuit for the moment, so we'll just stay with it for now. So they now come through the Porsche curves and out towards the end of another lap. Only the end of the 4th lap, by the way, for Olympus Esports in this stint. This is going to be a battle for a while, perhaps another 6 laps or so, as Henrik Rijstrand just up in front comes into pit lane. And so this will now be a battle for 4th place rather than 5th.
Yeah, this battle isn't going to stop either, Ewan. That's the big thing, is as this goes, I mean, they're just going to continue to battle and fight and fight. And I think it's going to be kind of what we've seen with the GT3s going on between the number 500 Redmond Racing and the Onid Racing number 900. I mean, they have kept each other pretty well in check, and they've been the big fight of the GT3 category all the way through. So I think that's what we're going to start to see with these two cars on screen as they go back and forth here in LMP2. We're going to start to see some battles happen here off and on with them, which is going to create some pretty interesting action to the end. 6.5 hours left to go, and again, at this point, for every car, it's all about where's your ultimate finishing position, where do you ultimately see your team being at, and what can you do to either get there or hold that position. If you're the number 100, if you're Raul Chiabanu, your big goal right now for that 4th place, number 100, is get the heck out of Dodge from that 121 Olympus Esports Proton and just move, get some gap, and try to avoid having to get into a long, drawn-out, stint-long battle.
Lily Sharp in YouTube chat saying that number 100 didn't change tyres, which maybe explains why they were able to get them back up to temperature so quickly again. Although, having said that, it is now pulling away from Olympus Esports, so last time round 7/10 of a second gained, and now the gap well over 2 seconds. So that battle is just going to go away from us by the looks of things in the next couple of moments, as the Taylor Mills Racing number 41 comes into pit lane. Dom Englicht stopping again, and that's after another 12 laps in the hypercar class, as we've been seeing time after time. Olympus Esports then will return to their very large lead, which they hold for 5 laps roughly. It's very difficult really to read into too much in terms of when they're stopping here and whether it really means anything for the remainder of the race, because we've still got so long to go, but also because we've got looming rain as well. It kind of doesn't matter where you are in terms of fuel with if it's going to rain later. You're going to have to stop at a strange time anyway.
Yeah, and pit cycles are already so thrown off from the start of the race with the rain that we had early on and the wet start that we had. So it almost does not matter where pit cycles are right now. Your big goal is you're running fuel stints at this point as long as possible. And if you can save extra laps, extra time through your fuel stints, I mean, you're going to be doing that, because at the end, Ewan, somebody was around backwards there. I don't know who that was.
Now, there's a number of cars that have actually just been into pit lane in LMP2. There's a real flurry of stops. I think that could be Henrik Rijstrand, actually, who's just got around at the first chicane. It was indeed number 22, Peter Frost. So that's after a stop and hold 30 seconds. No tyre changes or whatever going on there. Just, although maybe there was at the end of the stop. But anyway, that is a spin through the first chicane, and not ideal at all for Peter Frost, who have lost a lot of time in that. Not only they lost the top 5, but they're now over 2 minutes off of the top 5.
Yeah, that is just, I mean, misery for Beta Frost at that point, because what was such a good race that is now kind of just dropped off from one little mistake there and from one penalty. And it goes to show, again, you know, we always say it, the race isn't over till it's over. Beta Frost could come back and have a great run through and challenge back up for the top 5, for the top 4, top 3, who knows. But as of right now, Beta Frost is just needing to recoup whatever they can as they go through these final 6.5 hours of this race. And that is not a great way to restart your stint after serving a penalty at all.
David Haynes with a conversation starter in YouTube chat, by the way. Don't know if you want to wade into it, this one, Brad. Cold pizza is better than warm beer. That's what he says.
I don't drink beer, but I do enjoy cold pizza. So I've heard the stories of what a warm beer can taste like, and if it is true. No, never had one.
Wow.
Yeah, never had one, but I will say that cold pizza if you get a cold ham pizza, like a good like ham, just ham only on it. I'm not talking about Hawaiian ham and pineapple, like a ham only pizza. Those are delicious cold.
I'm Hawaiian all the way, by the way. I don't care about you pineapple pizza haters. Yeah, that's absolutely no. Yeah, I suppose we when I initially saw that statement, I thought he meant like really, really like almost freezing. I was starting to think, well, both are kind of disgusting. but now you describe it like that, I probably agree.
Yeah, like you get a good pizza for dinner, you have a few slices left over, you throw it in the fridge overnight, and then you wake up the next morning and, you know, for breakfast, instead of throwing it in the microwave and letting it get all soggy and gross, or trying to do that trick with a pan and a little bit of water in the pan to toast the bottom again and get it all crispy, or reheating it in the oven because who wants to wait on the oven, you just straight up eat the pizza cold. It's delicious. And I would imagine that pineapple, a Hawaiian pizza, Ewan, would be delicious cold, because you have cold pineapple on there, which is really good in itself. And also, controversial opinion, I agree with you, Hawaiian pizzas are delicious. Pineapple on pizza is very good. However, the caveat for me is it has to be light sauce. I can't do it with regular or a lot of sauce. It's got to be light sauce.
What?
Yeah, go easy on the sauce, and I think it's good. If you put too much sauce on the pizza and you have pineapple, I think it ruins it, because it overpowers it. So you've got to go very easy on the sauce.
What kind of sauce are you putting on it in the first place?
Pizza sauce.
Pizza sauce? What's that?
Yeah. What sort of sauce do you put on your pizza?
No sauce. It's a pizza. It's already got tomato on it. That's basically sauce.
That's what pizza sauce is. It's a marinara sauce. It goes under the cheese.
You've lost your whole mind. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about a pizza. What are you talking about?
Oh my word. Pizza sauce.
I know it's 1:41 a.m., but I'm not that crazy. I do know pizza.
Oh dear. Pizza sauce. Dear me. I've learned something there. Americans can't do anything without sauce.
Yeah, welcome to America. No, literally, like, okay, I used to work at a certain fast casual Italian restaurant that is based out of a town very close to me, and I worked at one of their stores as a manager, and they have a very specific special item called a pizza baked spaghetti that was not a regular baked spaghetti. They got its own special pizza sauce for the pizza bake part. So we would make a special pizza sauce for that pizza bake on top of our regular marinara sauce that we had for our spaghetti.
Goodness me. That is too much sauce. Is what I'd say.
And then you can go into deep dish Chicago, where the cheese is under the sauce. So if you're ever wondering where the cheese is and you're in certain parts of the world, it's under the sauce. Okay.
I'll remember that. Anyway, we'll try to steer away from pizza just for the moment, and we'll steer back to the race. But goodness me, that is something new. We're on board with Michael Grossberger. I think this is just a recent change for second, actually, between Sarthe and Michael Grossberger. Green to Speed Dream Team seem to have gotten past Taylor Mills Racing in LMP2, and LMP2 is where we're going to stay in the next couple of moments, because the interview that certainly me and Brad have been waiting for from Mirai United VRT has finally come to pass, as Liv Fox is waiting for us at the moment. It's just gotten out of the car, so let's bring him in for a bit of a chat at the moment. Liv, welcome in, good to have you with us, and thanks very much for your driver camera, which has given us something to think about early on in the morning, and I wonder how on earth that's even possible. Tell us a little bit about your setup and indeed your well, I don't even know what I'd describe it as, but tell us a little bit about your setup and how it's even possible to us.
Okay, so I guess I'll start off from the very, very beginning. I would be described as a full body VR sim racing VTuber, I guess is the full term I would use. Essentially, I use a software called virtual motion capture, which I've modified to work with iRacing and other racing games, mostly my wheel, which gets tracked on its own. But then I also use the iRacing SDK to actually do stuff like right now. The main reason I'm actually in the car is to show off how the lighting actually gets affected by it. So I'm actually tracking where the iRacing sun is in the software to basically light my avatar. And that's really the short of it. And then I also wear like 10 trackers all over my body. So I just end up with, I guess, weighted gear all over me a little bit. It's kind of confusing when you really try to explain it without looking at it.
Yeah, although I have got a picture in my head now about what it might look like. And somebody was saying in the YouTube chat that actually if you're moving around like what you're doing in sim ring, it's actually a bit heavy. Is that true?
Well, I mean, you have the VR, right? You have that on, and then I have a tracker here and here. Right now I'm actually using, if anyone's seen the Valve Index, I'm using the knuckle controllers right now just to have my fingers. But normally I wear gloves that have a tracker on top of that, and that sticks up about an inch and a half off the back of my hands. So it can sometimes be a little rough if I'm trying to reach for like a shifter or something. But yeah, it's they definitely it's a little extra weight compared to just wearing gloves or using your hands like bare hands and stuff like that. So I think the harder part is the straps sometimes get a little tight, and if I don't tighten them too much or I don't tighten them enough, the tracker will get loose, and that feels really weird when you're like going around a corner. It's wanting to wiggle around. That throws me off a little bit. But yeah, it definitely adds a little bit of extra weight to everything.
Well, thanks very much for giving us the driving car. It's absolutely fantastic to see. I can see you moving around and all sorts. Here today. Tell us a little bit about what it was like to be out there on the circuit, driving wise. You are currently in 12th as a team. How is it out there this morning?
Honestly, track was getting faster throughout the night. There was, due to a lot of the off tracks, a lot of gravel on the track everywhere, making the rear want to step out a bit. I will say though that a lot of people were really pleasant to drive around. I mean, as much as like I'm sure there's been incidents. I know I saw the early parts of the broadcast where it was just incident after incident for a bit there. Most folks were giving space. They would be respectful. They'd give up, like if you're passing a GT3 as an LMP2, they'd back off and let you take the corner. A lot of respect out there on the track. I will say the voice chat got really unhinged though, and a little bit distracting at times. Otherwise, it's been really fun to participate in this event. Honestly, it's been some of the best. It's been some of the best racing I felt like I've had in at least a few weeks, as far as special events go. So.
Yeah, it's been great to have you all here. And one last thing as well, as a collective, how are you feeling about the end of the race and the prospect that it might well rain before we're finished here?
We were talking about it and we're like, oh, it's not going to rain. And then like 2 seconds later, like, it might rain. So we're taking that into a contingency. We have some drivers that aren't necessarily well practiced in the rain that are set up to do that. So we're looking at changing the schedule around so that maybe we can get some of the drivers in. I think we have one more driver that hasn't gotten in the car yet. We're going to try and see if we can swap some of them around to see if we can make sure that, we have those that are a little bit more experienced in the rain to get back out on the track. That way, we can keep the car going and get maybe have a little bit less problems when the rain finally hits.
Well, thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us, Liv. One last thing to say is a happy birthday. Hope you have a good day here at Le Mans. What better way to spend it during the end of this race? Thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us and enjoy the rest of your day.
Yep, thank you very much, and have a great rest of your day. And everyone out there, have a great rest of the race.
Thanks very much. That's Liv Fox, part of the Mirai United team in LMP2. We've certainly learned something this morning, Brad, or tonight, I should say, wherever you are in the world. Extraordinary. Great to chat to Liv Fox. I'm sure that not many people watching this seem to have learned very much. They seem to already know how that was possible. But there you go. We've certainly learned something tonight. And yeah, fantastic to have them in the race and Liv to come to chat to us after this couple of stints in the car there.
Yeah, it was great to have Lith join in after those stints. Kind of explain that a bit more because I was absolutely jaw-dropped on seeing that the first time. And now that I know there's an entire community that does that specific setup and knowing that it's not that difficult to set up, it's amazing to see. I absolutely do enjoy that. And, you know, it kind of, I think somebody said it in the commentary chat that commentary was losing the plot a little bit. And that's kind of reeled us back in, Ewan, to not have our discussion about the 27 bajillion versions of tomato sauce that exist in the U.S. Beyond more than just one brand. There's like 70 of them, but I won't digress, even though it's about slap happy hour for me here in the U.S., 1:50 a.m. Eastern Time. We're in Sunrise in Virtual Le Mans here in Race for a Cause 2025, so this will really kind of get this race re-energized to the end as it is right now.
Yeah, this battle very energized for second place. Michael Grossberger makes his way past Sarah Dove for second place in the race, and that is a good overtake. I thought that battle was only going to go one way, actually, because I'm pretty sure Grossberger just lost that place not so long ago. Now is back in front of Dove again. These two might well exchange the place a few more times before we're done here with this stint. They've still got a while to go as well. Dove looks down the inside, but they'll both slip past one of the McLarens that just break slightly early for these final chicanes. And they get over the end of another lap. Michael Grossberger will end it in the second position for Taylor Mills Racing and number 42. So lap 7, I think that is, complete now for Grossberger. Or is that lap 6? Might be 6 actually, only around the halfway mark here, so still plenty of racing between these two teams still yet to go. If I'm honest, I'm not entirely sure how they've managed to get together on the track, because they were quite far apart at the start of our stint here, but just over 6 hours to go. They're battling away, we're certainly not complaining. Does look like Grossberger now though is consolidating that second position after making a very nice overtake and after a nice bit of side-by-side racing through Indianapolis last lap.
Yeah, I'm loving the side-by-side competitive racing here that we're getting for second place here in LMP2 as they go. Taylor Mills Racing doing a very good job there in the 42. Grossberger holding off Sarah Dove. Sarah Dove putting in a lot of pace, though. Seems very competitive in that 211 behind, and we'll see if the screen-to-speed Dream Team can bring the speed to our screens to find P2 here going through the first chicane down the Mulsanne Straight, and now a little bit of slipstream from the GT3, the flash of the lights there from Taylor Mills Racing, the number 42 going through, and now, well, the return flashback from the GT3, and I think it's just showing a little bit of love, if anything. And now we go through 211 still right there, and I have a feeling that after we get through the second chicane, the 211 there of Sarah Dove is going to be set up in a great position to continue to challenge. This is going to be a fun one, and, well, I don't think this battle is going to be done remotely anytime soon.
Doesn't look like it. Beauty of Le Mans is that there are so many straights to keep these battles together. The slipstream really helps us out here and helps out the battles as well. This time, last lap, Grossberger was applying the pressure to go side by side to make the overtake. This time round, it's going to be on the defensive from Sarah Dove in towards Mulsanne corner. It's a nicer exit from Dove, but I'm not sure that should be quite close enough. We'll find out on the way down in towards Indianapolis once more as the screen-to-speed Dream Team look for that second position again here on the straight towards Indianapolis. Might actually be split apart by that BMW just here behind. No, not quite on the way towards Indianapolis, but also not quite close enough to Grossberger to make the move this time round. So has to stay behind a little bit over the inside curb there for Grossberger. Dove gets a bit closer. Now towards Arnage. Or follow the leader through there before the BMW is able to get past them both on the way towards the push curve. As you said, Brad, this battle doesn't look like it's going to go away anytime soon. Not even a pit stop's going to interrupt them for another few laps yet.
Yeah, no, and this is going to continue. And another battle to kind of keep our eyes on is the 100 and the 121 in fourth place, just behind. I mean, they're 2 minutes off of this battle, but the turn one car in the Olympus Esports Proton separated by 1.2 seconds now. We saw that gap sort of open up, and now we're seeing it accordion back together. So we're about to have a lot of battles open up very quickly and close up very quickly here in LMP2, where the battles are going to we're going to hit the flash in the pan here right at the top of the hour with 6 hours left to go. The sun is up. Everybody's feeling feisty, and I think it's just going to continue along. That 211 looks so fast right now, though. Challenging on Taylor Mills Racing and just continuing to try to push pressure forward.
Yep. It's like this is going to continue as the race leader comes in. Got quite close to putting a lap, actually, on the Taylor Mills Racing 41. As you can see from the screen at the moment, Taylor Mills Racing team currently in second in LMP2 as well. So here in second at the top of your screen, and in the Hypercar class also in second place as Patrick Thompson will pull to a stop. That's the end of his first stint, so you'd imagine he'll carry on for at least another one before getting out. Saw Thomas Cope get out at the previous pit stop. Saw some real tyre marks through Tetra Rouge there. I'm not sure who's found the barrier, but there was some tyre squealing going on there. We also saw, actually, by the way, while we were chatting to Liftbox, a incident for the Camaro, I think through the Porsche curves. The Challenger class car, which is currently in for a stop, actually only just pulled in just right now, Mavis Serra. So that car currently running in the last position, but is now ahead at least of Leopold Racing Dragon, who have dropped to the back end, unfortunately, are our third retirement of the race, but only 3 out of 51. This is what happened to number 28. It is the 6th placed LMP2 car that tried to go down the inside, and whether it's a GT3 or one of our Camaros, indeed our only Camaro, he can't make a move quite that late down the inside at the Porsche curves.
Yeah, and that was the number 22 Beta Frost car. I believe that was the one, the offender on that one. So I'm sure the stewards are going to come down pretty heavy on that and not be thrilled about it. LMP2 P5 Olympus Esports Proton has now closed this gap up and is 0.3 of a second off of turn one. Now, as we see, well, never mind, that battle's negated by a pit stop. So right as they get back up to the rear, it is going to just switch up again. But Taylor Mills and Screen to Speed Dream Team, those two in P2 and P3, they continue to battle on and challenge as they run along here. And we'll see how that battle treats itself as they go. I will say, with the different pit cycles here, Ewan, and seeing all of the cars really spread out and where they pit, the over to undercut can really prove dramatic around a 13-kilometer circuit.
It certainly can, and there's still a lot of stops still to be made in this race, that's for sure. We're just over 6 hours to go. Every car will need at least another 6 from here to the finish. In LMP2 especially, a lot more will be required. And it's these two LMP2s, speaking of, going towards the Porsche curves again, just slipping through on the McLaren just in time. That's the second place McLaren. George Tyler driving it. That's done in GT3, where McLaren are leading this race 1 and 2. Before you get to the Tukenson Racing car, which is currently in third place out of Corvette, and Sarah Dove is as close as she's been for a while now. Here we go in towards the final chicanes, and Grossberger somehow not quite with as good of a run. Dove has to go around the outside here. Oh my word, great racing between these two here, and it looks like Sarah Dove's made it work. That is a great bit of driving, first of all by both of them to keep it out the side of each other, but actually to make the move there, Sarah Dove, you don't often see that through the final chicanes on this lap.
Yeah, and I don't think that the battle between them is done at all. I mean, that is bravery to send it there through the final chicanes, and now through Dunlop will go. But, I mean, doggone, we are not done at all taking this run through. They're going to just continue to push and challenge, and I have the feeling we'll see that position invert at least 1 to 2 more times within the next couple of laps and through this continued stint as they go. It'll be the draft for the car behind, which is now the number 42 of Taylor Mills Racing. Taylor Mills Racing will look through, follow the GTP down, and now duck back out. Try to avoid losing the draft as much as possible. Build up the speed, run through, and now down the Mulsanne straight you go. You want to follow that through, and you can see there is that little bit of slipstream that is helping. The little bit becomes a little bit more, becomes a little bit more. You peak a little bit here. Think about a late break dive into the first chicane, but don't do it. That's the smart decision. Now run through, flat on the throttle out of the chicane. See if you can't close a little bit more into the second chicane, and maybe think about a dive towards Indianapolis if you're really feeling brave.
It's going to have to wait until there, probably, as Grossberger gets closer again. Battles at Le Mans, always so exciting. The long run down this straight, or these straights rather, make it so exciting. Down towards the braking zone at the second chicane. Grossberger not able to get close enough this time around for second position. They make their way out now on the run down in towards Mulsanne corner. Seen too many move through here in the recent past, but Grossberger's not going to add to that. He is going to have to focus on his exit. As you were describing, can he get that run for Indianapolis in time instead? Down to first in these LMP2s. I think Dove has done a good enough job there to get the exit required and should stay ahead of Grossberger in towards Indianapolis.
I still think Grossberger has the pace, though, to try to challenge through and bring things in and continue to go through. We saw that accordion open and close as it goes. I think Grossberger here through the Porsche curves might be thinking about a return to sender of what happened on the previous lap. So let's see how this goes down. Follow through, think about the inside dive, and don't do it, but that's a little slip up from ahead, and take advantage when the opportunity strikes. Grossberger now up into P2 for Taylor Mills Racing and LMP2. Just a beautiful opportunity there, taking advantage of what is put in front of you. Don't panic and brake. Just hold the right foot down and just send it.
Looks like it's confirmed then. Second place, yep. Michael Grossberger makes his way through. And Sarthe just slightly slips wide. It's only the tiniest of errors, but he's able to take advantage, Grossberger, and gets straight back into second again. So closing in on the 3/4 mark of this race, and the two are now reversed all over again. It was this time last lap when Dove made that fantastic move through the final chicanes on Grossberger. It's not going to be a repeat this lap around, though. There is a flash of the lights up in front here as one of the GT3s has to get through it as quickly as possible. GTs are actually pretty handy through there, and so Grossberger is not interrupted. Notice from the stewards, by the way, about a penalty from incident 68. That's for Beta Frost, unsurprisingly. Number 22, we just saw the incident as it hit that Camaro. Stop and hold 30 seconds for causing a collision. And the team, or a team representative rather, has been summoned to the waiting room, meanwhile, for misjudgment of slower class traffic in the recent hours. So a bit of a heavier slap on the wrist for Beta Frost. Unfortunately, it's cost them their top 5 just for the moment. They are over 2 minutes off of Olympus Esports, and after that penalty they are now 8th place. So shows how quickly it can change from knocking on the door of a podium. Beta Frost now are well outside the top 5.
I think for Beta Frost, they're really going to be doing the rain dance. They want the rain to come back here in the French countryside. They want to try to bring some rain around, mix this race up, and run back forward. But it goes to show how quickly just that lapse in judgment, that challenge is something has very clearly happened there in the screen. And well, that's a GTP off. I don't know who that was in the gravel, but a GTP has very clearly misjudged the chicane, and maybe more than misjudged it, absolutely sent it. And I'm trying to get an idea of who that might be. That is the number 253, and actually, that's an LMP2, not a GTP. So forgive me for the misjudgment there myself. Very clearly, back of the car became the front of the car and locking up the rear axle there, going through.
One of those classic mistakes at the first chicane. Doesn't bring the gravel onto the circuit though, which is a positive thing. So, just over 6 hours to go in this race, and Michael Grossberger just got a penalty, a slowdown penalty rather, on the last chicane, through the first chicane of this lap, and so that battle dies down. We go back to Patrick Thompson, who is currently leading this race. Now you'll be leaving us a few moments' time, Brad, at the end of your stint. Thanks very much for being alongside me for the last 2 hours. What do you think is still to come here in the final 6 hours of this one as we close in rapidly on the finish of this Race for a Cause 24 in 2025?
Well, first of all, I think the biggest thing to come in is still plenty more donations for Belong to LGBTQ plus Youth Ireland, a beautiful cause that we're supporting here, a very important cause that we're supporting here, and one that I hold near and dear, so I'm very happy to see it drawing the attention that it deserves here as it goes through this race. I think weather is still to come to play a factor. I don't know exactly what the weather's going to be, but if there is any weather, it can play a factor. I think drivers just keeping their head in the game is still to come to play a factor, because if you don't keep your head in the game, it just proves problematic. And as we've seen by the wonderful example from Beta Frost number 22 LMP2, all it takes is just a couple of series of unfortunate events to go from running a very competitive race to the race that could have been. So, I mean, even though, you look at the leaders and they're up by 1 lap, 2 lap, 2/3 of a lap, it doesn't mean that they have it won. Nothing is over till the checkered flag flies, Ewan, and I can't wait to see how the next 6 hours go.
Yeah, there's a long way to go. Thanks very much, Brad, for being alongside me for the last couple of hours. It's still myself, Ewan O'Leary, taking you through this Race for a Course 24 in 2025. And as I say that, number 100 goes for a big spin. That looks like cold tyres to me. Straight across the circuit through the Tetrus S. And it's Raul Chirbono just behind the wheel, still behind the wheel, I should say, but on new cold tyres going for a spin down the hill. How many times have we seen that so far here in this race? Well, it's not quite measurable. We've seen it plenty of times. As I was saying, still myself, Ewan O'Leary, and David Haynes now joining me for the next hour. Good to have you alongside me, David, for this one. It is there are not many more beautiful things, actually, than a sunrise here at Le Mans. It's a fantastic sight, and really enjoying the racing here in the sunrise this morning.
Goes Tequila Sunrise, Le Mans Sunrise, Sunrises Hyderabad in order. Those are my top 3. This is simply gorgeous.
I hope everybody understands. Anyway, yes, it's absolutely fantastic. 6 hours to go. The sun now draping itself all over Le Mans, and we're probably looking forward to the final quarter of this race, rather, and it is going to be a very exciting one as well. We've just seen Michael Grossberger in, by the way, to make his pit stop, so a couple of laps later, Sarah Dove will make hers, and that will correct that battle as the Camaro goes for a spin out of the second chicane. Not trying to downplay how difficult it would be to drive one of those supercars for 24 hours, David, but they are having a difficult last hour or so. Not all their own fault, of course. That an incident with an LMP2 didn't help in the last half an hour.
They're already a race car with not a lot of downforce on it. You try to set it up for a racetrack like this, it's going to be a fair handful with some really tall gears, and yeah, they're in an odd place, but they are not going to be able to take that Chevy to the levee, regardless of the state of the levee.
It's, I think, a recovery for them as we look at the sun properly out now for us. It is 8:30, or just coming up to 8 virtual standard time. That's the view towards Tete Rouge here. The bottom of the screen is the S, and just over the forest in the distance, you can see the sun starting to rise here in northern France.
There's the football stadium.
Yes, I was just going to ask actually what kind of, but I thought that was too stupid of a question to ask. I thought I should have just known that, but no. You mean soccer? Is it soccer football stadium?
Yes.
Yeah.
Round ball, kicking it and not touching it with your hands.
Not your type of football, or the Americans, indeed.
Rugby union's relatively popular in France, so there's a world where it could be that, but it's not.
It's very true. They keep beating us. Anyway, meanwhile, 5 hours 56 to go. There's the view from the starter's stand. Hopefully he'll be getting some sunlight very soon. He's been stood there a while. It's over 18 hours of this race gone by so far, and still 48 cars in the race. It's one of the great things, especially when you compare it to other events that we do throughout the year, David. The fact that, you know, we've got 3 faster pairs for all these teams helps keep everybody in the race, nearly everybody in the race. Only 3 retirements so far. Plenty of other events we do, 24-hour events, even, you know, lesser events in terms of endurance that would be very, very pleased to have only 3 cars retired after this amount of time. It's absolutely fantastic that we've still got so many. It keeps a different atmosphere to the race, still keeps it very, very busy out there on the circuit.
So this is the most recent incident. Could be on an upshift there, coming out of one of the corners.
Second chicane, burst into wheel spin, maybe out the corner. As you were saying earlier, it's
you
probably
come over the crest of the road on the exit there as well, and the car gets a bit light as you sort of go over the crest, and they were right in behind another car that might have caused them to check up a little bit.
Turning circle required. Another scrape along the wall. Oh, and again, Shibano goes for a spin. This time at Mulsanne corner. Not a good start to the stint, unfortunately, for number 100. That was quite a close rejoin. This is Jordan Strand, meanwhile, not the first spin for 016 in this stint. Just before Tete Rouge, a very long slide. A lot of tyre smoke and a lot of time lost, unfortunately, as well. In LMP2, then, we've still got Marc-Antonio Federa for Twin Turn Racing leading the way ahead of Sarah Dove, who's still yet to make her pit stop. She'll do that at the end of this lap. Olympus Esports are now come to be 4th because of number 100's spins in the last couple of moments. Let's bring in another interview, shall we? Because Alicia Peltier-Sharp has been waiting for a very long time. I apologise for keeping her for so long, but we will now be able to have a chat with the driver from number 100 Turn 1 race team, and it feels fitting at this juncture to do so. Alyssa, welcome in. Good to have you. This apologies again for keeping you waiting for so long. You're a part of the number 100 team for Turn 1, currently running rather well in the top 5 in LMP2. Tell us a little bit about the race and these last few hours have been going for the team.
It's been interesting. Qualifying was okay. Start of the race was good, then not good, then good, then disastrous, and then it's just been in this realm of mediocre to okay.
Sorry.
We've been doing something interesting with the strategy in terms of our tyres. Every stint has been double stinted tyres, except the night where we were tripling.
Sorry, just so I can understand something. I was seeing that earlier on as well. We were hearing that from number 100 team especially. How does that affect the tyre warm-up phase and indeed the end of the stint? Because we've seen so much about the new tyre model in iRacing these days, especially in LMP2 and GTP, getting these tyres warmed up. How does it affect that at the start of each stint when you're double and triple stinting?
So at the start of the stint, you're losing, from what we've seen, around 6 to 10 seconds on that warm-up phase alone. With the double stint, you can cut out in the middle part about 10 seconds, with the tyres still keeping their life to give you competitive lap times, to where you can still gain on other people who are, say, single stinting their tyres. It's sort of worked, actually.
Yeah.
A calculated risk.
What are you all hoping for from the end of this race? There's still 6 hours to go here, and you're in a pretty decent position. I know a couple of spins in the last 10 minutes or so, but still in the top 5. What are you hoping for at the finish?
We're not talking about that yet. We've been cursed too many times before thinking about it. We're not thinking about it. We're just not gonna think about it.
It's probably a good strategy. It's probably a good strategy. Are we going to be seeing you in the car again before the end of the race?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, let's just say I haven't been asleep yet, and I've been awake since 9 a.m. yesterday, and I've had about 8 coffees.
I can imagine. Well, good luck for the for your next stint in the car. Thanks for coming to have a chat with us, and good luck to you and the rest of the team for the last 6 hours of the race.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. That is Alyssa Peltier-Sharp chatting to us here with just under 6 hours to go at Le Mans in the Race for a Cause 24 in 2025. Turn 1 currently in 5th place, just 20 seconds off of 4th. In the battle for second, it looks like Sarthe has gotten out in front of Michael Grossberger, but remember the new cold tyres are going to have to be dealt with by Dove first before we can say that with conviction. Looks like Screen to Speed Dream Team, though, will be holding on at least to that second position just for the moment, and there indeed they make their way out onto the Mulsanne straight again. That's the chasing Taylor Mills racing car, and 7 seconds looks like it will be the margin. Still feels like there is a very long way to go here, David, even though considering we are over 3/4 of the way through this race. I have noticed that when chatting to teams so far, they don't really want to chat about the end of the race just yet.
We're still a whole World Endurance Championship race distance away at 6 hours. So we've had an incredible amount of racing. We're like, oh, sun's rising again. Checkered flag not too far away. The checkered flag's still 6 hours away, which means there is plenty of time for people to keep donating towards the goal, currently at 5,500 euros. I've seen it keeps sneaking up. We keep doing good work, and we've still got plenty of time.
We certainly do. If you would like to contribute, we've got a link in our video description, YouTube video description. You can visit that, and you'll be able to donate if you can. So a big thanks to everyone again who's donated so far. Our goal keeps increasing with almost. Well, very regularly anyway. I was going to put a time frame on it, but we're just very regularly 5,500 is the next goal for the moment. In the stewards' room, meanwhile, there is action ongoing. A penalty, drive-through penalty that has been served now. So this was actually about 15 minutes ago for the Oceanic Outlaws team, number 66. That was for avoidable contact with the Prismatic Motorsports Hector car number 161, and also under investigation, and indeed no further action actually being taken on the Redman Racing and L1 Racing incident, hardware issue, and so no further action required between those incidents. So another quick job by the stewards to have a look through the incidents, and another good job to get those out of the way as well through a busy race in 24 hours. It is a long day for them as much as it is for the drivers as well, and a difficult day for them as much as it is for the drivers as we dip into the final quarter of this race. Can't say I wouldn't like to be a steward in one of these races. The amount of stories I've heard throughout 24-hour race of stewards just staying awake through the entire thing is not enviable, to be honest. And not only the whole race, but a lot of the before the race as well.
Yeah, and then you hear about some of the race engineers and stuff in Le Mans that are awake the whole time. Some of the mechanics get to nap. The drivers get, a couple of hours to go back to the motorhome or something. But no, I'm not built for that sort of stuff. So I'll try to stick being a driver for as long as I can.
Have you ever stayed awake for the whole of a 24-hour race, by the way?
I have been like one of the last people awake at a real 24-hour race, like the last person awake left on the pit wall, and then like 9 or 10 a.m. some of the other people come back from their hotel rooms and motorhomes and whatever. And I'm like, cool, I'm going to crash out now.
So it's always, I think, a dangerous point in the race, actually, when you're the only one left. You've not been to sleep yet. There's nobody to keep you awake, and you could just fall asleep anywhere, to be honest, at that stage. At least in my experience. So it's quite a dangerous point in the race, but there you go.
Pit stop for number 67, Blauhai United Motorsports, Blue Lantern Shark. I've also set up my own Blauhai Motorsports stand here. So Mini High and Blake the Flake are also at the controls.
As you can see, there we go, that's the hand. Working away, as you can see, at the wheel in number 67, out onto the next part of the Bull Sand Straight. It's in 8th place currently.
Deeply unethical how many Blauhai Sharks have to be ground up to make Mountain Dew Baja Blast.
I don't know what that means, to be honest with you.
Well, people who know what pizza sauce is would know what that is. You've got a bit of a blind spot across the Atlantic by the sounds of things.
Yeah, probably. Oh dear. Yes. I mean, yeah, I'm trying to understand. You're telling me pizza sauce is effectively just the tomato you put on it, which is not really sauce. That's not what we call it in England, anyway. But never mind. That's.
It's pretty close to a sauce, man. Like,
it's too viscous.
Is gravy a sauce?
Yeah, but that's more runny.
You can have pretty thick gravy.
Well, yeah, I suppose you could, yeah. Yeah, you can, yeah. But not as thick as the pizza-based sauce.
Is a taco a sandwich?
Oh, heavens. No. Is a burger a sandwich? See?
Is a chicken burger a sandwich? That's the one that gets the Americans. So I'm gonna look. Was this a driver change at that pit stop? Alexia driving took over from Stephen Kelly. So yes. So that's probably back in the car and cold tyres, which we've seen be very challenging for the LMP2s. Track temp right now is crispy at 19 degrees Celsius. You've got that sun rising. It's hitting the sky. It's hitting some of the clouds, but it's barely hitting the racetrack anywhere. Still a little while away from getting some temp in to the racing surface. So therefore still a while away to getting some temp into those racing tyres.
Yeah, still a bit surprised it's so low, actually, the track temperature for the moment. Considering everything you said there, it's... yeah, the sun beating down the circuit now. Would have thought we'd be at least into the 20s, but there you go. It is still very, very cold out there on the racetrack. And as we've seen, the cold tyres in the prototype category now just it almost never seem to get any easier as far as actually getting them warmed up goes. Just seems to... Well, I don't say it seems to get harder, but it certainly doesn't seem to be getting any easier. But I'm really enjoying the new tyre model, to be honest. I don't know about you in GTP and said it in Hypercar and LMP2. It's a real challenge, and I'm enjoying watching the challenge for these drivers who maybe aren't enjoying it as much as I'm enjoying watching it. But it's such a great challenge as you start these stints, and feels certainly more realistic to sort of IMSA racing where tyre warmers are not a thing.
It's on board with Scout Lawrence right now. Where are we heading? Oh, there's like a smudge mark on the windscreen directly in front of us. I was thinking, is there like smoke in the air? But that is just that's just a smudge. Give us a wave. Come on, we know you're looking. A little presumptuous of me, but I think quite aware that they're being watched.
Well, we're getting some waves earlier, but no longer. Everyone's a bit tired this morning, I guess. It's the Prismatic 98, by the way. Prismatic Motorsports Athena we're currently riding on board with. currently in third place, and there are their teammates in the Camaro. Thankfully they don't hit each other, and through Tete Rouge, sun right in the eyes there. Now onto the Mulsanne straight, just a hand off the wheel, a nice bit of relaxing onto the Mulsanne straight. It's a good thing about Le Mans as well, you do get a little bit of respite round here, unlike some of the other circuits we regularly go 24-hour racing around.
Yeah, so fastest lap of the race, 3:24. Last lap, a 3:32 here, but I think we're just still building up tyre temperature after the last stop. So I expect this one to perhaps go a little bit quicker. But again, traffic giveth and it taketh away.
Take a drink.
Don't mind if I do. Happy Easter to you too.
It is indeed. I forgot entirely, to be honest, that it was Easter until somebody said. Well, it was Brad that said it, actually, when it ticked over midnight in America. Entirely forgot it was Easter, to be honest, because
almost as important as Lift Fox's birthday.
Exactly. That's the more important milestone at this time of the day.
And Ewan O'Leary said he was going to sing Happy Birthday to Lift. So on you go now, Ewan. We're all ready.
I didn't say that. If I was, I should have done it when he was here. That would have made, that would have made more sense.
I was tempted, but I hadn't been introduced yet. I would have done it.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
Ask yourself, what would David do, and then don't do that.
It's a good strategy. We checked to Liv about an hour ago, I think now, in the race. In fact, amazing animated driver cam, chatting about all things technology and so on. Apparently, based on what you were saying in YouTube chat, David, you were already aware of these things, that they existed.
I was already aware that I already knew the word VTuber, yes.
Well, it was news to me.
Yeah, you learned something, Brad learned something, I'm waiting to learn something. So please, wherever you're watching, type something that you think I don't know so that I can become wiser on this beautiful day.
Because I'm not going to be able to provide it, if we're honest. It's going to come from someone else.
I don't know how much a Greg's sausage roll costs, so maybe that's something you might know that you could share with me.
That is something to know. It's about £1 for a good value.
About £1, okay.
Have you ever had one?
No.
Oh.
I've had a sausage roll. I just haven't been to the UK to enjoy your high quality fine dining.
It is one of the best, as we know. Worth the trip, I'm sure, to England or the UK.
Well, if sausage rolls are only £1, then I think I'd be wasting my money not to.
Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah, it's good value. Although they're not the nicest, but it is only £1, so you have to take these things when you're only paying £1. There's the race leading car, by the way, just in the race. Still Patrick Thompson, who is driving. Just now a lap in front of the field. Joe Mugford has gotten behind the wheel of the Taylor Mills Racing car now as well. Just one lap behind. And as Brad was saying earlier, despite the fact it is a lap, it is not over by any means in this race. It is still going to be a very, very long way to go until we're at the finish here. But Olympus Esports have done a very good job so far, and you'd expect nothing less from them as well. Patrick Thompson driving well and extending that margin even further, and psychologically as well, just feel like that lap is a big milestone for them.
5, 6 Australian New Zealand club drivers out on track now that Joe Mugford joins them. And how many of them do you think I've met?
I'm going to say 4.
I think it's only 2.
Oh, wow. I just imagine everybody knows everybody in Australia for some reason.
I mean, mathematically, it's more likely than in the UK. So, I mean, mathematically, it's like 4 times more likely. So, Yeah, you've already seen a picture of me with Mia Rose, but Ayrton Williams leading GT3, I think I have met at the Australian Grand Prix once or twice.
Didn't realise that Williams was Australian. There you go.
Ayrton Williams is Australian.
He's leading in the GT3 class for satellite racing at the moment.
Well, Ayrton Williams is Club Australia New Zealand, and I've seen him in Melbourne. So by process of elimination by the data,
I shouldn't just presume he's actually Australia. He could be from New Zealand. It's the classic thing when I bet New Zealanders are very used to it, just being called Australian all the time by people on the other side of the world who really don't have a clue.
By ignorant Brits, Americans, and no, the Irish are probably pretty smart.
No, well, maybe that's true.
I reckon the Scots know the difference, because when I think about the difference between an Australian and New Zealand accent, I think that New Zealand just has 10% more Scottish in it, because particularly the South Island of New Zealand, it's like, hey, do you want to go move to somewhere that is cold, rainy, windswept, mountainous, and the only thing that will grow there is sheep? And Scottish were like, sounds like an upgrade. Yeah. So a lot of Scottish settlers in New Zealand relative to Australia and the US and other places, and I feel like that makes a little bit of the cultural difference, Australia to New Zealand.
Interesting.
He's grown a beard since I last seen him.
Quite a thick beard as well, isn't it? It's quite good. Yeah, wish I could grow that. To be honest. Never mind. I've also, by the way, I'll ask you this actually. I've started to learn a bit the difference between an Australian accent. I know it's very general, but an Australian accent and a New Zealander accent. How obvious is it to people from other parts of the world that different parts of the UK have very different accents as well? Is it obvious?
I think it's relatively obvious, but people still generalise like try to do a Cockney accent for someone from Newcastle or something. It's like, that's not how that works. That's different.
Hugo said he never noticed the difference till he went to Liverpool. When on earth were you in Liverpool? By the way, it's a bit random, but yes, you will certainly notice it if you go to Liverpool. That's for sure.
He was auditioning to join the Beatles 2.0.
I mean, they could
Hugo,
do it.
Ringo, Luis.
Yeah. There's Williams makes his way towards the Porsche curves again, just relaxing slightly, and towards the corners again in these in the McLaren. Just 2 laps now in front of the rest of the field. There is another result of an investigation, by the way, from Race Control. Hardware issue for the breakfast pudding division team, number 86. Noted and no action necessary there. And Oceanic Outlaws and Rainbow Racing Luna under investigation as well, as things stand. Looks like a couple of incidents in one there for those 2 cars. So we will get the results of that one when it comes to us. As we watch is this in slow motion or is this a slow Porsche? Looks like a car that's run out of fuel to me, but I'm not sure how that's possible.
I think it's a slow Porsche in regular motion. So, they've got some problems technically as well, perhaps, for that car. 16th in class. Only on the 4th lap of the stint from what I can tell, so that shouldn't be out of fuel. I think it's far more likely to either be damage or a technical issue.
Yeah, I think you're right. Currently in 15th place, comes to a stop actually before the second Mulsanne chicane. The car's got 4 laps to the next car, and it is the Camaro, so technically no cars in GT3 behind it. Not sure why it's decided to come to a stop here though. Oh, and now goes coming to the left-hand side of the road, and now up to proper speed. So
unplug the pedals, plug the pedals back in, unplug the monitor, plug the monitor back in. I bet you it was something like that.
Yeah. Have you tried turning it off and on again? And the answer to that now is yes. Back going again. In that
maybe if it's anything like my problems, they were halfway through their stint and either Adobe, Windows, or Steam decided to start updating something, saturate the internet connection, and they had to alt-tab out to tell Adobe to go get stuffed, and then get back going again. Maybe that's why they were blinking, but now they're not.
It could be, yeah. We've all been there. The updates while you're racing. Very annoying. Lilac Zia, meanwhile, has been off the wall pretty hard down at Tete Rouge. It's going to have... Well, have they got away with damage there? Oh, well, Burst Racing, meanwhile, may well have gotten away with that damage themselves, but they are up into the gravel down here at the Tete Rouge S. Oh, wow! One of the hypercars just in front of them went into the wall as well. All sorts of drama going on all of a sudden. This is Jackson Foyt in the 24 car into the wall pretty hard there as well.
Lots of dramas on this cold track for LMP2s, and in this case, a hypercar. See, I said it right, I don't have to drink. That's done immense damage. Wait. No. Dramas, big dramas as we go on board with Flage United Motorsports. Oh no.
Oh dear. They are...
It's a bit pantomime, isn't it?
It's that time of the morning. There's very much time for those kind of antics at this time of the morning. I also saw, by the way, the Redman Racing Mercedes with all sorts of smoke coming out of it down on pit lane. Well, we're seeing some camera shots in the last couple of minutes. I don't know where that's come from. But in the last 2 minutes, that car is into pit lane after...
I can tell you something. Where there's smoke, there's fire. So that's probably where the smoke's come from.
Right. I thought you were actually going to tell me something insightful there.
Joke's on you.
There's the 22 car over the line again. That is recovering from penalties of the last couple of moments. Speaking of penalties, only a warning for Rainbow Racing Luna, unpredictable driving in traffic, but no penalty with the Racing Outlaws team, the other involved down there. Bit of a dust cloud through turn 1 for number 22. This is Kane Crawford, maybe where the dust cloud came from. The Olympus Esports car going for a spin through the first chicane.
It's very reassuring to me to know that of all the commentary we've done together, when I say I know something, you genuinely believe that I do. So
yeah, I always
sullied that.
Do you think I should maybe stop that policy?
I think just go off the evidence and evaluate, fool you once. Oh, they've tried to turn in with the right-hand side tyres on the grass. It's pitched them to a very awkward part of the tyres and it has expired. The 6.2 litre V8 in the front of the Mercedes. You do want to be right to the right-hand side there as you switch back into a tight left-hand corner after a more sweeping right-hander. But the pavement has more grip than the grass and it's a really awkward place to catch the wall. 6.2 litre V8 signing out.
Well, I was about to say hopefully they have a fast repair, but considering they've been there for 4 minutes already, I'm going to say they probably don't. And that car may remain on pit lane smoking for some time. Hopefully the mechanics are out of the garage, because otherwise they'll be getting gassed out there. So a lot of smoke going into their garage as they do those repairs. That unfortunately will drop them outside of the top 10, I think, in this race, which is a real shame. Smoke's died down. Hopefully that car's being repaired, but based on some of the repair times I've seen in iRacing before for that kind of thing, that car might be there for quite some time.
It is ripe and ready for a Rob Dahm rotary swap there, with the bonnet off, engine out. Rear of the car's good, most of the tub's good, but it needs a new engine, so either an LS, a rotary, maybe an old IndyCar engine.
Harry Trombley, by the way, taking the blame for the crash. He's clearing his teammate's name, Everald Jansen, in the car now because of that crash. But it was Harry Trombley at the wheel at the time. "You shall not pass" is on the windscreen. Should have put that on the rear bumper. Would have been more effective. Anyway. They are going to be in pit lane for quite some time, and a lot of cars are going to be passing them, unfortunately, for the next few moments. We'll try and find out how long the repairs are for that car, but as you mentioned, it's quite an unlucky place to crash, really. It's just where the barrier is exposed, and there aren't many places like that where you can have effectively a head-on crash where you can go from 100 miles an hour down to 0 very quickly.
I think I've seen some people have a snap at Mulsanne corner, though, and do similar. This is a fun pit entry. Don't get any slowdown penalties doing that one. And Beta Frost 22. Christian. Oh no. I started saying a name before I read all of it. Sarthe.
Sarthe? I don't know.
I'm just thankful that my timing screen rendered the characters correctly rather than giving me an empty black box and making me guess. Instead, I can know what I've embarrassingly floundered over.
I'm surprised it does that character, actually. It doesn't even do the apostrophe in my name. When I did some driving last year. Doesn't even do apostrophes. Never mind. As the fourth place Hypercar makes its way in towards Indianapolis. The two teammates are actually only separated by 10 seconds. BMW Empire in 5.58 and 5.57. Chloe Lord and Chen Wen-chen. Oh, who is there? And the teammates have collided by the looks of things, have they? Or is that just 5.57 with another car? But certainly the Ferrari at Indianapolis has ended up in trouble. Just as I was looking at the timing screen to have a look at some lap times between the teammates, they've had an incident in that Ferrari. It wasn't the team. It wasn't with their teammates. Excuse me. It was with another team, but not ideal at all through Indianapolis. Chen Wen-chen getting into the back of an LMP2. Making contact. It won't have done too much damage, but not a great moment down in towards Indianapolis for the fifth place team.
BMW Empire runs on and into the back. An LMP2. And negotiated there. This is back live on board. Are we heading for pit lane? I think so. I think the nose is dented in sufficiently that it's going to be big damage. I think there's a whole heap of understeer with the aero failure because we are pitting in.
So how unscheduled is this? Well, it's the end of lap 12 anyway. He might have been coming in anyway. But this could be a slightly longer stop than initially planned for 5.57. As Victor Claassen makes his way back out into the lead, by the way, in number 21. Chen Wen-chen comes into pit lane from 5th position. But will it still be 5th at the end of this stop? Well, he's got a minute over the Beta Frost 8 car, Preben Eliasson Hagen, as they just passed the 24 car. Jackson Foy getting some repairs. No fast repairs left for that team either, after they've just spent over 8 minutes in the lane. Victor Claassen into the car again for the first of his stint in the car. And out onto the cold tyres again, tiptoeing around and negotiating it rather nicely, as Olympus Esports have been doing so far all day long.
I reckon I'd get 3/4 of the way down one of these straights and then, rather than lift and coast into the braking zone, just start dragging the brakes a bit. I'll build some temperature that way, because what you do have pretty immediately on an outlap here is the long Mulsanne straights and it takes a while before you get around the lap to, say, the Porsche curves or anywhere that's really going to, with G-forces, build some temperature into the tyres. You've got these really long straights where the tyres cool down just as you're trying to warm them up. 557's back out with the driver change.
Looks like there was only a few seconds of optionals. 48 seconds in the box there for Josh Easy, who gets back out onto the circuit again, and will also have the ordeal of cold tyres in that Ferrari. Has that lost them fifth? No, is the answer. Just 3 seconds behind now, Beta Frost in number 8, so that might well be a gap that comes down to 0 by the end of this lap as the cold tyres take shape for this Ferrari. Just over 5 hours and 20 still to go in this race for course 24 in 2025. If, of course, you'd like to donate and help us along, we set the goal of €5,500 so far here today. We're over €5,000 here in this 24-hour race. We've still got plenty of time to do so, and you can donate by visiting the link in our YouTube description, which is where you can find the link and what you need to do to donate. And once again, a big thanks to everyone who has done so far in this great race. On board with Preben, Elias and Hagen, be contributing towards our latest battle we're going to be enjoying here with 5 hours 20 still to go, and listening to the deep rumble of the Cadillac, which is no longer the best sounding engine in Hypercar in real life.
Yeah, it's critically about 33% short on cylinders now.
A disappointing 8 as they come down in towards the Mulsanne corner. Where are they going to go here? The Mustang to the right, Ferrari just up in front. Hagen deciding to lift off, probably the better idea, in towards Mulsanne corner. Maybe a chance in towards Indianapolis to strike while the Ferrari's tyres are cold.
Yeah, so this is sort of undercut stuff from Beta Frost then, isn't it? Stop the lap, go warm these tyres up, now encountering a car on the cold tyres. And this is really the lap to do something, if anything's going to happen, because the longer it goes on, the more car in front builds its temperature, you're waiting. And I think Ewan O'Leary has seen a sixth sense with Bruce Willis, because he might be going to talk to dead people.
Yeah, let's get another interview. Unfortunately, it's in sad circumstances for Redman Racing. However, we do have Vegard Eleverol Johansson waiting for us, so we'll bring him in for a chat. Vegard, welcome in. Good to have you with us. Sad circumstances for the Redman Racing Mercedes. Just tell us about how the team are all feeling after that crash through the Porsche curves.
Yeah, thank you for having us. We're all obviously a bit down under now. It's been a hard, long race so far, and we were really looking forward to finishing the battle with Own It, the number 900. But it is endurance racing, stuff happens, and we've all been at the edge of the limit through those corners every lap, so it was bound to happen to one of us. It's just a shame. But I still want to thank the team for their amazing efforts so far in the race.
I'm hearing, unfortunately, that you're not going to be able to get back out onto the circuit again in this race. Just tell us about how long the repairs actually are in that Mercedes here, because it does look pretty damaged.
Yeah, the engine is gone. So that is 45 minutes of repairs, which is obviously a great effort from the engineers if they can swap the engine in that time. But yeah, that is probably going to be the end for us. We're going to be way outside any position fights at all. I'm figuring I'm going to stay. I have a teammate, maybe he'll stay as well. And if we're feeling for it, we might go back out on track just to finish the race. But we'll see. Everyone is a bit tired at this point.
Yeah, I can imagine. It will be great to see you at least cross the line, though, at the end in just over 5 hours' time. Or the one last question I have really, just tell us what it's like to be a part of this event either way, even though it's not maybe had the result that you would have wanted. How has it been for you as a team to be part of this event this year?
Oh, it's been great. I love the initiative of this race. I love the cause. I love the directors. I love the drivers. I love everything about this, and I can only hope for another one next year.
Absolutely. Hopefully we'll see you there. Vegard, thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us. Commiserations on how this race has gone here this afternoon, or this morning rather, and hopefully we'll see you at least do the final lap of the race and enjoy crossing the line later on, but we'll see. Thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us.
Thank you too. Bye.
Thanks very much. That is the Redman Racing team driver Vegard Eleverall Jansen coming to chat to us. Unfortunately, with long repairs down there on pit lane. And just in front of us here, huge smoke down in towards Mulsanne corner. Looks like might have just been a lock-up from that LMP2 just in front. But a shame really, David, when you've burned through all your fast repairs and you blow your engine. Unfortunately, it is going to set you many laps back, and unfortunately for them, they are going to drop all the way down to 16th place with these repairs, and unfortunately look like they're going to retire from the race.
Looking at some other replays. Oh, just when you thought the rear panel was gone, front panels decided to depart. The third place.
Yeah.
The car.
It's an outlap.
Down to fifth now. Yeah.
And this that's the smoke. So Akihara down in towards Mulsanne corner. Bit of a smoke screen for some of the hypercars that were just in the background. But yeah, that Taylor Mills racing car was running in third place. Danny Brennan drops down the field now on an outlap. As I mentioned, there is the damage. Doesn't look terrible, but it is another pit stop, and that's going to drop them behind Olympus Esports and turn one, number 100. So they have now dropped at least to fifth place, and to be fair, from third place down to eighth, really. There's only a lap or so separating 6 cars or so. It's pretty congested at that part of the field, and if you make a mistake like that, you are going to drop some places.
Smoke screens used to be so cool and useful, and then radar got invented. So in that case, a smoke screen's not going to hide you from a BMW or a Polestar's autonomous emergency braking, but it might shield you from a Tesla.
How do you respond to these?
Like dazzle camouflage was so in, and then like radar got invented, and suddenly, you know, U-boat captains weren't being fooled by tricky camouflage paint because they could accurately find your distance, heading, and speed.
See, I'm learning a lot, although I'm hesitant to take your word for things after what you said earlier now. But anyway, 5 hours 14 still to go, and we follow the BMW Empire Ferrari again down in towards the first chicane. It looks like it's back up to speed again, although Joshua Easy has lost a place to Beta Frost in that tyre warm-up phase. And it seems even with the tyres warmed up that the Ferrari not quite as quick as the Cadillac, and so that's a change legitimately for fifth position. Change for second as well, or rather consolidation of second place for Sophie Ehrenwood, as the Screen to Speed Dream Team get back out onto the circuit again. They can enjoy second place all by themselves now. After that 39-second pit stop, they are over 2 minutes in front of Olympus Esports. After the problems for Taylor Mills Racing, they are well into second place. And unfortunately for number 42, not only is it going to be a fast repair and a damage repair, whatever, it is over 2 minutes in the box so far. And the last time we got a shot of that car, I think it had no driver in it. So hopefully that car will get back out again, but it looks like there's going to be longer repairs than we initially thought for that car.
There's another dust smoke screen set up by someone running wide out of Mulsanne corner. Quite a gaggle of cars here heading down this next straight through the forest towards the curved braking zone of Mulsanne that's been catching out. Sorry, is it Arnage? Or...
Here?
Yeah.
Indianapolis and Arnage.
Yeah, in that order. Yeah, I lost my mind. It's
not even late night, unusually. thrown off by the fact it's daytime and you're on a broadcast, I suppose. Which is...
It's crazy. I thought race spots normally shut down in these hours, like when, you know, television stations used to stop broadcasting at like 11 p.m. and then they just start up again in the morning.
Oh, I don't remember those days. Although, what are you doing watching television between the hours of 11 p.m. and 6 in the morning? I don't know. This is LMP2 again, and a battle, I think. It is indeed for 6th place. Down in towards the Mustang corner. Beta Frost looking for a position. You might want to look away, David, if this actually happens. Lilexir under a lot of pressure here in number 67.
Hold your sharks close, dear friends, because this is potentially dramatic in LMP2. Hopefully Zia's got some tyre temperature by this point, though, in that number 67.
Yeah. Last thing we saw probably created a lot. Oh, hello. Through Indianapolis. A little bit close for William Arnson, but they get away with it. And Mercedes just in front of them is going to hold everybody up as well. Out of the corner. Lilexir does hold the place. Just around them, by the way, is number 100, which is currently running in 4th place. So there's a car trying to put a lap on these two while they are also battling amongst themselves. And that was pretty close for Indianapolis.
Blow High Soft Toy Shark, 100 centimeters, 35 Australian dollars, 5 stars from 2,500 reviews. Big and safe to have by your side if you want to discover the world below the surface of the ocean. The blue shark can swim very far, dive really deep, and hear noises from almost 250 meters away. In stock at my local store, click and collect available.
Oh dear. But meanwhile, while that's all going on, the shark is losing positions, or at least a place, into the final chicanes. William Anderson goes through and into 6th place. Look away, Shark fans. Oh dear, this is awkward through turn 1. Haley Gray making contact with a Corvette there from 14th position and spinning around in the Rainbow Racing Helios car. There is Craig Hayes going for what I can only describe as a cold tyre spin, I would imagine.
Ooh,
yeah.
You would imagine, and you might be wrong.
Tony Buddy been there and a bit of contact with an Acura that was rather didn't know what to do on the outside line with a spinning LMP2 down its inside, and can't really blame them there. As the battle for 6th seems to be settled. 2 seconds to William Anderson and Lilexir now. And number 100 will now put the lap on number 67 as well. So it's a sad shock for the moment as it loses a place.
5-star review from a real purchaser. Title, Best Friend. Review, best friend to Jungelskog, an amazing little guy. He is extremely cuddly and friend-shaped. Highly recommend as he is great quality and full of love. 5 stars.
Who writes reviews for these things, by the way?
2,500 people, and they've given it 4.9 stars out of 5. It is the best shark.
Who's unhappy with a toy shark as well?
There are a couple of 4-star reviews, and I hesitate to read those because what more do you want from a meter-long stuffed shark available from a furniture store for $20-ish?
Here's my opinion for those review sites, by the way, in case they're interested. It should just be a thumbs up or a thumbs down. What the hell is a 4-star review?
But see, there's where all the good reviews are, because 5-star reviews tell you nothing. 1-star reviews are from people who are stupid. 2-star reviews and 4-star reviews are from people who know what they want, know how the product category works, and are either pleased enough but not blown away, or had a bad experience but can recognize why it might happen on a busy day that their food took a little while to come when it was like Valentine's Day.
Yeah, so to be fair, I wasn't thinking about restaurants when I made that comment. Maybe you're probably right on that on that front. And for the record, I'm not one of those people who puts 1-star review. In fact, I don't review anything. I've never reviewed anything in my life. You can choose to believe that or not. Sounds like you don't.
Oh no, I believe that. I leave pictures of food on Google reviews. So
That's good.
if you're like, yeah, if the food was okay or the food was interesting, well, there's more dramas because we had that contact earlier, and then all the time you have to leave it a space.
And leaving the circuit, unfortunately, as well, for 026. Yes, you do sometimes want to see what the food looks like. So I appreciate that. I wish more people did that, to be honest. You could just have a look and see what's going on. Very good. Out of the pit lane for car 42. So that's the repairs done for Taylor Mills Racing. And Danny Brennan, after 9 minutes, only a second and a half ahead of David De Silva, actually, for 8th place. So there's going to be a battle here in the next few moments, but 8 minutes of repairs or 9 minutes rather, for that bit of an incident in towards Indianapolis. A shame for Taylor Mills Racing, no longer running in second place, or even battling anymore for second place in LMP2.
Another 5-star review of Blauhai Software Shark. 5 stars. Fluffy. Hug.
What's the point? Who writes that?
To let everyone know that it's a 5-star item that is Fluffy. Hug.
Could you not have seen that from the picture?
Now you know for sure.
Oh dear.
And at the end of 11 laps, the number 67 stopping. And so that sort of separates the little battle that we had going on. Meanwhile, you're on your out lap here.
It's an economical shark as well, clearly, because that is 1 lap longer than some of the others have been able to do. If you do no fuel saving in LMP2, it's 10 laps. But you can get to 11 if you can fuel save, and we've just seen it there. So we'll continue on with the battle for 8th place. In the meantime, I want to have a chat to Cheng Wen-Chen, who's just put himself into the waiting room, ready to come and have a chat with us. So we will do that now. Welcome in, Cheng. Good to have you with us. And just tell us a little bit about the end of that stint there. You've just gotten out of the car and handed over in the top 5 again, but a rather lively end to your stint. Tell us a little bit about that.
Oh yeah. First of all, it's like I was on a very perfect stint, chasing down the sister car. I think from the start of the stint until that point, I think I catch up by 15 seconds around that point, and about to end the perfect stint. And I just didn't expect that the LMP2 in front slowed down a bit much than I expected into Indianapolis. So had the little moment with them. Luckily, not major damage. We can just do it in the normal pit stop, and as we're going again, and yeah, we're just going on.
Yeah, going on in the top 5 with both of your team's cars at the moment, which is a great job. What are you hoping from the final 5 hours of this race? Is it more of the same and a top 5 finish for you?
Yeah, for us, we both target on top 5 finish, and by seeing the weather forecast right now, things might be spicy in a few hours, so we are very looking forward for that, and we just keep doing our thing, same as sister car. Just keep the car on the track, doing matching all those targets, and hope for the top 5 finish for both of us.
And what about for you personally? Are we going to be seeing you back in the car again before the end of today's race?
Yeah, that was the very final stint for me, and I'll just sit on the side and make sure our teammate is doing okay, motivate them, and hope then have a good finish to the end of the race.
Absolutely. Good luck with the final part of this race. The 5 hours still remaining. Thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us. And as
Thank you very much.
Good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. That is Cheng Wen Chen of the BMW Empire team. Currently running fourth and fifth place, by the way, that team in the race. So good to chat with that team going on in this stage of the race. Just over 5 hours to go here at Le Mans. This is very busy. Down in towards the first Mulsanne chicane. Bit of LMP2 racing down on the brakes in towards the corner. This is 12th and 13th place by the looks of it. Oceanic Outlaws and Mirai United battling away for this 12th position, with just a few moments to go until we get to the 5 hour to go mark. It's good to have you alongside me, David, for this last hour or so. Would you like to sign off with a comment about the race or about a shot?
I've found some foreign language reviews. So there's a 5-star review from Emily in Germany who says, Sharky immer mit bei. Bestes Plüschtier, der Dreh kommt auf Langstrecken immer mit und begleitet mich auf dem Beifahrersitz. Leider kann er nicht lesen und ist etwas autistisch. Oh, I think I know what that means. Aber das ist ja das Spezielle an ihm, was ich lebe. Zu Hause sitzt schon eine ganze Shark Family in allen möglichen Größen, die mein Bett einnimmt. 6 people found this review helpful.
I'm not one of them. I hope that I was just having visions there where you're reading that. Why or if there was some word that maybe you shouldn't have said on the broadcast in that review, but we'll never know. Does anyone speak German here? I mean, I can't. So there we go. Can you? I bet you can't. Can you?
I can read German, but I don't know what I just read.
Yes.
I know what half of those words mean.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, thanks very much, David, for being alongside for the last hour, and good to have you. Good to have you here. And yeah. Well, we're not going to see you later on in the race, unfortunately. But as I say, thanks very much for chatting away with me for the last hour or so. We've still got.
I might hang around and just chime in from the cheap seats for the next half hour.
Okay, we'll do that. We're very busy in the commentary box at the moment. Joining us, it's time to say a very good morning to Jake Sperry, who'll be alongside me at least for the next couple of hours. Good morning, Jake. How are you? Bleary-eyed this morning, is it?
Well, it is a little bit, but welcome. It is the morning after the night before, and there is something always fun about waking up, seeing how the race has developed itself here around the Circuit de la Sarthe, and seeing where the all-important challenges now bring themselves into the fold. From when I last left it, your leaders all the same from where we were, but I think the more important thing to note is going to be where all of the battles now look to try and scramble. I've taken a look at the weather forecast, and it does look for a little bit of grim viewing for those who have leads out there at this point, because rain is scheduled for about an hour from now. So that is going to be where all important changes going into play. There is no guarantee that this is going to be a race that stays the same as it is at the moment, and more importantly, racing for this cause here in 2025. We are 5,226 euros in, and I'd like to hope that by the time that we reach the end of 3 hours to go, that we can hit that 5,500 euro stretch goal, and we can run over towards 6,000 by the end of racing action today.
Absolutely. We've been adjusting the goal all day, and we might well have to do one more time before we are finished, with at least once more before we're finished here this afternoon. Yeah, it's the thing I noticed as well, actually, when I came back here this morning. I'd been away for 12 hours at the time, actually, and the top 5 in Hypercar, although they were in a slightly different order, still all the same. So a great job from all those teams. And these are two of them. Beta Frost knocking on the door of that top 5, but BMW Empire back inside of it again. Joshua Easy has picked up the pace again after the last couple of moments. I wonder whether there was a mistake from Preben Olsen Hagen this time round. Let's see what the lap times are saying. No, maybe not. Just looks like normal racing between these two. Only a tenth or two between them in the last lap. And so exactly one of the battles you were talking about, Jake. It's going to happen right on our screen here immediately as you enter the booth. We're going to get one in Hypercar, which would be fantastic for 5th place.
Yep, so the challenge is going to be now finding an opportunity, and for Preben Olsen Hagen, this is where Joshua Easy now gets the chance to break away out of Tetra Rouge, gets a bit of slipstream from Sadie Bunny in front from the Drive Deviant Astro Racing pink car that's there in front, and now the Long Mulsanne here. These 3 straights connected that used to be 1 straight in its entirety, broken up, of course, for the likes of Hypercars and LMP1s of the day, deciding they were going to flip about on this straight, dealing with a lot of issues out on circuit. But these chicanes are very important as you look to try and dice your way through the traffic. It does give a little bit of flow. It also allows a little bit to keep the brake temperatures regulated, the tyre temperatures regulated, and not having this massive moment where you've got basically 4 tyres of ice cubes by the time you reach Mulsanne Corner.
Yeah. Here is the second of those chicanes breaking up this humongous straight on this racetrack. The Rainbow Racing Porsche staying out the way, rather courteous actually, to let the hypercars both go through. Don't have to do it as a slower class, of course, in these races, but very courteous to do so out of that chicane and down towards Mulsanne Corner. The slipstream again for Hagen will just help keep close, but not going to help any moves from 8 tenths of a second behind down in towards that big stop at Mulsanne Corner for another occasion. Looks like to me like that Ferrari has got a bit of extra speed over the Cadillac for the moment, and that is good news for 557. Their damage has been repaired. It was only very minor after that incident on the in-lap at Indianapolis last stint. Joshua Easy now at the wheel with 5 hours to go, and looks to be going at a better speed now than Hagen in the Beta Frost number 8 car. So in towards that Indianapolis complex they go. These two teams absolutely nose to tail. Bit of gravel kicked up by the Cadillac in the background, now down in towards Arnaud. And Hagen will try and get back into the slipstream again and back through again into the Porsche curves, but it's not going to happen on this occasion. Could be a real battle of patience here for Hagen. Doesn't seem to be quite as quick, but he's got to take his chance when it does come to him, whenever that's going to be.
Yeah, and so now you've got to play the waiting game, because it might not be this lap, it might not be next lap, but you're just waiting for an opportunity to get that pick. And speaking of which, the pick that we find here might just be here with the Blaha United Motorsports Blue Lantern Shark team, Lilac Zia there in front. And now look at it, side by side coming through, and that is as comfortable as you like for Olsen Hagen, getting the pass done on Beta Frost. A simply wonderful pass. We do also have Taylor Mills here for the next hour or so, hour, 2 hours, which I think is going to be really important here. So Taylor, I think we're sitting up and looking at one of these amazing races towards the end. I know your car is currently in 2nd position having fun, but I think we're in for a really good run, and that's just an indication of good overtaking that we've just seen.
Yeah, I think for now, though, I've got to take off the team owner hat and put on the commentator's hat, because this battle we're seeing out on track is absolutely fantastic to see, especially after 19 hours of racing. We've still got 2 competitive teams out there on the circuit, absolutely nose to tail, and both drivers giving it their all to try and get their cars in the best possible spot for the end of this race, especially with Josh Easy and the BMW Empire team, who've been fighting for that top 5 all race long, just watching it slip through their fingers with 5 hours to go, and now watching Hagen just sort of walk off into the distance a little bit. But again, with the amount of time we've still got left in this race, it is a case of anything can happen.
It certainly can do, and you've been keeping a very close eye on what's been happening over the last 5-6 hours. You've been effectively keeping things going here through the night. So for those who are just joining us for the first time, waking up to wherever they are here, be it in Europe, be it in the United Kingdom, be it those who have just tuned back in for the first time in a little while, what's been the main talking points that we've been running through over the last 3 or 4 hours?
Main talking points for the last 3 or 4 hours, it is certainly far as the leaders are concerned, I would say, is the relentless consistency, actually, of the leaders in all 3 cases. Olympus Esports Atlas, when I got here, had a lead of about a minute, maybe a bit less. They're now leading by a lap, although that is because of a pit stop cycle. They have occasionally been leading by a lap on a not pit stop cycle, but legitimately, more consistently, they're about 2.5 minutes ahead of the Taylor Mills Racing team for the moment, number 41. So relentless consistency from them. Same for Twin Turn Racing, who are still a lap ahead. They've not extended that any further, but they've maintained it. Same for Satellite Racing in GT3 as well, who are 2 laps a bit further behind. The battles have really been for the podium places, especially in LMP2. We've seen a good one earlier on between Screen to Speed Dream Team and number 42, Taylor Mills Racing. Unfortunately, Danny Brennan having that incident in the last couple of moments, dropping number 42 down the field. But other battles in LMP2, Olympus Esports are onto the podium. They were about 6th when I joined, so that's 3 positions gained in 3 hours. Pretty good going at this stage in the race for them. And for the GT3, it's very much about surviving. Unfortunately, some of them haven't been able to. We've seen the Redman racing car retire in the last few moments with a big crash through the Porsche curves in the last few moments. And a very long repair as well for Lead Poor Racing LRS 125 car, unfortunately having a 16.5 minute repair as well. So not too many huge headlines, but relentless consistency from the leaders. I mean, all 3 of them rather looking pretty unstoppable as things stand, although I shouldn't say those things with still 5 hours to go.
Yeah, there's always a little bit of a tendency for the jinx to go and bring itself into play, as Josh Easy continuing on here in 6th position, knowing that they're a little bit down on downforce levels compared to the car in front, so that's going to be tough for them to try and get on the chase. We are going to take this moment in time to talk to a couple of our drivers, though, who have been here over in this race. I've got Sarah Dove here along with me at the moment from the Screen to Speed Dream Team. Now, Sarah, P2 out there at the moment. You've got Sophie in behind the wheel at the moment in time. It's been a wonderful bit of driving from you and the team. So just talk us through the work that has been done to put together, because I know how important the Screen to Speed series has been for everyone in your team and as well for the esports scene as a whole.
Yeah, thank you for having me. And yeah, it's been a great race, a great time showcasing like the talent Screen to Speed has to offer. That's the whole point. Trying to get people out there, get people visible, get people trying, hopefully get into real racing. That was the whole gist, the Screen to Speed. And yeah, it's been a great race. Some ups and downs, and yeah, some ups and downs, but we're in a good position, and I'm really happy, really glad that I can be in this position.
So talk us. So absolutely. So talk us through then sort of the time that you've spent in behind the wheel, because you took the opening stint of this race and did a lot of work heading towards the middle of this race. And I would say that you've all, in terms of where you've put yourself in stints, have had various elements of being in the car. So talk us through going through this endurance phase and effectively trying to work out the stint lengths that everyone has been able to manage before jumping back in the car again.
Yeah, it's been a bit difficult because we've got a limited roster, and 2 of the drivers, Sophie and Esmeralda, had a limited time that they can be in the car. So it's been sort of juggling around who's available. So I started in the wet. It went pretty well. Really difficult to see, obviously. And then kind of we worked our way up slowly and gradually, just chipping away until Sophie and Esmeralda both had to leave. And then I was in the car by myself for 60 laps non-stop, which was a bit of a marathon, but I enjoyed it, actually. So since then, we've kind of just been plodding along, sticking to a rhythm, and each time we've got in the car, we've made some progress, and now we're in second. Yes.
Look, you've got to take second. You've got to take second position. You're doing a wonderful job with the team. We are getting word that in about the next hour or so that the water wings are going to have to come back on. Are you feeling more confident that when the rain comes along, or are you feeling like that you're happy with where you are at the moment and you're wishing that it stays away?
The latter. I mean, that's kind of a cop-out, I guess. Like, sometimes, that's not a challenge. If the rain does come, then we'll take it. We'll deal with it.
You'll deal with it, and
we'll show that rain what's what.
Yeah, you're dealing with this race absolutely fantastically. Well, thank you so much for your time. Sarah Dove there joining us, currently second with the 211 team out there at this moment in time, and doing a wonderful job with Screen 2 Speed Dream Team out there at this moment in time. Taylor, I think that when you sit down and you look at all of the great racing initiatives out there that you've got, I think there is no better time to get into sim racing than there is at the moment, especially for the female contingent out there who go out there and battle for you as someone who has been in and around this amazing scene, that has seen all of these amazing drivers look to bring themselves forward and to develop. It's not just about having a driver or two drivers out there who are quick. It's about having a pool of talent that you can go to and say, we are all cultivating and developing.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the best things about Just for the Race for a Cause. We talked about it so much throughout the entirety of this broadcast that women, trans people, non-binary people are so underrepresented in motorsport, but we are out there being talented, being quick, actually being competent drivers. And I think when you've got an event like this that is set up by a primarily queer community, that's when you do get all of these different drivers from different walks of life being out there on track and absolutely killing it. We have had all of those fast repairs that everyone's been able to take advantage of, which has helped the numbers stay relatively high up in terms of cars that are still in this race. But we're still looking at a field of 48 cars that are out there on track, and that's so many more than you'd see in your typical 24 hours of Le Mans, because you usually get that over-aggression of, oh, this is a sim race, we could just send it and do whatever, and you get those second chances to get back out there, especially if you've done one of those early splits. But I think the fact that it's been so clean is a testament to the ability to every driver that's out there on track. I think for me, the biggest thing that surprised me is that we're only up to incident number 73 after 19 hours of racing, which ain't bad at all. But there has been this big push recently to try and improve representation, not just in sim racing, but in motorsport as well. FIA Girls on Track is out there doing bits. It's being run by a great group of people to try and get more young women into motorsport and let them know that racing is an option, because it's that thing that's sort of always been marketed towards men and boys and always been called a boys thing. But now that we've got things like F1 Academy, we've got the Iron Dames that are out there absolutely killing it. Just to relate it to the sports cars that we're seeing out there on track, we finally have people that young women can look up to and be like, wait, I can race cars, I can go and drive. And not just that, we have, certainly in the modern era, the first female race engineer in Formula One for Haas. I don't remember her surname, but I know her first name's Laura, Esteban Ocon's race engineer, and she's absolutely killing it. And I think one of the interesting things was when we were all watching, I think it must have been Suzuka, and there was this little highlights package of all of the drivers being really aggy towards their race engineer, and then Laura gives Esteban some information and he goes, "Thank you, Laura." And I just thought that was like so sweet and so lovely to hear that she is just out there being a good race engineer. And again, that representation is so important, because when you see someone doing something, that makes you, or lets you know that that is an option for you. Otherwise, you sort of really have to force yourself into that space.
You certainly do, and there's battle for position on screen here as Turn 1, the 100 are now through on Olympus Esports Proton. That then for third and fourth in category is the second place in category Screen to Speed Dream Team is about to put that Turn 1 car one lap behind them. But Ewan, it's not just the fact that it's been something that is more modern when it comes to the female representation in motorsport. They've always been there, but not maybe shouted about as much, because you go back to rally and you look at Michaeli Mouton winning, you look at DTM and Ellen Lure picking up a victory in the series. There has been representation in the past, but never truly capitalised on. Yeah, of course, it's improving all the time, you would say. Obviously, that doesn't mean there's no more work to do, but it's improving all the time. And I think the examples we've listed there are good examples of progress being made that we can point to. Sorry, yeah, on the screen, Eli Singh has managed to fire the wall. That looks quite a small accident to me for the 12.5-minute stop they're currently having, but a bit harsh. But that seems to be why they are in pit lane at the moment for such a long time. Yeah, that's really going to hurt them. And Eli Singh is the talisman around the team. Twitch.tv/Punjev is where he gets all of his viewership base from. But his entire team's been working really hard as the 100 team does run off the side of the road, and that puts her onward through and now a lap ahead. And then suddenly there is Olympus Esports Proton right back into play. But Ewan, just going back here and looking at that instant, not necessarily an ideal scenario to get yourself caught up in, but I think the all-important thing is going to be looking around at that sort of moment. You sort of look at where you are at the moment, early morning. Sometimes it's known as the silly hours as you go in through this stage, because the concentration can snap just in the blink of an eye. Yeah, it can, especially when you sort of start to believe that you're on the home straight. I've been talking about it a lot throughout my stint here, that people will start to feel that they're getting towards the end of this one at the moment, and that is partly true, but you can't afford to let that affect your concentration at this stage. Very easy to see the sun coming up and realise or think that you've not got very long to go, but in reality you do. Even when the sun came up an hour and a half ago, still had more than the length of a World Endurance Championship race still to go. We've still got more than a European Le Mans Series race to go. We've got the distance of 3 F1 races to go. When you start to put it like that, you realise you've got a very, very long way to go, and you've got to stay absolutely concentrated throughout. And that's so difficult, especially when you're early in a stint here in Hypercar or LMP2, which I think it was for Eli Singh there. A spin on cold tyres is so easy to do, and I think that might have been a cause, although I'm not 100% sure. Well, we will take this chance now because we've got Olivia Hayward along with us as well, who has been working very hard in the stewarding room to keep everything all nicely in and under check. Olivia, good morning. How has everything been for you in the stewards room?
It's been up and down. It's been chaotic. First of all, I'm going on very little sleep at this point. I had about 6 hours away, but half of that time was spent doing a separate broadcast to this that I just have to have every week. So I'm on about 2 hours sleep in the past sort of 20 or so hours. It seems to be in waves, the stewarding. I'm able to talk right now because we've not had anything to look at over the past hour or so, but there's moments when 3 or 4 reports come in at once, and that's when things get quite hectic, so you've always got to be on your toes with it. But yeah, ultimately, in these final few hours, everyone's really worked out how to run the track, how to run with the traffic, and everyone just wants to get through the end of the race. So there's a lot less happening in the way of high risk, low percentage moves.
And in terms then of this race moving forward, as you've been saying, these drivers have all been starting to learn. As we've just noticed that the 100 has had a spin coming out of the box, so that's no good out there in terms of that race for the LMP2 effort of turn 1. We've been looking around at these drivers, and you've been noting that it comes in waves. How much of this is the drivers learning the track, but also how much of it do you feel is the drivers understanding each other and how each and every other team drives around this race series?
That's definitely a big factor. I recognize a lot of different names from the field, and I think because of that, a lot of the drivers will also recognize each other. So there's good reference points about certain drivers who you know are going to act a certain way. Everyone knows that Taylor Mills Racing are probably going to send be overtaking the first opportunity they have.
Thank you. Thanks, Lev.
And maybe some other cars, you know, to be a little bit more cautious than they are. You know, you don't necessarily need to be worried about them in the mirrors all that much. And then for the drivers you don't know, you learn that over the course of the race. And coming back from the previous year, any multi-class experience that you carry forward always helps out in next time. You always learn something that you can use and that improves you for the next. What we have quite a few drivers who this is their first big endurance experience. Some of them have sort of admitted that maybe they weren't as prepared as they would like to be, but they've expressed huge interest in coming back this time next year. Not that I am officially the source to confirm that, but I'm certainly hoping we can do this again next year. And with a lot more preparation, really come and attack the race on fresh footing, which I'm really excited to see. And even if it's somewhere else, if it's a different charity event maybe that runs over a slightly shorter distance by about an hour, having these faces sort of learn this different dynamic, it's always nice to see drivers develop over time. And as Taylor was saying, especially maybe the more underrepresented demographics, seeing more women get into sim racing, seeing more queer people embrace this sort of this sport, this game, this whatever word you want to use for it. It's always just great to see.
It's always good to see this massive multiplayer online role-playing game working in absolutely the best way that it possibly can. Olivia, I know you're going to be around for the next hour or so, so we'll make sure to tune in with you a little bit when we get a couple of incidents. But Taylor, we do have what happened with the 100, so I think we might just get a chance to see what happened coming out of the pits. You caught your eyes on it here with Alyssa Pelletier-Sharp, and this is pretty much what you get all the time, over the curb and then going straight broadside.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to be following this one on board exactly when it happened, but Pelletier-Sharp just using a little bit too much of the curb through turn one on exit there at a stage of the stint, well, right at the start of the stint, where the tyres just aren't really ready to try and grip onto that painted surface. And yeah, it's just a bit of a half spin. She locks it down on the brakes, flies right off the track and recovers that one about as well as you'd expect, but sadly for turn one, it does mean they've lost a really good chunk of time to Olympus Esports Proton. And when Kane Crawford does come down pit lane next time, I think we're going to see a much bigger gap between the 121 and the 100.
Big yes there on the back of the Play High United Motorsports car at the moment, as our focus then turns over to Hamish Easner here for Team Sakura Engineering in LMP2, currently 10th in category here in the number 7, and looking very close towards trying to get nearer that Taylor Mills Racing 42, which has now come out of the pits and is now piloting through the Porsche curves and looking to go and charge. We are going to take this moment though to talk to one of our drivers here in the number 86. So a little bit down the order, but we've got Amet Ohm, who is here along with us for the ride. Amet, good morning. It's been an up-down all-around sort of day for you and the team. Qualified the car second, had to start from the pits, and now finding yourself down 58 laps down on overall lead in 47th, but still running. How has the day been for you, and how has the run been for the team?
The day, it has been lovely. It's like the 5 stages of sim racing grief. You qualify high, you miss a start, you catch up, you die, and it repeats. It's like a Sisyphus, like the guy rolling up the boulder up the mountain indefinitely. It feels like that. It's great, but I do feel we had a lot of good raw pace, but it's just a bunch of unlucky driving incidents, getting killed by prototypes, and also hardware issues, like our VR displays turned off twice in the race, and the shifters failed too, so we had to spend like an entire lap in 6th gear. So very unlucky, but we are appeasing the pudding gods, so that's good. Also, we're second, but my leaderboard's upside down, so that's probably why.
Well, it certainly looks like you're trying to make some good progress. We need to turn that 1 and 6 on your display at the moment a little bit the other way around. So talk us through the team and how the team has found itself put together, because we know that the breakfast pudding division has certainly been looking to try and move forward. The question is, how much pudding have you taken over the course of this race?
Unfortunately, none. It's always out of stock in the supermarket, but that's why we have it on our hood. Because then every time we pit, we get like a little bite out of a chunk of the fender or the hood. It also acts as a good cushion. This is why we spent only 6 minutes in the repairs instead of maybe 10 hours, because the pudding takes a lot of the frontal contact.
So effectively, what you're telling us is that you've got a pudding airbag.
Yes, and we also like to increase our pace. We have rituals we conduct with other teams. Mirai, Queen's Design, shout out. We wiggle on the track to signal we're friends. It's big brain techniques. I think Max Verstappen can learn a thing or two.
Well, he might be able to. I mean, we saw at Daytona how much he struggled to make friends at turn number 1 over in the IMSA Championship. But in terms of now looking at the final stages, you took the car to start when it was in the wet conditions. It's going to be wet, we are expecting, in and around the next, I would say, 45 minutes from this point. Is that you looking to don on the flippers and get back out there in the car again?
Yes, the wet is my spirit animal, whatever that means. Like the thing with iRacing is you really need to underdrive the car, but I shine with overdriving, driving on the rears, and the wet allows me to do that. My pace on the wet is a lot higher, so this is kind of like my. I don't think we'll be able to get any positions, but we want to put on a show, maybe wink wink, pudding. Imagine this, pudding making its way through the wet track, with tons of water. It's dramatic, pudding. I love pudding. Pudding is good.
Well, we will let you go back to your pudding then at this moment in time. Amit Ahum joining us then, and currently looking to try and get back in the car as and when the rain does arrive. Ewan, we are sat looking here, 4.5 hours left of racing action. So we're now getting ourselves then set, and these drivers are going to be looking around at the skies over that next hour. It's currently at 9:45, a 25% chance of rain. That's going up at 10 o'clock to an 85% chance of rain. That's almost a guarantee that we're going to see the heavens open.
Yeah, it's a very marked difference from what we saw at sunrise, actually. Really nice sunrise this morning, actually, in case you weren't with us, as we've got the dog cameras back again. It was a really nice sunrise. The overcast nature, though, of this race has really started to rear its head at this stage. As you mentioned, rain is really starting to loom, and there seems to be very much a mix amongst drivers about how much they're looking forward to it. Some drivers are very much excited about it, others very much the opposite. I think this was one of the teams, Tuganson Racing, were really struggling in the wet earlier on in the very first hour of the race, and so they might not be looking forward to it as quite as much as some of the other teams we just heard from there, for example. I think a lot of the Porsche teams actually will be looking forward to it quite a lot. So we'll see when it arrives, but it doesn't look like an if it arrives anymore. It certainly looks like a when.
Yeah, so with that being a when, everyone's going to be looking over to the skies, and that should be an all-important run out there at this stage. Taylor, you've been keeping your eye on pit entry, and you've been keeping a very close look at your own team out there, the 42, as we've got the twin-turn sim racing team currently down there in the lane at the moment. So it's keeping very busy on pit lane, and from you who's been in this race, what are you looking at now in terms of trying to work the strategy around when the rain comes?
Oh, it's literally just a case of ticking things off and making sure you're there when the wet weather happens. But this is what I was keeping an eye on for just a moment. Danny Brennan getting a lot closer to the rear end of David De Silva, perhaps than he wanted to on pit entry, having to take the grass on the inside of that pit entry, cut first chicane and then extend the second one. And that lets David De Silva enter the pit lane just in front. I don't know how, but it doesn't look like he picked up an unsafe pit entry for that one, despite cutting to the inside of one of those corners, but just looks like a bit of a miscommunication. In fact, no, he's still down pit lane, isn't he? Yeah, so that might be a bit of a penalty he's picked up there, and he'll have to sit in his pit box for an extra 40 seconds, but just a bit of a miscommunication in terms of how much speed both cars wanted to take into that pit lane entry, and unfortunately it is Brendan that's come off worse in that one.
It's always very difficult, and we don't often really talk about pit entry. It's more of a section of the circuit that you look at and go, oh, it's just a part of racing. But often you find that to win races like these, you've got to be one of the best when it comes to going onto pit lane and coming off of pit lane. So to have a moment like that as you go onto pit lane, that would have been enough to have the heartbeat racing about twice as fast.
Yeah, absolutely, and that could have happened anywhere, by the way. I don't think that's a specific thing about this pit entry, although I suppose the open nature of the entry to it maybe aided it, but I described it yesterday as not the most difficult pit entry in the world of motorsport, but it is not the easiest either. It is a pretty sharp chicane, and if you brake too late, then you find yourself in a lot of trouble. It does look like there was an unsafe pit entry there, and I'm not surprised either. Well, I don't think it was really Danny Brennan's fault, to be honest, but just braking slightly too late probably was under the guise of unsafe pit entry on that occasion, and so an extra 40 seconds spent on pit lane in that case. Bit of a shame, but not unexpected, I wouldn't imagine, after that trip through the grass.
Yeah, it's always very dangerous going through that grass, and I think, Olivia, you were keeping an eye out there on the limits that you've got for that unsafe pit entry, because it is such a fine line here between going through into the pits and picking up that penalty.
Yeah, so from what I've seen, that might be the first time I have seen someone pick up the penalty on the grass on that left-hand side. It's a lot more common that a driver will brake too late into that chicane, put the gravel on the right, and then that ends up being a penalty. There'll then be people who will brake and over-rotate through that first part, run very wide into the grass on the left on the exit of the chicane, and sometimes onto the racetrack. But you can get away with that one. That one seems to punish itself, so I think the way the pit entry rules work here might be that it's only those inside lines that it monitors to check for if you're cutting the track. I've never seen someone pick it up on the grass, but also I've never really seen anyone take the line that 42 did there. So first time for everything, I think, in this one.
There is a first time for everything, and apparently it is sleep time for Lith Fox out there at this point over at Mirai United. So very much time to get a little nap out there at this point, and the number 57 car trying to make some progress. Adam Yara currently behind the wheel at this stage, looking in front at the Dog Box Racing Alpha car, which is there of Paige Azeri, which is there the 06, which is about 4 laps in front of that. So at least at this point, Taylor, we are getting ourselves set and situated here for these next stages. But even if you find a car in front that isn't necessarily going to be on the same lap as you, it does give you a little bit of incentive to push a little bit faster, try a little bit harder, and go and gain that extra moment. You're looking for anything at this point of the race just to give you a bit more incentive.
Yeah, to talk about mentality of sim racing, as I think that's a satellite racing Ferrari that's going for a bit of a spin out of the Ford chicane there. It's always good to give yourself something to chase, and there's always going to be something you can find to actually make that happen. It doesn't matter if it is a car on the same lap as you, if it's a car for position, if it's a car that you just want to get by. Yeah, this is another big moment. I'm trying to figure out exactly who that is off on the inside of the Forest S is there, yeah. Another incident for Oceanic Outlaws then, who rejoined relatively safely, with, I think, the Mirai United car squeezing its way through. But yeah, keeping yourself focused is definitely one of the most difficult things to do, especially in an endurance race this long, and especially when you've got a team of only 4 drivers or so. You've got to make sure not only does the driver in the car have company, you've got to make sure that everyone gets enough rest so that as soon as they get in the car, they can be switched back on again. But I think, Sperry, we've had a conversation a couple of times, and you as well, Liv, in commentary, where we've asked the question, do you prefer to chase or be the chase as the 66 has another incident? And I think, certainly for me, we can open up the floor to discussion on this one. I definitely prefer to be the chaser, because when I have a rabbit that I can try and get my hands on, that's what really keeps me motivated.
Well, Jeff van der Hagen, they're very nearly running up into Adam Yara, and that could have been a massive, massive moment heading into the first of the chicanes here on the Mulsanne. Ewan, that is about as scary as it comes for a driver behind, and that might be, to answer Taylor's question, the one reason why I don't want to be the chase. I want to be the chaser.
I've never met anyone who does like being the chase, to be honest. Have you?
You've got two here being the chaser at the moment.
Okay. No, I mean the chase.
To hop in, I'd say people like to run away from the cars behind. They don't like to keep them in within range. That's what I would say.
Yeah. That was really close as well, by the way, for Van der Hagen. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a lot easier to be the one in behind and closing in. You can see what's up. You can just see everything a bit easier, really. You see what's happening in front of you. When you're looking over your shoulder all the time, you're sort of changing your feet, and then you got to look forward again to see the next corner coming up. It's very difficult, I think, being the driver in front. So yeah, always the one in behind is the better one to be. Although not when you're running out of time and you can't get past. That's when it's not quite so fun.
Let's ask the cheap seats here, David. Chaser or chasey?
Can I be a pursuer instead? I reckon I'd feel a lot more comfortable being called that. And I'd feel if I can be a pursuer, I'm down for that.
Well, whatever nomenclature we choose for that, you can be a pursuer, David, and we'll allow you to be that out there at the moment. 4 hours, 21 minutes, 37 seconds. Currently, our donations here for Race for a Cause here belong to LGBTQ plus here for Youth Ireland is €5,226 and 69 cents out there at the moment. We'd love to reach €5,500 by the time that we reach the end of 3 hours to go here around this Circuit de la Sarthe. We are going to take this moment in time to just jump in and chat with one of our drivers. Currently the number 23 team find themselves out there and in dominant form at the moment at the top. It's Twin Turn Sim Racing who find themselves there at the moment. Marc Antonio Federa joins us right now. Marc Antonio, it's been a wonderful bit of work here from Twin Turn, who have been looking to try and build this momentum and get this race into your hands. You've got the laps lead at the moment, but the rain is not too far on the horizon. Just talk us through your day, being up at the front and being up at the front for such a long time.
I mean, look, the only thing that's going to make me pretty good at this is a plan and not enough time. I was kind of practicing this race on short notice because I had a lot of stuff going on in the background. I just moved into my new apartment and all sorts of stuff, and had absolutely no time. So we just compiled a bunch of setups, and we just picked one, and we're like, all right, let's just practice in it and just hope for the best. Endurance racing as it is, especially virtually, is very unpredictable, and it requires a lot of luck.
Well, you make your own luck out there, and I think that the Twin Turn team have certainly been doing a fantastic job of that. From the Eisenberg brothers who have been out there in the car, of course, you yourself and Lucas Moncler, who has been in at certain stages during this race. In terms of putting this together, I know that you've had to christen your new apartment. Do you think that you can christen it with a victory by the time that you get to the end of the next 4 hours and 19 minutes?
Oh, you're telling me. Right now it's like 12:46 where I live right now, and I'll probably be asleep, but I'll tell you, exactly, West Coast, but it's either I wake up and we're celebrating in our Discord or hearing nothing. I don't know.
I hope you don't get left out in the cold, Marc Antonio, if they celebrate without you. But yeah, we sit down and, it's been a tall order. You've still got a little bit of pressure behind with the Screen to Speed Dream Team, who are looking to try and pick up the pace here in this moment. Do you feel like there is confidence? Because I know that they're trying to push really hard with Sophia Onwin behind you. So in terms of putting this race together and what it means for the team to be in this position here in LMP2, what would it mean to the team here to go and get over the line and pick up a victory in this Race for a Cause 24?
Oh, it will definitely mean a lot. I mean, I trust the twins a lot, and you know, we've been driving with each other for at least a couple years now, and won, you know, a few leagues here and there, and have gotten second places in special events hosted by obviously iRacing. But I've seen them drive in the wets. They're pretty competent as it is. I mean, I know right now it's like probably 7 o'clock in the morning over there, and they're still barely waking up, but I definitely trust them. I have high hopes that they will finish first. Yeah.
Well, we'll wish you the best of luck, Mark Antonio, as you walk into your evening and very early morning out there with 4 hours, 17 minutes to go. Mark Antonio Federa joining us there from Twin Turn Sim Racing, currently out there in front, Ewan, and leading in category, and they can feel very, very comfortable at the moment that they've built a gap. It is the smallest gap of the leaders at this moment in time, with Sebastian Eisenberg behind the wheel, and then Sophie Eronwen trying to chase down that gap. 3:42 last time by from Eronwen, 3:42 from Eisenberg as well. So it looks like the pace fairly similar at this stage, so it's going to have to take potentially a whole 4 hours worth of work to chase this down, or a mistake.
Yeah, I mentioned, as you were asking me about what had happened throughout the last 3 hours of the race about an hour ago now, that the relentless pace was really the highlight from this team. Not much else had happened to them, really. And that maybe has just started to ebb away slightly in the last few moments. The gap now below a lap, as you say, the closest gap we have in any of our classes now. It's certainly a long way down on what we saw earlier on in the race. However, they are still doing a good job consolidating this lead. They've got a long way in the lead still, 3 minutes nearly over the Screen to Speed Dream Team. Last time round they did lose a little bit of time, just over a second, but for now they're doing absolutely fine in the lead of this LMP2 class. The real race is going to be won and lost later on. It's hard to say that you know, that they're even comfortable at this situation. They've absolutely got to get through these last 4 hours without any incident. If they can do that, then I think they'll be fine. But it's that rain period later on that everyone's going to be focusing on here before they really start to think about even where they're going to finish, never mind in the lead.
Well, I would look around at them right now and say you're about half an hour to 45 minutes away from that sort of moment being put into perspective. So I think that you're looking around at the sky and you're hoping that your strategy falls in line so you don't actually lose too much time. Taylor, talk us through the pitfalls of going from dry to wet, because it's not necessarily a case of straight away you need to jump in. It's a lot about the tyre temperature.
Not just that, as well as there's plenty of different factors to take into account when it comes to switching onto the wet weather tyre. Because with the slicks, of course, they are a slightly thinner tread, so the car will sit lower to the ground. But then as soon as you put those wet weather tyres on, with all of those grooves, and I was going to say studs, but it's not that. As Martin Brundle would say, the land to sea ratio drops and you get the extra ride height, so the car is lifted off the ground. So not only is that going to affect corner and grip because you've got less tread, you've also got less efficient aero, so you're suffering from a loss of straight line speed. And as you can see, we're here at Le Mans with 3-4 massive flat out sections, and you're going to be costing yourself somewhere between 5 and 10 kilometers an hour just from switching onto the wets. So the question becomes, how much can you hang on in the corners to gain it on the straights? Because think back to the very start of the race when we made the switch in the opposite direction from the dries to the wets. There was, from the wets to the dries, there was never really a lap time number where that crossover came. What we really saw was lap time stabilize on the wets around the 3-minute 40s in GTP. And then as soon as someone switched onto the wets, bang, we were 5 seconds a lap faster. And again, that's because the aero becomes more efficient. You get all that top end speed back. And if you can get the temperature in the tires, you can at least hang on in the corners. But to go in the opposite direction is just as tricky, because especially with a track like Le Mans, we're going to see that weather system moving relatively soon. And we're going to see if it's a consistent one that hits the track at the same time with the same level of rainfall. But with the track as long as it is from end to end, there is a small chance that we'll see a massive rain shower down at Mulsanne Corner, and and then have a dry rest of the track. So the decision doesn't become, is it time for wets or dries? It becomes, can I hang on through that one corner of the track just to gain time at the rest of the circuit?
It's a southern wind at the moment, which I think is going to be very important to keep in mind from where the first rain is going to hit. There is an update here, Ewan, for the Rainbow Racing Helios team. Haley Gray is currently behind the wheel of the 16, and this might actually give the breakfast pudding division, as they cross the line pretty much side by side, and I think are going to take the place away, a little bit of food for thought, so to speak, because they have got a 30-second stop and go penalty. Moves just been made, and so now Rainbow Racing Helios are going to have to take a trip down the lane.
They are, and that was after an incident, by the way, with the 023. That's TSR with VR Racing. Johnny Vermeulen back behind the wheel of that car again now. Don't know what the incident actually was, but it was for causing a collision for number 16. That will set them back, but they've already been set back by one position anyway by that 86 car. And so Haley Gray going to be even further behind after this drive-through. The only stop and hold rather. The only car now still behind them is the Camaro, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem to stay in front of that with 5 laps of an advantage. It's just a shame that battle for 14th is going to go away almost as quickly as it began.
Ooh. Well, Taylor, close your eyes. That's Danny Brennan going off the road there over the Dunlop curve.
Yeah, not having a great time of it in the last hour or so, just going a little bit deep into turn 1. I think losing control of the rear of the car, and that's what sort of sent him off the road at turn 2. Manages to not pick up any damage, thankfully. Oh, actually, no, it was getting around the traffic that we're seeing on screen. I'm just watching the replay of it now. Almost ended up in the back of that Corvette GT3, so it was in avoidance, actually, through turn 1, and Brennan making the smart choice, taking to the gravel, not hitting anything, and keeping the car alive. So realistically, I can't really fault him.
Oh, we're getting word that there's been a big crash, and you never want to see it there. And 2 are going to get caught up into it, flipping up into the catch fence there. Eric Gregg is there in the 253 car, having an absolutely monstrous crash coming out through the Porsche curves. That for Techno Burst Racing is pretty much going to put to pay dirt any hopes that they have of a finish. That was monstrous, Ewan.
Yeah, that was huge. And the prototype that was involved, by the way, the Hypercar, was number 8. So, it's all happening down here as well. There's a crash live pictures as well. For one of the Acuras that's gone off down at Mulsanne Corner. That is number 88. Oh, dear. A close rejoin as well. So a terrible couple of moments for Beta Frost. Terrible couple of moments. Their Hypercar drops down after that incident we just saw. They've been in the pit lane for 3 minutes. Their Acura is bent and broken all kinds of different ways.
Wow, look at it, Crab. That is going to be a very tough job to bring that one back home. And look at the slew of cars that are going to try and move their way close to there. So you've got Vortex Alpha, you've got Please Design in there, Drive Deviant. Which way do you want to go? Oh, that was scary. That was really scary for your race leaders over Olympus Esports Atlas, having to take to the grass, Taylor, to try and avoid.
I'm very surprised that all 5 of the cars in shot right now decided to keep their foot absolutely flat to the floor. You'd think with 4 hours to go, there's going to be a little bit more self-preservation. There's 2 cars off in the background. I'm trying to figure out, I think that's the Vortex Racing Alpha Cadillac. It actually is just going into the rear of the Drive Deviant car, just getting loose on entry to Indianapolis. And then, yeah, it was a case of the caddy just getting a bit target focus and ending up in the back of the LMP2. Both cars seem to have recovered quite nicely, but cold tires really eating the 026 there.
Bit of a pudding-assisted sugar crash.
Yeah, I think that there's been a sugar overload, and ultimately there's not much more that could be done. Jordan Martin Boisver there. See, that's just on its own going into Indianapolis. And then currently the 51, which is 9th overall for Vortex Racing Alpha, nowhere to go in the corner, so just takes the small tap and looks to continue on. I think it's only now going to get the clearance here on Sonderboer, their 4th position, and is going to manage it. So if you are just joining us, well, good morning and wake up, because suddenly the race has jolted into a little bit of life here, Ewan.
It has, not maybe in the way that we were hoping either. A couple of huge crashes in the last couple of moments, and I think there's been a bit of an incident here as well. Luke Redgrave has gone around at the Dunlop curve. I'm not sure if my time scheme was just having a bit of a moment, but I think I saw some people towing back to pit lane. Maybe it was having a bit of a moment, because I can't see anybody in pit lane from LMP2 other than Technoburst Racing, who we've already seen in for 6 minutes, so it probably has just been doing things. There is the number 8. Storm Stanvik is now going to take that car back out again after another couple of minutes. We just got a notification in YouTube chat a couple of moments ago. They had 3 minutes to go, but that was about 1 minute ago. So 2 minutes left probably on this repair. They will stay 6th because Spec 7 race team are still 2.5 minutes behind them, but they are lucky to be on the side of that crash that was less through the air, Beta Frost, but a bad couple of moments for their team. Look at that. It's a sad sight for the team on your picture there.
Oh, passenger didn't know which way to go. There was a smoke screen across, and unfortunately the radar talk of about an hour ago there doesn't seem to work out too well there, David, there for Storm Sandvik, who ends up in the barriers.
The radar's been repointed to the sky to try to measure the rain out there, and it's not tracking the cars, and it's such a tough place for how close the barriers are there. You carry so much speed through the Porsche curves, it's tough to adjust your line. We've seen a few spins from drivers trying to adjust their line through traffic in the middle of corners. You've always got such a trimmed out rear wing, and the car's always a bit oversteery through the corners around here. It's tough to avoid something when you're already committed into the middle of the corner.
Yeah, it is such a tough moment out there, and we've certainly seen that, and a little bit of a sigh of relief there for this car right now. Your race-leading number 21 Olympus Esports Atlas having to go around the Beta Frost car and committing their Taylor to the inside a lap ago at this section, passing the golf course on the left-hand side and running back up towards Indianapolis. You have to make decisions when you're a race leader to go by traffic. To take the path on the inside, there was a brave and risky decision, but you don't win these races without risk.
No, I think it was probably, if you're going to choose any of the two sides to go to on the straight, it's certainly to the inside. All of the racing lines down there, as much as it is a straight, and you're not really trying to try hard racing lines too much, every single car on this track is going to track to the left-hand side of the circuit, whether they're damaged or not. That's just kind of where the car's going to go. Fortunately for Victor Clayson, the inside of the track was paved almost 20 years ago at this point, I want to say. So there's plenty of tarmac down there for them to use to stay out of the way. But yeah, that was a really tricky situation for everyone, because realistically, I think if Victor Clayson did lift off there, he would have had a Prismatic Motorsport Cadillac right up his tailpipe relatively quickly.
Back out and away then is Beta Frost. They haven't really lost a position as Storm Sandvik there, so ultimately they will remain ahead of the Spec 7 racing team of Brian Fialar behind the wheel, who have just dived down into the pits. I think now is as good a time as any, 4 hours, 5 minutes to go, to jump in with Nathaniel Mishler out there at this point in time. The Blaha United Motorsports car currently is there, the number 67. Everybody's friend out there at the moment, but it looks like your Blahis are going to need a few water wings out there. The Sharks are going to be back in its natural habitat in about half an hour or so.
Yeah, it sure does seem that way. We're getting, a little scared out here. We got our wet weather specialist coming back in, the one who drove without sound at the start of the race in the rain, which was insane. So we're hoping that'll help us out, our secret weapons. We're all hugging our Sharkies close.
Well, absolutely, for as much as you can get out there at this point. So talk us through the progress out there. Of course, we do also have the camera quite happily pointed together. We saw what was going on earlier on in this race. But to put yourself into this position right now, looking at the result that you've got, there is still a chance, an outside chance of a top 5. So I wouldn't say it's beyond the realms of possibility right now, with Beta Frost and also Mission Smooth Operation in front of you. So what are you looking to target then the moment that the rain arrives?
I mean, just we gotta stay safe out there. We're trying to hold off 2 cars behind us as well, because the TMR P2 is also, I think, catching back up to us again, and Dogbox is also pretty close. So there could be this really nice merging of the entire P2 field when the rain hits, if everything goes to plan.
Well, that all looks very good, and our good friend there is certainly working. I will admit I have my own play high. It's called Marcus, and it very much loves being out then and about. So I will very much compensate and say you got a fan in me in terms of that team. But for now, it will be a case then of looking at the final stages of this race and the effort that's gone to put you here. From all of the issues that have run in, of course, with the no sound in the rain to start with, and moving up to this point, would you consider that the racing that you've done so far to get to this position, having started 19th in 20th overall at the moment, would you still consider this a success?
Yeah, we, like, with the no sound, we went from 3rd at the start to, like, I think 12th or something, and then, like, worked our way back up slowly, and we're very much not the fastest people here by any stretch of the imagination. We've just kept our nose clean. I really was hoping Ohe would still be here, because I wanted to ask how many teams have not been involved in a protest at all. Because I'm pretty sure we haven't, but I want to know how many others as well, because, like, I want to know, you know, statistics here. So I'm calling on the statistics people to give me some stats.
I bet she's got a spreadsheet.
I know she has a spreadsheet. That's why. And then also I wanted to say hi to Taylor, because flashing my lights was not enough throughout the entire race whenever we were on track together.
No, it wasn't. Hello. It's good to see you.
I'm glad that we were all making friends and making all of this happen. We are just about to tick over towards 4 hours to go. Thank you so much for joining us. Nathaniel Mishler over with us, of course, and the Blaehigh United Motorsports team that has been along for the ride. Taylor, we sit now 4 hours and 2 minutes to go out there at this moment in time. And for the moment here, I think these drivers now are all getting a little bit nervous. And that was maybe why we saw the uptick in incidents over the last few minutes, because they'll be looking at the radar, they'll be thinking, I don't really want to be dealing with this in any sort of way, shape or form. And so when you've got that in the back of your mind, you are really just trying to wait out and go, well, we can only drive what's in front of us, but everyone's getting a little bit nervous, and they might grip the steering wheel a little bit harder, they might make a mistake that they wouldn't have necessarily made otherwise. It's a very, very tough situation to be in.
Yeah, before I get to that point, just one more fun thing about the bum car. I don't know if you can quite see it on the front left or front right corner of that LMP2. They do have a little TMR logo that says friends with a little smiley face next to it. I'm really good friends with a lot of the guys in that team. There's a bit of crossover between the guys on my roster and the guys on their roster. It's a bit of a case of, if you want to take the race a little bit more seriously, come and race to TMR. If you want to just go and have some fun, get out there with Bum. And again, the transmission of information between both teams is always helpful for everyone, and I'm actually quite glad that I've managed to make friends with those guys, because they are such a lovely group of people. But in terms of the nerves and the nervousness that you're talking about, Sperry, it's getting there, and I certainly think with 4 hours to go, everyone's starting to get a bit antsy about, right, have we put ourselves in a really good position to try and get a bit further up the order towards the end of this one? Of course, we're all watching the weather radar. I'm sure a lot of teams have got someone with that radar popped out the entire time. I know I've certainly been doing it, but in terms of, is that rain coming? When are we going to get it? I'm starting to get a little bit nervous that we're not going to get it, especially when it's meant to be here or start becoming more likely in the next half an hour or so. I'd be thinking we'd actually see some spots on the radar already, and that just doesn't seem to be happening yet. So again, we've got the nervousness because of 4 hours to go. We've got to get good finishing positions here. But I think in terms of the weather, the nerves on that front are starting to fade away a little bit.
Well, it all depends on the wind, and it is coming in a little bit quick here, around gusting around 15 to 20 kilometers an hour. So if it is going to arrive in, it's going to arrive in quick by my measure of metric. The 86 team have just picked up a stop and go for 10 seconds out there, so they will find themselves then dealing with a little lot of that. There's just been a spin out of the pits for the Queen's Design team. Mia Rose has gone around Jackson Foy, just about getting around that in the L1 car, so straight out of the pits. Mia Rose there at the Queen's Design, finding a chance to go through. And Mia, a driver Ewan that I've known for at least a decade now, and Tetra Rouge, cold tyres, catches out even the best of them.
Ferrari was really close. as you say, Jackson Foy in the L1 Racing Ferrari. Miro's very, very experienced, drove so well in the opening part of the race. It was an unbelievable stint to begin this race. In case you weren't with us earlier on, after about an hour, they had a minute's lead, Queen's Design, because of a tyre call, partly that I'm sure Miro's influenced, but also the driving as well. It was absolutely brilliant to see and a great lead, but unfortunately for them, the race after that has gone a bit wrong. That outlap as well, gone a bit wrong as well, but it just shows even the best drivers can get caught out in these cold tyre conditions and the prototypes. It's hard to overstate how difficult that tyre warm-up phase is.
Yeah, it's very difficult out there, but it is, of course, more than just the racing. Just before the rain comes, I think this is a perfect moment to talk about the charity that we are racing for here today, which is Belong To here, and this is the LGBTQ plus Youth Ireland. Since 2003, Belong To has grown from a youth project into a unique national services and advocacy organisation with and for LGBTQ plus children and young people. Youth services, which include their research, education work, and a development approach, enable them to provide solution-based advocacy at an institutional and public level. They are rooted in driven by their direct work with LGBTQ plus young people aged 14 to 23, and they exist to create and generate safe spaces and places for LGBTQ plus young people, to empower others through education, to support LGBTQ plus young people, to lead policy and practice by providing expertise, developing best practice models, and reflecting lived experiences, to ensure LGBTQ plus young people have the opportunity to have their voices heard, and to be an advocate for LGBTQ plus young people and champion change. I think that, Taylor, when you look at the work that is being done by this charity, I think it's an absolutely massive moment for the LGBTQ plus community to show their solidarity and to really move forward and give more people the opportunity to express themselves in the way that they need to.
Yeah, I think this is why you've seen so many people sign up for the race this year, and again, why we've raised so much money. There does appear to be a bit of an attack on certain minorities going on at the moment in terms of legislation, and, well, of any sort of attack you can imagine. It's all going on out there. It's why, if I've just to put the team manager hat back on a second, it's certainly why our cars are dressed up the way they are this week, because it's been my way to get my anger out of my system. But yeah, it's, again, these charities are so important for people like me, because that level of support isn't offered on a governmental level, a social services level. It just isn't there. It feels like it's a bit of an afterthought for any sort of governing body at the moment. So having these charities that can specifically support people like me, people like a lot of the drivers out there on circuit, and especially young people who are dealing with this for the first time in their lives and might not necessarily have supportive families. Even if they do have supportive families, it's so important to have people like you that you can go to and talk to about all of your problems. Like, I can't tell you how much my quality of life improved when I found a really close group of trans friends that I could just talk to all the time, and we have the same lived experience that it really strengthens the bond between all of us. And again, that's how you make good friends, and having that support network is so important, whether that comes from a group of friends or whether that comes from a charity. That's what we need to really just support people, because it's not difficult to just show a bit of love and support. And because that, again, that's not done on a governmental level, that's what makes these charities so important. And that's why all the money that we're raising here today for that charity is going to help so many people just essentially keep living.
And I think the donation train that we've seen so far has been fantastic. €5,241.69 of our €5,500 stretch goal that we've hit at the moment. We want to thank you so much for every donation that you've put in so far, but we are not yet done. We've still got 4 hours worth of racing to go. So please, if you can, please donate to a wonderful cause to go and help with so many people out there around the world, and specifically helping those in Ireland to start with things here with us. We are going to get a chance, though, to talk to one of our drivers straight out of the car, and with us right now, VTuber Empire here along with us at the moment from, I believe, Queen's Design. Now, Asa, you've had the opportunity to just come out of the car just before the rain has come into play. We did just see the car spin coming out of the pits, but talk us through your stint and how you found it out there in the lull before what will be the inevitable oncoming storm.
Yeah, hey guys, thank you for having me on. And definitely going to be really interesting to see if this rain comes in, how heavy it's going to be. It's going to be really interesting for us because essentially I'm doing the rest of the race for Queens. Mia's in the car at the moment, but she's only doing, I think, 2 more stints total because she's quite fatigued. All the team has done an amazing job. I know we've had a bit of a rough time, but definitely looking forward to seeing the checkered flag soon, hopefully, and hopefully all together in one piece.
Well, we hope 3 hours, 53 minutes from now and not any sooner than that for you. Team's gone through a little bit of difficulties over an LMP2, so just describe the struggles that Queen's Design has gone through over the course of the racing.
Look, it's been a mixed bag for us. I think, like, when I got in the car right towards the start, right after Mia's stunning opening stints, I got a little bit anxious and made some very rookie errors that I just don't usually make, and it cost the team a couple of places. But I left the car off to the rest of my team, and while I went and had a rest, I heard that it just kept getting a little bit more bothersome for us. Unfortunately, we got into, I think, an incident with one of the prototypes, and we also had a couple of incidences with like losing the car over curbing and stuff like that. And look, Le Mans is one of the toughest tracks you can probably race around, but it's so well known because the best drivers are able to master this track. And I think the challenge of it also is what makes it fun. And to be honest, I've been enjoying it. Regardless of what position we're in, P1 or P last, I've just enjoyed the driving and, you know, spending this race with a group of my friends who are also my teammates.
Well, we've seen some wonderful racing out there overall, and of course the goal of any endurance race is to have fun and finish, so it looks like you've got the have fun part in the back pocket, finishing now the next priority. How do you look to navigate that right now with the wet weather coming up on the horizon?
I think we're just going to have to take it as it comes. Like I said before, I'm going to be doing the majority of this stint, so I think for me, it's just going to be caution. We don't really need to overdo it. We're in a position where we're, like, I think 3 laps ahead of the car behind, and we're a couple laps behind the car ahead. So I think if we can just hold where we are, keep the nose clean, and just keep it going, we'll be very happy. Just taking the rein as cautiously as we are.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. VTuber Empire joining us out there on circuit with the Queen's Design number 56 out there. We've got a lot then that has been going on, and we've got this magical pass here, Ewan, that's just come through from Jordan Martin Boisver here. This was against Eli Singh, against Punjav himself with the Pun crew, and this is an all-important pass into Indianapolis. Look at this.
Yeah, we saw this this happened quite a while ago, and the gap's actually 8 seconds now. Jordan Martin Boisver is doing a very good job as things stand. Round the outside into the first part of Indianapolis, late on the brakes on the inside through the second part. A fantastic move. Haven't seen too many of those side-by-side moments actually at Indianapolis so far this morning, but that is one of the best we've seen in the race so far. Great respect shown, and credit should go to both actually for the space given between the two. But a great move from Jordan Martin Boisver, who, as I said, is now 8 seconds ahead of Eli Singh. That happened a few laps ago.
Yep, so an all-important bit of movement. We've got Olivia back here with us. She had to step away for about half an hour or so because of all of the incidents that have gone along. So all those incidents have certainly kept you a little bit in a bit of busyness here, Olivia. But there's also a little bit of a weather update I'm hearing from you because you've been on tap to our meteorologist.
Yeah, so obviously, of course, Head Race Control also is the person who sort of has worked out the weather forecasts. Last year, did a very thorough job of trying to generate an interesting forecast because it was planned to be the first 24-hour race on iRacing with the new rain because temperatures had just been introduced. And she rolled a projection with a lot of rain, quite high chances at some parts of the race. And it showed up on the forecast screen with quite high percentages. And then it never arrived. The race was fully dry. Thankfully, not a repeat of that at the start of this race. We had that wet start that kept a lot of teams on their toes. But we're apparently meant to have a 92% chance of rain in half an hour's time. I don't know if you've looked at the sky and looked at the radar. There's no sign of that 92% showing up right now. So I think history may be repeating itself. Roxy certainly thinks history is repeating itself, and she's getting flashbacks to watching that number eventually tick down and realizing that all of our hype from last year didn't end up amounting to the chaos and drama that we thought it would.
A 92% chance of rain also does mean that there is an 8% chance of no rain is going to be found, and we might have just hit an 8% in half an hour, but it does depend on what the weather does out there at the moment. Mostly cloudy conditions at this point, but we are expecting it to move to overcast conditions over the next 15 minutes or so, with about a 50% chance of rain over the next 15 minutes. So that's certainly in mind. Your lead groups are still as they are. We haven't actually had a chance to talk over the last couple of hours about your leading GT3 out there at the moment here, Taylor. They've got a 2-lap margin at the moment, but effectively it could be 3 pretty soon. It's Satellite Racing solo. They've got Niels Kaur in behind the wheel. They've got Ayrton Williams has been in the car. Christian Menendez has been there over the course. And of course, when you can pull up a driver like Alex Gal and say, yeah, can you just do us a couple stints for us? A driver of that talent, you know that this is a team that was brought here today to try and win this race.
Yeah, Satellite Racing are a team of absolute consummate professionals, and they've been about doing this sim racing thing for a lot longer than I have, and I've had the pleasure of racing them out there on track back in the LMP1 days. Don't see them around so much now that we've switched over to GTP, LMP2, and GT3 in the top sports car series on iRacing. But it's a bit of a breath of fresh air and a bit of a throwback for me to see the likes of Niels Kaur and Alex Gal out there on track, because I can remember being in my little Audi R18, bombing it around the likes of Road Atlanta and blasting past what probably for them would have been Porsche 911 RSRs at the time. So yeah, like you say, Sperry, they're a team that was set up to win, and that's pretty much what they're going to do here today. 2-lap lead, you're looking at 8 minutes in terms of track time, and that's something that's going to be really difficult to overhaul, especially with the 3 fast repairs and the fact that the 64 crew just seem to be keeping their noses completely clean out of the steward's room and just plugging away at those laps. Their pace has been absolutely incredible.
Well, it is currently the 20th of April in sim time at the moment, as it is today on Easter Sunday as they battle. And normally in this northern region of France, the number 7 team then have just picked up an instant limit penalty. So that will be the Sakura Engineering team, Emmy Floating, currently behind the wheel at the moment. And normally this sort of region is known around for the cycling classics in and around this time. I know that you and the likes of Paris-Roubaix is sort of around here, the hell of the north, in terms of those sorts of races. So normally you get a little bit of rain around that time. So I'd say we're in ideal conditions for the area, but at the moment it's just not happening.
I'd say almost any time of year is quite good for rain in northern France, really. It's a bit like the UK in some ways. It can rain very, very easily around here, and I would be shocked to be honest. Although I get what everyone else is saying about what happened last year and what you said earlier, Jake, about 92% chance of rain is an 8% chance of no rain, and that is all true. But I just can't see a way in which this doesn't rain before the end. We've just got too long to go with too high percentages, in my opinion, to not see rain by the end, but maybe we're going to get away with it for a second year in a row. I think that would be quite extraordinary to see. Just to go back to one thing you just said a moment ago about instant limit, by the way, as well, there was a repeat from the driver's briefing about 3.5 hours ago, or a bit less than that actually, but oh no, it was about 3.5 hours ago, sorry. A reminder to all the teams that while there isn't actually a an incident limit in the game. There is a manual one at drive-through at 120 incidents, and so we might well start to see that rearing its head in the last 4 hours as well, as people start to go over 120 incident points over the course of the day.
Yeah, that's a lot of smoke down there over at the Dunlop chicane as everyone tries to navigate through. I wonder whether that was Technoburst trying to find a way back through at that stage of the track. But the 16 team have again picked that up. So Rainbow Racing Helios is that team that now finds themselves then with the small penalty out there at the moment. So in terms of getting a little bit more of an explanation on how this works, so we take a look at Eric Gregis and coming out of the pits. Big slide over the curb and catching it again. Olivia, I just want to see how that works through then, and how you believe that iRacing system of weather is implemented at this moment in time.
So I'll talk about that, and then I'll talk about the incident points. So the reason why we are concerned that there might not be rain, despite the fact that the percentages last for a very long time and all the way to the end of the race, is that I'm pretty sure, I'm not 100%, but I think that those percentages are very much correlated. So there's not really a chance that we get the rain at 12 p.m. but not 11 a.m. I think we need to hit the 92% now, and then it would slowly taper off in a variable time from then. So I think it's very much business time in the next sort of 25 to 30 minutes on whether we're going to have this system hit us at all. And if we don't, then I think the rest of those numbers are going to drop to zero very soon after. As for the incident penalties that are being given out, that is an issue of session setup. We talked about the weather being generated just once for this year's event, and then just left as is. We wanted a more natural option for this. And the problem with that is that once it was generated, you can't really make changes to the session without it refreshing that and generating a new system of weather. So the plan was to have a penalty at 120. We couldn't set it in the session, and so we are now going through manually and monitoring for that. And there's a second one that we've been applying, well, to put it quite generously, at 220, which I would have put it a bit lower personally, but she is race control, she gets to make that call. And we have now had 2 cars end up above that limit and picking up a second drive-through for incidents.
Well, sometimes that does happen, and you have to pay the piper, so to speak. This is Eric Gregis here, who had the spin coming out of the pits, abandoned the first chicane, Ewan, and then has this spin at the second chicane. If you continue with this, they actually see Eli Singh and the pump crew off the road as they head to Mulsanne Corner itself.
Yeah, it's been a difficult outlap by the looks of things for 253. We've seen this actually in the past more into the first Mulsanne chicane. Actually, these spins on cold tyres. You'd think by the second that they'd be at least used to it, or at least more up to temperature as well, the tyres. But no, still struggling through there, and that's another spin into the gravel. So 253 will get back going again and hope to keep it on the road from there. But unfortunately, it has been a difficult race for them so far. They're 23 laps down, and the prospect of them overtaking somebody on track is pretty slim at the moment. They'll be hoping for incidents up ahead, but maybe above all, hoping just to get to the finish without any further scratches.
Yeah, and trying to manage that as we see diving into the pits, your leader then in your GT3 category, Satellite Racing Solar, making the call then to jump down into the lane. So that is their prerogative to go and make that stop, and now look at trying to get that new fresh set of tyres and fuel in play before running out and going again for another long stint. I do love the amount of effort that's been put in here, Taylor, from all around. And one thing we haven't really talked about is that Garage 51 style entry that we've had out there here today. The number 28 machine running the Supercars Camaro out there of Prismatic Motorsports Minerva. Willow McAndrew currently behind the wheel of the number 28 machine. And in that spirit, it's a case of a car that is going, well, how far can we go in this? And I think very unique in a sim racing sense to have an entry like this.
Yeah, it's been really wonderful to see out there on track. Of course, being involved with the Prismatic community, know all those drivers in that car quite well as well. And they're all fabulous, wonderful people. As I think, ooh, is that P3 and GTP going for a spin on pit exit. I think that's Izzy Matthews locking up the rear brakes on cold tires, sending out an apology to the race leader who she did spin in front of. But to keep talking about that Camaro, I know they wanted to have an entry like this last year, but with the rain, that means it wasn't possible. As there's a replay of Izzy going for that half spin just in front of your overall race leader. Gets it gathered up quite well, rejoins safely, but those tires are not going to be fun for the next 45 minutes. Back to the Camaro yet again. Yeah, it's good to see the Challenger entry, but it's certainly something that's been unique to deal with out there on track. I know they had issues in the middle of the night where they said the brakes started to, you know, sort of fall off in terms of how good they were feeling, and it extended their braking zones quite a lot. We had a little bit of a joke within TMR, especially the LMP2 guys, where they're like, yeah, every time you're on for a 38 or a 37, you will find the Camaro in a corner and it will slow you down by about 2 seconds a lap or so. And that was certainly the experience I had down at Mulsanne Corner. But of course, these girls have absolutely no one to race against. It's literally just them, the car and the track. And I think for a lot of that, it's going to take a good amount of pressure off everyone in that car, and they can truly just drive the car and enjoy the experience of hooning a car around, oh goodness, I used to know the number off the top of my head, 13.5 kilometers of racetrack as they clatter over the curves because they have the suspension to do that.
Out to the rear cul de Mont and back on for another lap around here, doing what will be for them their 274th lap of the race, and giving a flyby there of the pits after taking the slowdown penalty and running back up to speed again. It's been wonderful to see their effort, but I believe the question I'm going to have to ask, because it's the one that I'd love to hear, Ewan, is that who wants a soda?
I quite like one.
Me, please.
Taylor, do you want a soda?
I mean, there's one in the kitchen. I can just sort of go and grab one if I want.
Oh, what soda in the kitchen?
It is Pepsi Max.
It is Pepsi Max. Ewan, what is your go-to soda?
Are we allowed to advertise?
We're not advertising.
Other sodas are available.
Other sodas
We're allowed to have opinions. Please drink anything other than the ones that we mention.
Yes. No, just
drink tap water. Most places it's safe and it's good for you and it's cheap. Like
unless you live in certain.
If your tap water's not safe, don't drink it. But like if it is, go ham, go nuts. It's delicious.
It hasn't killed me yet.
It's not that nice though, is it?
I drank tap water in Detroit.
Whoa, hang on a second. Did you just say tap water's not that nice?
No, it's not as nice as a Pepsi.
Tap water's absolutely goated. It's the best thing in the world. What are you on about?
I mean, I do drink it, but not you know, not because if I could survive as a human without drinking, I would.
Wow.
What's wrong with you?
Well, that sounds to me like there is a lot of debate out there. I will say that, you know, you can't go wrong with Coca-Cola, but I do like a good Mountain Dew from now and time to time. So I think we've all got our preferences. David, you're going with tap water there, so a good decision out there with 3 hours, 35 minutes to go. But the Who Wants a Soda team, number 58, Patrick Silvazzi behind the wheel currently, they've had a pretty decent day at this moment, Ewan. Started 23rd, finish at this moment in time, if they were to finish it right now, in 23rd.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it. Just stay where you are throughout. Lots of positions changing, people overtaking them, people being passed by them as well, but roughly staying the same throughout for Patrick Silvazzi, who's currently the driver. They're in 10th place in the class as well, so they've got a bit of space in between them. It looks like it's going to be a top 10 for them today, but there's still a long way to go, and they've still got to keep it on the road from here as well. So yeah, good drive for them. At least they're in the race still, and inside the top 10. They won't have any complaints about that.
I think a point has just been made very brilliantly, David, over in the YouTube chat that we've got for this race, and it's that there would be competition for the tap water companies. That would be the bottled water companies.
Yeah, and then the third alternative, which is those machines that will generate drinking water from the humidity in the air. So if you want one of those, that's another source of potable, fresh, still water.
Oh, there's rain. I've just seen a flash of blue on the radar coming in from the west. So rain is on the way. And all drivers now will see a small slither of blue here, Taylor, and go, uh-oh, now we need to prepare.
Yeah, everyone's going to be thinking about that as well. Here is the live look at the weather radar for you. It's some very light rain. I think a lot of us around sim racing would describe that as class 1 rain, definitely not stolen from any other form of motorsport. But the question is, how quickly is actually approaching the circuit? Very, very quickly. You can see it looping, and you can see how much more of the blue is coming onto the radar screen every time it loops. Because every time that loop goes around, that is the weather radar advancing its picture. Without that loop, it would just sort of statically move along chunk by chunk by chunk. But that is a system of weather that is making its way towards the track very, very quickly. But I think the interesting part about that is, if you just look at the bottom end of how that system's developing, I think if that shrinks a little bit, there's a small chance that the system could cover most of the circuit, but not all of it, which honestly, if I was given a choice between rain hitting the entire circuit at once or hitting none of the circuit, I'd choose that. But it's not decision time yet. But now the entire field of 48 surviving cars is going to be thinking about, what are we going to do in the next 45 minutes or so?
There's a phrase that is used by good old Jim Ross, and that is that business has just picked up. And I think that we are just about finding ourselves in that position. Olympus Esports Atlas leading Hypercar by 1 lap, just under a lap for Twin Turn Sim Racing and LMP2, a 2.5 lap lead for Satellite Racing Solar, and no guarantees that this is going to be the end results that we see, as we have kept our focus with the Who Wants a Soda number 58 through the first chicane. That is Arctic Sim Racing Green, who are there behind them. 95 is the car number, and they're a little ways down at the moment, Ewan, in this one. They are down 34 laps on their class leaders right now, and 13 laps from their next nearest competitor in class, which is the 24 of L1 Racing.
Yeah, but fair play to them for continuing on, and indeed for everyone who's been long delayed in this race and continuing on. A couple of other names we should probably shout out in that vein. We've spoken recently about Technoburst Racing. They're 23 laps off the lead, but still going. L1 Racing themselves are quite a long way off the lead. They're behind a lot of the LMP2s, but they're still going as well. Fair play to them all for continuing on and maintaining it at just 3 retirements so far in this race, which is absolutely fantastic to have nearly 21 hours in. I've just been looking up and down the timing screen to see who's close to a pit stop here and who's going to have a very awkward sort of half stint as the rain starts to fall. See, it's going to be ages till wet tyres are required, but there's a lot of these teams, because everybody's all over the place as far as strategy goes, a lot of these teams who are going to find this rain when it comes very, very awkward as far as their strategy goes. And their very nicely timed pit stops from now until the end that they will have planned are going to be thrown out the window very quickly.
They certainly are, and it looks like with the radar that it's pretty much encompassing the whole radar in patches up and down, so it looks like there's going to be no recovery from it or no way of skirting around it at this moment, which is going to be worth its weight as we go forward. Olympus Esports Atlas, then the focus currently with, as they just make their way by that Technoburst Racing car, which has been in for a very difficult stint out there over the course of racing. Victor Clayson behind the wheel. And Taylor, this has been a wonderful team effort by, I would say, all the stars of the team out there. Patrick Thompson's been behind the wheel. Thomas Cope, Andreas Nordenhoff has been there. And you can't look behind the fantastic work that was done in the early to middle stints by Nina Hahn, who we know here, of course, at RaceSpotTV as one of the all-important stewards over at the Ivor Endurance Series.
Yeah, definitely. But it was certainly a great load of fun to hunt Nino down twice in the last 12 hours or so. That's a car with a big off down into Indianapolis, just in front of your overall race leader, as the Satellite Galaxy car finds itself in the barrier on the exit of Indy. I'm trying to figure out exactly what happened there. It looks like the car just didn't seem to stop as it goes straight on into the barrier. Front end drops off, and that Ferrari towing is going to have possibly some lengthy repairs there if they've got suspension damage. But to bring it back to your overall race leader, yeah, they've done an absolutely fantastic job, as you just see the replay of the 65 going off the road and bouncing off that tyre barrier. They've killed it all race long. They've been genuinely absolutely flawless from start to end, and it's been absolutely infuriating to not be able to make any proper inroads on them until late last night, when apparently the gap came down to about 1.5 seconds, but not quite able to complete that job. Gap now up to that 1 lap or so, and all they really need to do here, they've got a bit of margin, is just keep plugging away, stay calm, keep your heads on, only really switch to the wet tires when you start to feel a little bit unsafe, because you have that margin to make the wrong call in those situations. Because especially when you've got a lap or a gap even that big, you'll find that everyone else is chasing you. 3.5 minutes is a big amount of time to close down over the space of 3.5 hours. And as much as I rate my own driver lineup, I think it's going to take a lot of work to close that gap, unless the 21 crew start making mistakes or their pace just completely drops off. And judging by what we saw at the start of the race from Olympus Esports, I really don't think that's going to happen.
Well, here's a big moment when it comes to the battle for the podium in LMP2, Ewan, because the 100 team have just hit the instant limit, and turn 1 are going to have to come down and take an extra stop, and they've just had a bit of contact going through the Porsche curves from the Beta Frost 8.
That is not good news at all for number 100, and that battle for third flops around again. It's been so sort of changeable, if you like, throughout this last 6 hours or so. So many different teams have been in third at some point in this race. It looks like Olympus Esports Proton might have finally a bit of breathing space in that one now, as at the end of another 10 laps they come into pit lane. This is that incident you were talking about, as Pedro Marquez found down the inside nicely at the first part. Then towards the second part is where it gets all difficult in the LMP2. One of the hypercars coming through on the inside, that didn't help. Through the last part of it now, this is a bit more difficult in the LMP2s than it is in the hypercars, sort of awkwardly alongside. Then there's going to be nearly contact. Like they all got through in the end there, actually, through Porsche curves.
It was the hypercar that made the contact through the second part of the corner, Ewan.
I didn't see any. Maybe I'm blind. I didn't see anyone make contact with anybody else.
It might have been the camera angle there on board where it looked a little bit deceptive out there, but at least out there for the 100, they did take a little tap to the side. It was just a little. It was enough for them to move over a half stage out there and go forward. Taylor, I can't believe that I've done 3.5 hours of endurance commentary and I've not once mentioned balance of performance.
Well, it's because it's not really something that's needed to be mentioned out there today. I feel like we've got a relatively good balance of performance at the moment. There's a heavy preference towards the Cadillac in this race, certainly in GTP, as we get a replay of that contact as the Beta Frost car does door the turn one. The turn one car, just turn one. Okay, I thought there was a sim racing tagged on the end of that one. But yeah, the bop has been relatively all right. Of course, it's quite hard to balance all the cars in Hypercar. You've set me off now, Sperry. This is all your fault. Due to the fact that we don't quite have a completely accurate representation of these cars in sim yet. The Ferrari 499P is meant to have a 200 kilowatt motor on that front axle, but just with the way the hybrid system works in that car at the moment, as a way to help balance it out, it's 70 kilowatts like the Acura, Porsche, Cadillac and BMW that were already in the sim when it was released. And that four-wheel drive works 100% of the time rather than at that 190 kilometer an hour limit like it does in real life. But I think BOP's not so much a factor because a lot of these teams are going to have to have built the setups themselves for this race. iRacing does provide a default low downforce setup that is designed for Le Mans, designed for Daytona. But realistically, it's not very good. The likes of Empire, Priz, Olympus, Beta Frost will have the skills on the team to try and throw something together. And I know for a fact that each and every one of those teams has, but they're not going to be as optimized as if a setup shop was making them, because there isn't that same, well, I don't want to say there isn't that same expertise, but you sort of expect a better job to be done by a setup shop. I can tell you in our case, we used a a P1 Docs Fuji setup as our absolute baseline. But I did a lot of aero tweaking to that to try and make it work around Le Mans. And at one point, I actually found that the rear end was porpoising, so I had to fix that. So there you go, iRacing modeling porpoising. But like I say, because we're not all running setups that are hyper optimized for the car, it means if there are any inherent imbalances in the balance of performance, it's not really something that's shining through. Of course, I've focused heavily on GTP when talking about bot, because that's the only class out of these three that I know much about. The only thing I can tell you about GT3 at the moment is the fact that the McLaren is very much the preferred car for any sort of circuit. And I think just looking at this one camera shot, 2 GT3s in it, 2 McLarens, I'm going to extrapolate from a data point of 2 or a data set of 2 and say that that's the case in GT3 here as well.
Yeah, so there's a lot of confidence out there on track from a number of drivers with the choice that they have chosen, of course, for their car of choice. But at the end of the day, Ewan, it comes down to the fact that you got to. It's not always about the car that you drive that's the quickest. It's about the car that's the most comfortable for you to drive.
Exactly, yeah. That's why a lot of these teams have chosen what they've chosen. Might not have been much of a factor, actually, which one is fastest. I don't know how many teams will have actually tested which one is fastest and whether that's even a factor, whether it's just going to be comfortability. In that sense, though, I'm slightly surprised there's no BMWs, because I think maybe it's just my opinion on the BMW. I think that's the most comfortable car to drive for 24 hours. I don't know what you have to do to get that car to spin, to be honest. It's other than go off the circuit, I suppose. It is a really, really comfortable car for 24 hours, very relaxing, and nobody's chosen it in GT3 this year.
Well, it is a little shame, and hopefully we'll see some BMWs in the future, but maybe it might have to take one of the Empire teams to come out of the out of the hypercar category and move into GT3 for that to maybe give itself some purchase. We do have the ability to talk to one of our drivers, and this is a really important conversation. We talked, of course, earlier on in the race with Saoirse Fitzpatrick, and joining us again is Saoirse once more. So Saoirse, the Minerva Challenger entry right now, it's had its ups, it's had its downs. It's currently the last running car overall, 5 laps down on Rainbow Racing Helios there, but it's been a race not without challenge for you and the team.
Oh, tell us about it. Obviously, I haven't been in the car since sometime early last night. Overnight was an interesting one. We had some serious issues with our brakes for a few hours, where I'm told on our third engine we've no fast repairs left. Our drivers are going absolutely mad, but we're getting through it. It's turned out to be much more of a challenge than I think any of us really expected.
And that really telling, actually, there, from driving a Gen 3 supercar like this and trying to get it around the circuit. It's got all of the power to go up to 300 kilometers an hour if you can get it there. But, of course, it's got those regular brakes, and it's a car that only has the rear wheels working to apply that power down. So a car that is very unique, and it is known, actually, as being a standard bearer for improving car skills out here in iRacing. How difficult is it to pilot for 24 hours?
Oh, it's been a tough one. Like, admittedly, I've had it comparatively easy compared to Garnet. She is currently driving, I think this is her, like, 8th stint or something like that, where I've done, like, 6, maybe? I might be miscounting. But, like, she's done the lion's share of the driving at the moment, and she's tired. She wants to go to bed. Like, same with Willow, same with Mavis. Like, we're all pretty tired. Like, it's a difficult machine to get around this track in any way quickly. Never mind quickly for hours and hours on end.
It is really tough, and I'm sure it won't help out very much more that there is Class 1 rain on the horizon, which is starting to work its way towards the circuit. So as it goes now for you and the team, what does the threat of rain do with a car that is without fast repairs now for the final 3 hours and 20 minutes?
No fast repairs is definitely a scary one. Any crash that we have will basically rule out any opportunity of us catching a GT3. But if it rains, and it rains heavily, then there's a serious shot that we could make up some spots. Like, making up 5 laps in the space of 3 hours is not impossible, but it's a tough ask. But if it does start to really come down, I'm going to be in the car after Garnet. I'm going to be running it to the end. I will be able to catch those cars. I know for a fact I'll be able to, because we're going to be 10 to 15 seconds faster per lap.
Well, the confidence is there, and we hope that it's going to be one where we can see that chase come down. Prismatic Motorsports Minerva having a very nice run of things. Saoirse Fitzpatrick joining us then and putting together a wonderful display of driving at the moment for the Challenger team, who would love to be not last out there. Olivia, I know you're still here and with us with 3 hours and 18 minutes, 45 seconds left to go here, but the challenge is going to ramp up for a number of these teams. And the 3 fast repairs then, we've only had a handful of retirements out of this race. Unlucky Luke, Cookie Monster Motorsport and the Leadpool Racing Dragon team who have been the firm retirees from this race. In terms of having those 3 fast repairs, I know it's very different to the likes of what we have when it comes to iRacing official racing out there, where of course you have no fast repairs and you'll lose half the field by the end of it. So having these opportunities for more drivers to go out, make those mistakes and still have a chance to continue with effectively a spare car, how vital has that been to the success of this event?
Oh, it's been a huge factor. We have so many cars running compared to what you would typically have in a race like this. What I will say is that there's still some teams that have fast repairs in tow, some teams that haven't used one, and this is where there's actually interesting strategy that you don't normally see in iRacing. But if you run certain leagues, or especially the Nürburgring Endurance Championship, a D-Class 4-hour series, you start to realize that there's some strategy in when you take fast repairs and whether you try and keep them in the pocket. We've had teams that have had maybe minor incidents, not maybe even meatballs, that they've chosen to take fast repair on, and then maybe had a much more severe incident further down the line. And in contrast, we had, I think, the real disaster for Queen's Design after their fantastic start to the race in LMP2 was I believe they just didn't have their fast repair checked after they had that first big incident. And so, despite having 3 remaining, and I think still having 3 remaining right now, ends up spending a huge amount of time on pit lane manually fixing up a car. So there's definitely a little bit of complication and strategy that it adds to the race that I'm not sure many teams are all that familiar with, considering that they're probably all practicing in the official races that are a lot more brutal with it.
There certainly is, and it is always very difficult to work your way around those fast repairs. Ewan, I'm keeping my eye on the 121 car at the moment of Olympus Esports Proton. They currently have a Porsche All-Star behind the wheel in Lyubov Zeretskovskaya there, or otherwise known as Love 46.
Yeah, that's a better way of doing it, I think, for English brains. Yeah, it's been a good drive, actually, from Lyubov and the Olympus team. As I mentioned, in the last 6 hours or so, they've gone from outside the top 5 at times to inside the podium places quite comfortably now. The Turn 1's team's demises in the last couple of moments have meant that they're now over 2 minutes behind, and Olympus are looking comfortable. They should be coming towards the mid part of another stint. This is the end of lap number 3, so I think they'll be hoping that maybe at the end of this stint they could put wets on, but that would require really quite a lot of rain quite quickly.
Yeah, so you need a lot of rain to go down on the track. It's not just a case of, oh, rain comes, we put wet tyres on, Taylor. It also has to be enough rain out there for drivers to deal with the circuit conditions. Oh, spin just behind. That's going to be the Beta Frost car. Storm Sandvik just about avoiding the barriers on the right-hand side. We'll go to that more importantly. Storm Sandvik having a major moment coming through the Tetraru chicane.
Yeah, I've got to say, on the way down the hill through the Descente de la Chapelle, the cars can get a little bit sketchy. I'll tell you this, it's something that I was struggling with when building the setup for the 41. The car just seems to want to break loose just before you get to the braking zone for Tete Rouge. Like, with the amount of downforce you have to strip off the rear of these cars to actually get them to go quick on the Honnaudière and on the run down to Indianapolis, it does leave them in such a sketchy position, and all of that rear stability has to come from the springs and the dampers at the back of the car rather than that rear wing. And it just seemed like Storm Stanvik, as we're going to watch the replay there, you see that the LMP2 in front didn't do anything to help initiate that spin. It was literally just a case of the rear of that Cadillac completely coming around, as we're going to see a very similar sort of thing for the Empire on the exit of the Corvette curves, just catching the inside curb there a little bit and sending the 56 car into a big spin. But yeah, setup compromise, a really big part of racing here at Le Mans, and it just seems like at this stage of the race, maybe a little bit of fatigue setting in, not letting the car slide in the way it needs to get around that corner is what bit the 8 in the butt there.
Yeah, it's not ideal. I will actually give an update on the weather here. It is known as Class 1 rain that's coming up, and it's declared as somewhere between 30 to 45% chance of rain over the next couple of hours out there. So it's still holding off for the moment, but it is still advancing on the circuit right now, the Circuit de la Sarthe. So it is making its way across the Pays de la Loire region here from the west-southwest at this moment in time. So it is going to be arriving, but I don't think it's going to be arriving at this moment in time before the 3-hour mark comes in. So that might be something for Connery Maddock and Dara Thacker to go and look at towards the end of racing action here today from the Circuit des 24 Heures du Mans. So that is going to be just worth keeping an eye out on as the race nears its conclusion here. It's been a stellar run of action here for racing. €5,241 and 69 cents out there. So there's still a lot more to go out there to get to the €5,500. I do hope that we can hit that stretch goal as our way to get to the end of the racing action. But there is also a lot more out there where these drivers are pushing to go through. And I think as well, looking at that Doug Henson Racing yellow team right now, Ewan, that might be the team that has the most driver entries that you can possibly have in this sim race right now, because I count 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different drivers in that car at any one point over the course of this race.
Yeah, there's 10. And we've, I think, seen them all now. I don't even know. Maybe not. But everybody's got to do at least one stint, and they'll be fine for drive time. Can get very awkward when you start to get up to big numbers when you're doing drive time. You can get caught out quite easily, but it's just one stint should be enough for those 10 drivers. Great way to share the race between a lot of different drivers in the same team. You know, that's a group of friends who've been racing together, endurance racing, for a very long time. And instead of taking it too seriously and doing 2 cars of 5, as they might well do for something else, just go all together as one group of 10. I'm sure they've been chatting away throughout the race and enjoying themselves, and that's what it's all about here this afternoon. It is less serious, more enjoyment, and with 10 of you there, you certainly don't have to put too much stress on the driving. I mean, that's an average of about 2 hours, an hour, 2 hours and a half each. It's not very much really.
Well, we know as well here, Taylor, that the maximum amount that you can put into a car in terms of the maximum amount of drivers you can have is 15. So they're a little short of the ultimate challenge of putting 15 drivers in a car and seeing how it goes. It's almost like one of those challenges of how many people can you fit inside a Mini Cooper.
Yeah, well, that's why it's called the Mustang for all intents and purposes. Painted up like one of the British stagecoach buses, and honestly, I think Nico's done a great job with that. Wait, actually, it might have been Sam that painted that one. I think Sam's done a great job with that livery, because it matches the vibe of those buses so well. And I also want to highlight on the bonnet of the car, as we're going to see, or the hood, as you see it coming to, we'll see a list of the driver names on the front of that car of everyone that's in it. But yeah, Mustang, loads of drivers, and the way we imagined it was it's a double-decker bus, and they're sort of all coming down from the top deck when they're ready to do their stint, and getting in the driver's seat to do their run in the car. I did see Jimmy rejoin the server. Also, the question was asked earlier if he was going to do another stint, and his answer was a big old shoulder shrug. It looks like that shoulder shrug may be turning into a thumbs up.
It very much might do, and Ewan, I know you've been on the other side of this for almost every single race. Every time there's a big endurance race that goes on, there is always inevitably that question of where is Jimmer, followed swiftly by where is Max Verstappen.
Yes, And are they in this split? Well, the answer on this occasion is yes. Although not in Max Verstappen's case. I don't know what he's doing this weekend. Doing some other race series that some people have heard of. But yeah, it's great to have them all here. And I didn't realise that's what their car was painted at. But now you point it out, it looks very good, actually. now I realise.
It's subtle enough, which I think is what makes it so beautiful. And that's something that often doesn't get talked about, Ewan, is just how creative the livery creation here is on iRacing. Because a lot of people actually look around, and I think we're seeing it more and more, the real-world teams will test out their liveries in sim racing spheres to go and give them an opportunity to say, well, this will now work on the car when we go and put it into the real world and wrap up the car in its entirety.
Yeah, I think that's a great thing as well for real world motorsport. But it's been a long time in iRacing now where this has been the case, and there are some very, very skillful people doing this behind the scenes. And in case you've never tried to do one yourself, it's impossible, to be honest. But these people managed to find a way and make it work. And it's a wonderful looking grid that we've got so many good liveries up and down the field, and some very, very talented designers up and down the field who've helped create it as well.
I'll take that as a direct compliment. Thank you.
Brilliant. Taylor, we've definitely taken an eye on your livery, or your liveries out there on circuit in terms of what has been put together. But, of course, the difficulties of painting, yes, we've gone into a painting discussion now. For you, how difficult is it to go and navigate your way around? Because it looks like every time that you try and paint a car like this, you've got to deal with the absolute fold-out of the car and how it looks, and there'll be one little box somewhere that doesn't necessarily correlate to where you think it goes.
So, I can't lie, right, I've been painting liveries for the team on iRacing for 4 years at this point. Actually, at the start of this week, Monday, TMR did celebrate its 4th anniversary, which is something that I wanted to mention at some point, but I completely forgot. So happy birthday, TMR. Thank you for somehow surviving for 4 years. I love you. But yeah, painting the liveries on the GTPs is actually, without risk of sounding a little bit, oh goodness me, I'm so good. It's so easy. Honestly, everything on these nets is laid out just absolutely wonderfully, and with the way that you can switch on the net and see all the different lines and shapes, it's so much easier to track down all the parts you want to paint on these cars than it was on the R18s. Oh, there's a replay of the Pun Crew car going off at Indianapolis yet again. That's going to be some extensive repairs on the front of that car once more, as they will make their way down pit lane for another unexpected time. But yeah, the way the nets are laid out in the GTPs, you can really mirror all the designs that you need to make the 66 going for a spin through Tech Rouge. Just have a look at a couple of replays there. So you can just paint one side of the car with all of the patterning work that you want to do, and then bring up the net, find the halfway point, copy, paste onto the other side. And again, it just makes it so much easier. Whereas the Audi R18, goodness gracious me, that was an absolute nightmare to paint. I don't know if you've seen it, Sperry, but there's just so many knickknacks and bits and pieces everywhere on that livery, and it is completely overwhelming. And all of the bits that actually matter are just so relatively small compared to what they are on the GTP. And yeah, it's GTP easy, R18 hard, GT3's about as easy, but there are always going to be those little bits that hide away on the livery somewhere, and you spend about half an hour looking for them. It still takes a lot of time to paint a livery because there's so much to it, but it's certainly a lot easier than it used to be.
Yeah, and of course that goes with time and effort and dedication that comes through to making sure that all works, and the works of things like trading paints, for example, have brought to build up possibly the greatest sandbox of sim racing you can possibly have here, which is, of course, iRacing at this point. About 3 hours, 5 minutes away now from the end of this race, and drivers are still setting up, and that rain is closing in again, and I wouldn't say it's very far away. I would say that we're about 15 to 20 minutes away from hitting that next patch. You can see it there. It's agonizing close. That black dot in the center is the circuit, and it is going to hit here, you. And I think this is really important to note. It's going to hit from the west, so it's going to hit that run coming along from Arnaud's Porsche curves and over the front stretch first, rather than the Mulsanne.
Yeah, and that is probably the worst way around to have it, to be honest. You'd rather it on the straight parts than in the twisty bits towards the end of the lap, as the race leader has to come in to make a pit stop, and Adam P2 goes for a spin in sympathy in the background through the Ford chicanes. But I think it's so light based on the graphic you saw there. You see it's in the light blue. Based on the colour, it doesn't seem like it's going to be very heavy. So actually the time at which you're going to have to put on wet tyres is going to be, might be quite a long way away.
It might, if at all, actually is going to be an important thing to remember, because if the track doesn't get wet enough and it's, you know, just a light spit of rain that goes out there on circuit, it is going to be, you know, a lot more difficult to say that you're going to survive and go through. An easy stop, Patrick Thompson getting back in behind the car here, Taylor, to go back out and racing again. So long as you can keep the tyre temperatures up, I think it's going to be worth staying on a dry tyre, but it's a risk here. Like, I would rather have a determined heavy amount of rain than I would light rain, because you just don't know at this sort of stage.
Yeah, I think the way I see it with the way it's happening, and certainly with the way that I've experienced it in iRacing so far, it's definitely a case of the duration of the rain is more important than the heaviness of it even. So especially with the fact that that blue wave keeps coming in and keeps coming in and keeps coming in, I'm pretty sure it's going to rain long enough for the track surface to actually be wet enough for wet tyres, because this weather system is set to continue well until the end of the race. So I think actually for Olympus Esports, it's a really smart decision to put Patrick back on board that car, not only to get that car to the end of the race, but he's done a crossover from wet to dry, so he knows what the track conditions are going to feel like when it is time to switch over to the wet weather tires. And I still think it is going to be a little bit away from it actually going to wet conditions. You're right on that one, Sperry, but honestly, if you're asking me, we are going to get wet tires back on the circuit.
And Olivia, I'm going to bring you in here for the moment, because we are getting really set for these final stages. We've just seen a couple penalties come in from the stewarding team out there. So the 65 and the 24 have both been dinged for incidents. So that number 24 car is the L1 Racing team who have that, and the 65 team is the Satellite Racing Galaxy car that we did see in a whole heap of trouble a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, I felt very harsh just sitting here and spotting them both on 120 and saying, well, I'd give them a penalty here, when I'm pretty sure both of those final incidents came from quite significant meatballs that they picked up. But rules are rules. I can't really pick and choose on those. I have to apply it as if it is iRacing, and so those cars will have an additional trip down pit lane to serve. Now they're all fixed up. I believe Satellite has already actually served theirs, and L1, I think, are going to be in very shortly indeed. But we do have a few cars, counting them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them, above 100 incidents right now that have not yet been given the 120x drive-through. So there's a potential that this could decide a couple of battles if they end up on the razor-thin wire heading into the final couple hours, especially if the rain causes a few spins and a few off-track excursions.
Whilst we're talking about stewarding, before I do have to step out of the booth for the remainder, I do just want to say, whilst you're in the booth, Liv, and whilst I know that the rest of the stewarding team can hear me, shout out to Olivia, Lara, Roxy and Florian, who have absolutely killed it in the steward's room all day long, having full coverage of the race from end to end. And I think for the most part, you've been very fair, very balanced. You've done a great job of doing that. And I've got a lot of respect for all four of you that have been able to just sit there, look at replays for almost 24 hours and make those decisions, because it's not the spot that a lot of people would want to be in, and you four have taken that burden on your shoulders and you have killed it all race long.
Well, We've seen so much amazing sim racing here. We are now going to be ticking over to 3 hours to go here in your Race for a Cause 24 here in 2025. We do have Connery Maddock on the horizon, but he won't be. They won't be here just yet. So at least for the moment, Ewan O'Leary will step into my shoes for a moment. Want to thank Taylor Mills, who's been here, Olivia Hayward, and David Hayes. Ewan O'Leary still here, but joining us now, Dara Thacker.
Yeah, thank you, Jake. Great to be back for the final 3 hours of this race. Been a long one, been a long night over the course of the last 12 hours, but with the sun rising again, 3 hours left to run. Looks like we are back in the rhythm again, and we can have a really good view of what's going to be unfolding in the final couple of hours. Myself and Thacker, Ewan O'Leary still here for a couple of minutes at least. Ewan, you've been here for a little while now. You've seen more than a fair share of racing in this race, and we're kind of getting to the stage where I think teams are just trying to settle in and targeting exactly where they want to be at the end of the race.
Exactly. Normally at this stage, you've got that target towards the very end, and you know what you're going to do. You figured out fuel strategy by this point, 3 hours to go. It's just that rain that's playing a bit of a curveball into this one right now. Just throws everything off a little bit. It's going to force teams undoubtedly to make a pit stop when they weren't planning on doing so initially, and that is just going to throw everything up into the air. So looking forward to seeing when that rain is going to fall, and as I say, I do think it is going to be a when now. We've seen it approaching. Is it going to even require wet tyres though? That's the question. It's all been light blue on the radar so far, which suggests it's quite light, although it does also suggest it's going to be quite long rain, so it might be raining for long enough to get the track fully wet and the wets fully useful. We will see over this next period in the race.
Yeah, and of course, after the wet period of weather that we had right at the start of the race, it would be interesting if we had that kind of start and end in the same manner. And I think drivers will be starting to get ready for that rain to arrive. But the question really is, how heavy will it be? And it's so difficult, isn't it, to try and judge conditions when they're consistently changing. And, you know, we've seen a few times in some of the longer endurance races, particularly in special events on iRacing of late, that the wet weather tyres have worked that little bit better in, the dry tyres have worked that little bit better in wet conditions than you would otherwise expect. But it's so tricky to judge conditions like that, and in a circuit like Le Mans, it's such a long circuit. Conditions can be vastly different from one side of the circuit to the other, can't they?
Yeah, we were speaking about that. Jake was saying that the rain is going to hit us on the western side. That is down towards our Narge and the Porsche curves that are going to be hit first. So it's coming from the opposite direction to where we're facing down there down the front straight. Well, sort of to the left of this camera, if you like. But the clouds look pretty even all over. It looks like it's going to rain all over the circuit pretty shortly. And I did notice as well, by the way, the race leaders taking a slightly shorter pit stop, 33 seconds that time round, which is about 3/4 of a length of a normal pit stop. Wonder if they're maybe underfueling slightly to wait for the weather, and indeed you can now see the rain falling. There it is on the front straight. We said it was going to hit there first, and it has done. Rain is now falling at Le Mans.
Yeah, with only less than 3 hours to go, this is going to change the shape of the race for quite a few teams, but it's just a question of how much is it going to rain. Can drivers keep it under control towards the end of some long stints if they are losing concentration? As I say, that car already off, final corner, and that is the overall race leader. They've got a 3-minute lead down. It's going to be reduced somewhat, but it just shows how easy it is to make mistakes in slippery conditions.
After the pit entry, you've got to do a whole full lap here. It's one of the biggest laps in motorsport. The rain's falling. They've gone off the track in the wet conditions, a metre past pit entry.
Yeah, it's terrible timing, but I don't think it's actually time to change anything right now anyway. You've just got to sort of persevere with the dries for now and hope that it rains quickly enough so that you can get wets on pretty soon.
Wet tyres are going to be definitely in the back of the minds of a lot of the teams now, but already you can see teams just struggling to keep the car under control. Turks Rouge should be pretty easy in the dry, but in the wet it becomes that little bit more slippery. Can't shift too far wide. There are tyre barriers on the exit there, but as we get towards about 3 hours to go in this race, you've been here for quite some time, but where do you think this leaves us with the rain falling with only 3 hours to go?
Oh, it's going to leave us all over the place. There's going to be cars all over the place, teams all over the place, and it's going to be very, very interesting to watch. I'm going to enjoy watching from the sidelines while I sign off, it's going to be one thoroughly enjoyable end to this race. Just when everybody's tired and getting towards the end, there's another slap in the face in the form of weather. Very much looking forward to these final 3 hours.
Yeah, very much so. Thank you, you and O'Leary very much. We'll jump in with David. David Haynes will now jump in fully to the commentary box alongside me. Great to be with you, David, at this stage of the race, especially with the intrigue that we've got with the rain falling. It's been quite a long race in the front for the 21 car, isn't it? Generally, we've seen them in the lead for over 12 hours now, or they were in the lead over 12 hours ago. Making those little mistakes, you can just see that sow that seed of doubt. I will get that the right way around. In the mind, with about 3 hours to go, that yes, they've got that lead, but it's fragile at best in an endurance race.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this time and time again. It's a 24-hour race. The teams had a very, very limited number of fast repairs, and once they're gone, then you know a little mistake, a contact, a misstep in going through the traffic, or even just for all classes, it seems like cold tyres have been a very big handful on outlaps. So what you can't afford is a mistake. 1 lap lead, 2 lap lead, 3 lap lead is not a comfortable margin if you've already used all of your fast repairs. And so the lead in Hypercar, the lead in LMP2 are both down underneath a lap. GT3, Satellite Racing kind of have it locked down. But this is a point where if teams had a setup that they thought, let's make this drivable and safe in the rain, and it was costing them a bit of time or some comfort or something else in the dry weather, then you suddenly have a chance to be right back in the thick of this race. And who pits now and who waits another lap for a bit more rain to come down to really soak the racetrack? What we've got is light rain that's going to cover the whole racetrack. It will take 10 minutes, 15 minutes to soak its way through, but you're starting to see some slightly wet Porsche curves. Suddenly there's spray behind all of these race cars.
Yeah, and spray that we haven't seen for a good 20 hours in this race. But you raised a really good point about fast repairs, and I think myself and Connery were talking about this in the night or in the evening yesterday, that if you're running out of fast repairs, it can be really useful just to hold on to one, because you never really know how big a collision can be towards the end of the race. If you have a 5-minute repair drop, do you really want to use a third fast repair? Still at this stage of the race, with the possibility hanging over your head that you've got a big crash coming for you, and that would be quite an extensive pit stop, particularly with the rain falling. So where do you stand on this? I mean, if you've got one fast repair left, how big of a repair job do you feel like it needs to be for you to use that and not save it towards the end of the race?
Well, it's that gamble. If you've got an ace up your sleeve, do you play it early, or do you save it for as late as conceivably possible? It's always a comforting thought to think that no matter how bad things are for you, they can always be worse. That's kind of the twisted, horrible way to think about using your fast repair early in the race, and then thinking, gee, I had a 10-minute, 15-minute repair, and I should have saved my fast repair for when I had a 40-minute repair later on. So the best thing is just never get into a situation where you need to use it, even if you give away a second a lap here or there. This weather, so exciting, but so potentially treacherous.
Yeah, and that is kind of the hammer that hangs over their head, particularly in an endurance race like this. But with 3 hours to go, so many of these teams have done great work over the last 20 hours in these dry conditions, through the night as well, when it can be so tricky to keep that consistency high. But just to sprinkle a little bit of rain in can add a little bit of confusion, add a bit of concern for some of the drivers and teams. But they are going to have to try and adapt to it one way or another. Twin Turn Sim Racing, who we're having a little look at, of course, leading the LMP2 class, have had a great lead for a long time in the LMP2s. Generally, we come into a race like this saying that the LMP2s are likely to be the closest field by virtue of the fact that they're only in the one car. You know, the Hypercars, you've got some choices. The GT3s have got some choices. The LMP2s, of course, rule in the Dallara chassis. So not really too much of a surprise to see that it's the closest lead. And it's been good to see that we've had a few teams mixing it up towards the front and some great battles throughout the race.
So looking here, it seems like the Porsche curves is where, I'm not answering the question at all, I'm sorry, is where the most rain's been coming down. That's where the spray is. You look here and suddenly there's none. And that's always the problem with tracks like here, Spa, Nürburgring, Nordschleife, even like Mount Panorama sometimes. And then we get to the end of the straight and suddenly it's raining again. And there's a bit of spray to be had. So for all of the challenge that this brings, I think you do need to stay out on your slick tyres for another lap or two until the whole track is wet enough to make that swap. But if your fuel tank's running out now and you're about to pit, what do? Do you preemptively switch to wets in your pit stop that you've got to take because your fuel tank's empty, or do you leave your slick tyres on and then pit again in 3 laps?
It's the difficult dilemma, isn't it? That all the drivers are going to have to try and work out. I think we saw at the start of the race, we kind of got out of doing that kind of having that kind of conversation because the hypercars and the LMP2s pitted at the end of their stints, and even if it was slightly too early, they went on to a slick tyre because there was no point coming down the pit lane twice. The GT3 had a little bit more of that conversation about whether they come in earlier or they come in at the end of their pit stint to change onto a slick tyre because they don't really want to change around their strategy too much. Here, because we're still a little bit fraught on what each team's individual strategy is, I think we're going to see a little bit more of a mix of when teams decide they want to come into the pit lane, and of course it's likely going to come down to driver decision. And if they see around them that there are a couple of teams that have gone on to a slick tyre and they're performing a wet tyre and they're performing pretty well, then I think that they might relay that back to the driver in the car, and we could see a couple of changes. But we see a couple of drivers in the pit lane at the moment, but nothing too complete in terms of everybody coming in on the timing tower. But I think it's going to be an interesting conversation to have within the team of when they think it's going to be a good time to come into the box, and this could be the kind of decision that could make or break a race if there are some tight battles, which there still are around the circuit with some of the gaps well under half a minute.
Yeah, so suddenly your thoughts all become tyre strategy, but the fuel strategy never stops. So if you've spent this stint saving a bit of fuel that extends you another lap, then it opens up the window where you get to make your decision about where's the crossover on tyre compound. I'm looking at the racing line that everyone's taking. I'm looking at the speed they're taking through the Porsche curves. And while visually it looks very wet, people's reaction to it doesn't look like the track is especially slippery just yet. And there's the pit entry, and there's cars from multiple different classes going past it and staying out for at least one more lap. That's their reaction to what they're feeling.
Really what we'd expect to see from the drivers who are just trying to work out the best situation for their car and what the conditions are really giving them back, because it is so difficult to judge, especially at a longer lap here at Le Mans. At a shorter lap you can really get a good sense of how the track is evolving. You're arriving at the same piece of time every under a couple of minutes. Here at Le Mans for the hypercars it's 3.5 minutes. For the GT3s it's over 4 minutes until you're back at the same piece of road. So it's so tricky here to really pick out the right strategy, and it just goes to show what makes races like endurance racing, where we do go to these longer circuits, that little bit more difficult, because the normality that you get in racing changes around somewhat, and you don't necessarily get those home comforts that you otherwise get, right?
It's just a completely dynamic and ever-changing situation for everyone. I see a couple of cars pitting from GT3. I see a couple of these LMP2s looking for some slightly different lines.
It's interesting, isn't it, really? I think that when you're testing out these lines, it's a great point you mentioned, that all of a sudden the drivers that have just been able to get onto their braking zones and their turning points for the last number of hours have to then adapt to that. And that's where we're seeing a couple of mistakes. We saw it at the final corner when we first saw rain starting. We're seeing it again now. Luckily, I think we've made it through the first chicane at the Mulsanne nicely, and after a lot of little moments down at this second chicane, we're seeing a little bit more calmness down here now. But it does mean that the drivers all of a sudden have to sit upright and really pay attention. Overall leader, though, coming to the pit lane, David Olympus, have decided that now's the time.
Yeah, this is 5 laps into their stint, if I'm reading our timing correctly. Normally the hypercar stints on fuel are significantly longer than that, so this looks like a tyre strategy driven call for your leaders. Now, remembering the amount of lead that they had in their back pocket, they can afford to go 1 or 2 laps early to the wet tyres and lose 10 or 15 seconds if necessary. So long as they keep their car safe, you've got all the time, what you can't afford to do is damage your car. So that's the kind of thing that leads you to saying, let's get some treaded tyres on there. Even if this next 2 laps, we're going to be 5 or 10 seconds a lap slower, what we're not going to do is suddenly find a very wet patch of the racetrack and suddenly find a very firm part of the wall.
Yeah, and of course, walls around here are very much tight, particularly down in the Porsche curves, especially. And that's a part of the circuit where you're often worrying about losing that rear ends, but seeing the car kick around that little bit more. Definitely, I think drivers are going to be very wary of the fact that they want to keep it nice and calm, even if it might be slightly faster on the slick tyres. Is it worth the risk? Because they will be giving you that less grip as the track conditions start to degrade with the weather that's falling. The weather doesn't fall. The water falls from weather in the form of rain, David. I think that's how weather works. If I can work that out.
Your tears don't fall; they crash around me.
Hopefully not in the same way that the cars will crash, right? Hopefully they won't crash at all, but yeah, that's absolutely right. Patrick Thompson, though, leading the way on that wet weather tyre, we do believe. Well, let's see if this will help the 21 out getting towards the end of the race. Of course, they were having some connection difficulties about 12 hours ago now. Actually, more than that, with a couple of their drivers just blinking. I think Connery called it consistent blinking, which is nothing you want to really have to deal with. But they are a little bit more stable in the car now. They've got that 3-minute lead. And just to have a consistent feel to a race like this just gives you so much confidence, not just for this event, but going forward as well, David. Because yes, this isn't a competitive race in the form that this is a charity event, and we've been raising money for such a fantastic cause in the form of Belong To, but it still is a race, and it can still give a lot of these drivers confidence moving forward in what they're able to do, and a win here would be absolutely fantastic in that.
So looking at these stint lengths and talking about the difference between tyre strategy and fuel strategy, I was seeing that the GT3 leader was coming to the end of 14 laps on their fuel tank, which is as far as those cars can go. So Satellite Racing Solar, the class leader, has to pit to take fuel on board, and as they're in pit lane, they've got to scratch their head and think, what's the tyre to go to? And right now, it is looking like if you're going to put a tyre on now and leave it on for a full stint, you're going to put a wet tyre on. So Satellite Racing and Nils Core are driving down the pit road looking for their pit stall that they are just leaving.
Yes, they are.
So what decision have they made?
Yeah, well, you'd imagine it's to go onto that wet tyre. I did see that one of the prismatic cars, or a couple of the prismatic cars, have come in to fit that wet weather tyre as well. My timing page hasn't properly updated yet. I will see what it says, but then again, never trust the timing page of Doom. It says wet tyre. I'm going to go with the fact that, it doesn't. It says dry tyre. I'm going to go with it's a wet tyre. I can't imagine that they've come in to fit a dry tyre, but we will have to get an update confirmation on that. They do lead by upwards of 10 minutes in terms of real time in this race, with 2 and a bit laps back to that Wiskins Racing intoxicated by iTelemetry, with Harry Fox behind the wheel. Jimmy Broadbent is behind the wheel, and that number 87 as well that sits in P3, 3 laps down. We got him in the booth yesterday evening. We were wondering whether he'd get back in the car. It seems that he is here again, and Jim are hoping to help that team towards a podium. But he did say he did 6 laps of practice. He's probably getting as much as he can. Now, with about 2 hours 40 to go, delighted to say that alongside myself, Dareth Acker and David Haynes, we can bring in Connery Maddock now, back after we were together for the start. Connery, and a little bit in the evening as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been it's been an interesting one, isn't it? It's we're getting into this point in the race now where we've got the just a couple of hours left remaining, and it feels like we're almost kind of back at the start in a way, because it's getting a bit wet and wild.
It definitely is. Rain falling about 15, 20 minutes ago, just about. So it's not been falling for long, but you can already see the amount of spray that we've got, and spray that has not been seen on this broadcast since the opening hour. So it's going to be difficult for these drivers to try and adjust, I think, to the settings that they now find themselves in. But if you're the number 64 Satellite Racing Solo, you've got a 2 and a bit lap lead. Oh, it's going to be looking good. But where did that car go? Oh, it's off the road, down in towards the second of the Mulsanne chicanes. Oh, it was blinking. Oh, we've had our fair share of blinking. Maybe it's us, Connery. Maybe it's us.
Yeah, that's a little bit awkward there for Satellite Racing Solar. Kind of to be expected with the conditions changing as rapidly as they are at the moment, and Satellite Racing will be very, very thankful for the 2-lap buffer that they've got over the rest of the field here at the moment. So. They can have a couple of little problems like that and kind of get away with them a little bit. But yeah, a very, very tricky portion of the race, especially when you've got that sort of fatigue to really think about. It's now in combination with the changeable conditions, it does become very, very tricky indeed. It's one thing to deal with the rain when you're 100% fresh, right? But it's another thing when you've already done almost getting up towards 20 hours of racing.
Yeah, it absolutely is going to be a difficult feature. Ooh, as this is Cameron Samadai. Oh my goodness me, getting hit in. There was contact there with the LMP2 and smashing into the wall on the right-hand side. That 230 is going to be looking a little bit worse for wear, and if they have safety files for repair, they're definitely going to be using. There's a lot of damage on the front of that car. Let's see it from the onboard. Oh. And yeah, you can really see there that there is nothing that they could have done. The fast car just coming to the side, and David, I mean, it's so difficult in those moments just to try and keep it under control, isn't it? Because especially in these slippery conditions, there's almost no holding the car after that kind of contact.
Yeah, got a little bit sideswiped from the exit there just before the Ford chicane, and Maison Blanche, that section there. So you get a little bit of contact, and it's a bit slippery out there, and you end up in some problems. But one of the things that I'm looking at here is my normal numbers for the crossover point, wet tyre to dry tyre, is 115% of dry pace. And we're sort of doing 110% of dry weather pace. So in these slightly slick conditions, but not completely sodden racetrack, there would be a few drivers and cars and teams still out there on dry tyres that are doing reasonable pace. So you take second in this class, the GT3 class, where their fastest lap of the race is a 3-minute 55. Their last lap was a 4:18, which is a bit away from peak optimal dry weather pace. But what it's not is a 5-minute lap. So we're approaching. We're sort of right in the middle of that crossover point where if you've got to put new tyres on at a pit stop, you're absolutely going for wets. But there's a few teams that will be hanging out there on those slicks, just getting to their fuel window.
Yeah, there will be, and that's kind of, some teams obviously from the very start of the race will have tried to sort of back calculate in a way from the very end of the race to sort of dictate their strategy, right? But I guess with the weather in iRacing, that becomes a little bit trickier to do, because the actual lap times will change quite a bit whether or not the track is dry or wet. So it's one of those things where everything the teams have been doing in an ideal world would culminate in what is currently happening in these last couple of hours, because it's kind of almost a bit like the most important portion of the race. But we'll see how much the teams have factored in these conditions, because they were forecast. There was 60% chance of rain or whatever it was at this portion in the race. So it was something that was looming over the teams all the time. It's just I wonder how much they factored it in their pre-planning, in a sense.
Yeah, and I think it's worth noting as well that with the lap times dropping off in the way they are, I mean, we're dropping off pretty much half a minute than where we were running in the dry conditions. It really does change how you have to drive some of these cars. And I know we talk about talking with the guys who were struggling away in the Challenger car, in that Chevy, that it can be really difficult just to keep some of these cars under control. And I think that 28 is a long way down now. It's just struggling to keep it on the road, which is very much exactly what a lot of these teams are now going to be facing. And all of that consistency and all of that ability to just keep locking into the lines and the braking points really does mean that it's going to have to change around now. Whether drivers get back in the car who are more comfortable in wet conditions, we'll have to wait and see. But it doesn't seem that this has been too big of a change at the moment, because we've still got the same drivers in the cars, in the race leading cars at least, even though they've all come down pit lane.
Yeah, so I've been looking, who's stopped, how recently every hypercar stopped in the last 3 laps. Your top 10 in LMP2 have stopped in the last couple of laps or are on pit lane. There's a couple of GT3s that are still out there on what I'm absolutely certain are slick tyres, and now it's so wet and so overcast, everyone's headlights have come on, which is what you should do if you're driving in the rain, even at midday, is turn your headlights on.
It's more difficult for those of us. Most people just rely on their auto lights these days, and it doesn't always follow that rule, does it?
Doesn't. No, that's very true to say. But hey, they can all try their best, can't they? And you don't really want to have too much going wrong with about 2.5 hours to go. Great aerial shots of the circuit. Rain is falling. You can just about see that blue sky disappearing from view, or is that appearing from view? I'm not too sure. I think that's disappearing from view as we are looking to the east. The weather is coming.
Yeah, you're about to say exactly what I was going to say. The rain's coming from behind and heading toward there, so the blue sky is gonna go away. Goodbye, Mr. Blue Sky.
Yes, my geography knowledge, I remembered. But yeah, it is pushing away that blue sky. The rain is starting to come in. It's not the widest band of rain. You can see the end of it there. But it is wet enough to get the track damp enough for the wet tyres. Question will be, how quickly does it clear, really? That's going to be a main consideration.
Yeah, there's a lot of track to clear, isn't there going to be? So as much as there's a lot of track to dampen, there's a lot of track that's going to need clearing once that rain stops. And you look at how much rain we've had, you look at the width of that band of rain, and we've had about a third of everything that we're going to get, and the track's starting to get seriously sodden.
Yeah, it's, at least in sim, it says the track is very lightly wet. It doesn't feel like it, though. Some portions of this racetrack, let's just say that. We're running on board with the race-leading GT3 here at the moment, Satellite Racing Solar, as they try to negotiate what is becoming a wetter and wetter circuit. Having to tiptoe around just a little bit here to make sure that they can remain pointing in the right direction and get themselves to the checkered flag after, well, we got 2 hours and almost 30 minutes left to go here in this one. It's just not going to be a matter of how wet this track is actually going to get, Dara, because, we saw it on the radar. It's not, and David mentioned it, it's not the narrowest band of rain. However, it's also not the heaviest, right? It's just some blues, and that's it. There's no even greens or even worse on there. So at some point, maybe within the next, half an hour, that this raid is going to end, and then do we see more before the end of the race? Does the track dry out enough again, or quickly enough that we go back onto the dry tires being the favored option? It's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, I think you'd say that with the amount of rain that we're going to get, it would likely dry out. It's just not the most amount of rain that you're going to see on iRacing. There's been a couple of times where you look at a weather radar and you've got some yellows and reds on there. We're nowhere near that in terms of intensity. So, and you could really see visually with the spray. Yes, there's spray, but we saw far more spray right at the start of the race when the cars were kicking up almost triple the water, it feels. So it definitely does feel like there will be a reduction in how much water's on the surface again, but that may mess up to some extent the strategy of some of these teams yet again. And if it does get another, if we do get another band of rain, are we going to have this cycle all over again? It's just not really something that the teams, I think, want to be facing right now.
There's some drivers and teams, sort of with boots on the ground, if you'd say, that are experiencing these conditions that we can hear from. So I'm going to get to Ben Bream from Emplower 558 in Hypercar. Well, the rain's coming down and everyone has pitted relatively recently in Hypercar. Is it wet tyres in these sort of conditions? What lap time's the crossover?
I think you kind of caught me off guard there. I mean, we were kind of running sort of a similar stopping pattern to the leaders after all the shenanigans we faced earlier on, but we very much allow the driver to dictate what they're feeling on the track at time. So I saw, while still sitting here patiently, that Kay managed to... She had a bit of a moment in Arnage, and that was very clear to sight. It's like the drivers have the say in the tyres because they're the ones that can feel the differences in the grip in the road and the surface, and they're the best ones to make the decision. Sometimes you can maybe play it slightly earlier, sometimes you can maybe stretch it out a bit longer, but it's entirely on the driver's hands, I think, because we've had it work both ways in other races and iRacing in the past. Drivers called it and it's maybe been a bit too early or late. I've been guilty of that one, and sometimes a pit wall has tried to call it and it hasn't worked. So for us in Emplower, it's just been a case of the driver gets the final say. We just keep them updated with the weather forecasting and such.
Yeah, that's definitely a completely valid way of doing it, and actually probably would be my preferred way of sort of doing it as well, because like you said, the driver gets themselves their they're the ones having to deal with the handling. So but for you guys though, how much does, I guess with the driver making that decision, that seems to be sort of based on how they're feeling thing rather than what others around you are doing? I guess you will still give them information about what's happening with other cars on other tires, right? But how much of it is based off of the feeling in the car, and how much of it is based off of actually this other car is actually doing 2 seconds lap faster than we are?
We do keep them informed with like what, even though we're not aiming to try and get anywhere near Olympus, they've been above and beyond this race in terms of their talent and expertise in the race. But we do keep our drivers informed on how their stints are performing and what the other cars are doing around them. There's like additional information, but it's still, what are you feeling with the car? How is it behaving under load? Because especially through places like the Porsche curves, it's essential that the car behaves as expected.
Are you guys changing your driving style as it gets wetter and wetter? Because obviously we have the whole concept of wet lines, avoid the painted lines and the curbs and things like that. Have those been particularly treacherous when it's been damp today?
I haven't had much chance to do wet running in the race proper due to my own technical issues, but in practice and also hearing the feedback that I'm getting from the others, we're avoiding the main racing line because of how the oils build up on the tarmac. I still think, a bit of a tangent, but I still think iRacing is arguably the best out there when it comes to simulating this stuff. Nothing else feels like it. It's so engaging, but it also teaches you, like everything else in iRacing, in a very firm, some would say harsh way, that you need to learn patience in these conditions, because the car is not going to perform at its best under load, because you're not going to have the grip that you'd expect in dry conditions. Some games attempt, and they do get close, but I don't think anyone else is currently matching this, and it's so engaging to drive. It's so engaging to experience, because you're having to think more about what you're doing, whereas sometimes you can kind of turn your brain off in dry conditions. You go into a routine almost like a robot. Whereas, speaking here with Kay at the minute, she's just running on the complete opposite side of the road to the normal racing line, except for the braking zones.
Yeah, it's and also it's going to be interesting seeing how the differences in how they run the racetrack now versus like at the very start of the race, because now the difference is you do have that rubbered in line from a lot of dry running, right? And more debris offline as well, which may also factor in. So even though it's similar conditions at the start of the race, it still might be different for that reason, because of rubbered in like racing line, etc.
Yeah, I'd still, like I've said before, I still think this is arguably some of the best simulation of real world racing stuff, because everyone seems to forget sometimes when before they brought in rain to iRacing especially, that racing is an organic thing. It's something like with us as human beings, it changes over time. It's constantly evolving and changing. So, like you said, the normal racing line, it grips up throughout the race and you get all the debris offline. But the minute you get rain, that racing line initially gets really slick because of the oils in the water obviously not playing ball, they're polar opposites. And then you've also got the debris offline, which is not going to give you a smooth contact patch with the road. So it's trying to really find the most ideal line for a lot of these corners, given all that information that you're feeling and picking up. So that's where a lot of the thrill comes from in driving in these conditions. I know some of my other friends in Empire in the sister car, the 557, they're not a fan of it, but they say that's purely because they don't have as much time due to real world commitments to really engage with this stuff. Because it is something that you need to dedicate time to.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I guess with this feature, it's just to increase the preparation time for a lot of teams if they want to be fully prepared quite a bit. Because normally you could just, before you could just set up a server and just go, okay, this is the way the track is going to evolve over the course of the race, because, it always has. But then you're having to throw in this massive variable. But yeah, it's all very, very interesting stuff. And just before we let you get back to your team, is there any, what are your hopes for the next 2 hours 24?
Step one, and the main goal, survive, keep the car on the track. These kind of conditions, because again, another thing that iRacing brought in is the debris.
Yes.
The debris refresh, you feel that stuff through the wheel. It's incredibly subtle, but it is noticeable. But other than that, I can just say really thank you for Prismatic Motorsports for putting on the event and allowing us to participate. All us at Empire, be it just a solo car, be it a couple of cars like we're running today, we're always more than willing to raise money for good causes like this. Trans rights are human rights. We've got plenty of trans drivers in our team. We're just... forgive me, my words are failing me today. It's been a bit of a tough one with technical issues and whatnot. But I will always be more than willing to sign up for events like this, and even if I can't donate myself, I will always shout from the highest rooftop that I can that those that can, please donate. It doesn't even have to be much. It could be a couple of euros, couple of pounds, whatever your chosen local currency. Because every small amount makes a big difference down the road. We've seen this with other LGBTQ plus charities, mental health charities, any charity really. It's the volume of small amounts that really help, especially in the challenging times we have at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't have said it better myself. It's definitely a point that, especially in the first portion of the broadcast, I tried to remind people, but yeah, it is fantastic hearing it from you as well. I'll let you get back to your team, and hopefully the final hours of this race goes well for that 558.
Right, yeah, thank you very much for having us.
Absolutely no problem. That was Ben Bream there from the 558 Empire car, continuing out there, continuing to circulate. This is what's happened to Jimmy Broadbent in the Doug Ensign racing car. Bang! That's not showroom ready, the right-hand side of that car anymore.
Now, didn't Aston Martin do that in the World Endurance Championship last year or the year before? Like, you get a snap going into that right-hander, you correct it, and it snaps back the other way, and you don't even make it to the end of the braking zone, and you end up sort of in that wall. I've seen that happen before. It's a thing that can happen. It just goes to show that this continuous light to moderate rain is continuous, and eventually it pools and it just gets more treacherous lap on lap. Each lap you get to the same corner, the same braking zone, and you've got to brake 10 meters earlier, and you've got to go 5 kilometers an hour slower, and then the next lap the same again until this rain's done.
Yeah, and the 558, I think we just saw it there, coming to the end of the Mulsanne, having a bit of a moment into the corner there. There is Jimmy Broadbent into the pit lane. That 87 car running in the podium places before that moment. Doesn't look like they've got a fast repair remaining, so that will have to be done organically, which is not something that they would like to see. It's not going to be good for them already dropping out of the podium places. It's going to allow Full Tilt V Motorsport, the number 13 entry, to go into the top 3, but let's...
back out?
Oh, they are back out. Maybe they did have a fast repair. They're still down to P5.
You might have been seeing it while it was being towed, and then it arrived, and if they still had that fast repair in their pocket, that's the perfect time for it.
They are down to 0 fast repairs now, as we get that information from race control. So yeah, I guess they have done well in saving that fast repair all the way up into this point. I imagine some teams are not as in as lucky of a situation with that. You know, some of these cars have been in the wars quite a bit over the 21 and a half hours that we've run in this race so far, but yeah, just that safety net is nice, but you can only really use that safety net once. But now they're having to deal with the consequences of it for the next couple of hours.
And I think that with only that kind of 2-hour 20 mark to go, not having any fast repairs, this kind of rain, it's just that doubt in the minds of some of the drivers. You know, we've got this 558 that we've been following the last couple of minutes. They had that moment down at the end of the Mulsanne, and it's very easy for anybody to have. We also saw them lapping an LMP2 coming through the Porsche curve. So tricky in the dry conditions, even trickier in the wet. But again, the further we've gone into this race, the more that the drivers have been able to almost get used to the lines that the other cars are going to be taking, and then able to adapt their own and just kind of get that practice in of being able to lap the cars efficiently. And that's kind of been what we've been seeing a lot of in the last few hours, at least, particularly since the sun has come up and then of course gone behind the clouds as the rain starts to fall. But just does go to show that you can be a really successful team here, but it doesn't always mean that it's going to go smoothly, particularly with the amount of hazards that are around the circuit for you to deal with.
I loved the question, have you had to adapt your driving style? Because the lap times are 30 seconds a lap slower than in the dry, and that suggests to me there is a lot of adaptation happening from everyone across all of the classes in terms of how they use the throttle, how they use the brake, their steering inputs, what part of the racetrack they're using in terms of where the grip is at. We saw plenty of spins on cold tyres in the dry, and this is something else. Now, you hope that the tyre warm-up on the wet tyres is perhaps a little easier for you, but nonetheless, you are going to see cars of 3 and 3.5 classes looking for different parts of the racetrack because the rain is still light but continuing.
It is getting information from race control, which they're showing that Prismatic Athena in Hypercar, Dogbox Alpha in LMP2, and Satellite Solar in GT3 are the 3 remaining cars that haven't used a single fast repair. So that's an interesting one indeed. So the big takeaway I get out of that is the leader in GT3 has not used a single one. They still have all 3 to use. It will be a bit apocalyptic if they had to use all 3 by the end of this race. But they are there to use for them if they need it.
They are, and that's what it was there for at the start of the race. But the further we get in, of course, the less tools that teams have at their disposal. In towards Indianapolis, maybe a little bit of a moment as the number 11 approaches the back of the 41, I believe, as they run their way through. But tricky still, and as the rain has stopped, it's going to be trickier again to judge the conditions changing, but coming back towards that dry weather once again. I say it stopped raining, the rain was clearly just not in focus. There it is. Back back on the screen and back on the lens once again. But regardless, the rain is not supposed to last for that much longer in the grand scheme of things. It will stop, and the sun being out really does show that will be the case. Of course, sun coming from the west at the moment, shining through the clouds that are just moving over the top of the circuit now. So I don't think we'll have too much longer of these wet weather conditions.
I mean, it took a while for the racetrack to get properly damp, and my point is it'll take a while for the racetrack to get properly dry as well. So longer than Mount Panorama Bathurst, longer than Road America, longer than Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. This is a lot of racetrack that will take drying out. We started with a good number of cars. A few of them are in the garage, but obviously with those fast repairs, a few of them are right back out there and still running in this race as well. So in terms of a cars per kilometre, I think this is a racetrack that will dry out perhaps only half as quickly as if you were at, say, Donington or Snetterton or Knockhill. Is Knockhill ever dry?
That's a good question. That's a very good question indeed. But yeah, it is obviously what we have to factor in with, like you said, not only the length of the track, but the amount of cars running on it, and also iRacing with the way they've done the dynamic track. They actually do model the amount of drainage that each portion of the circuit tends to see with what particular drains they have on there, which is an insane amount of detail, if you ask me. But it is all there. So
some iRacing staff member had to go and select every box that contains drainage.
Yeah. And they had to go and measure the drains and make a prediction about the how much water it would be able to drain over per second.
How wide are the slots and how many leaves could block?
Yeah, I don't think they model leaves, but yeah, they definitely model how fast it drains.
I had
anyway.
a cyclone a month ago. I know all about what drains will and won't drain when there's leaves. the wind is blowing off them at 150 k's an hour.
Yeah, we get a lot of rain here, but we don't get cyclones. So that's I guess that's a benefit.
Yeah, well, we get our own form of cyclone, which isn't a cyclone, but we will claim it to be a cyclone.
We'll be pedantic about the weather phenomena a little bit. Yeah, I know it's extratropical cyclone is what we call it.
So your weather would harm me, and my weather would harm you. It's just what you're prepared for, what you're built for. I'm not built for it to snow, and you guys probably aren't built for it to be 180 km/h winds and a meter of rain in 24 hours.
I think we're more worried about the heat, to be honest.
Yeah,
true. 28 degrees Celsius would kill a Briton.
I think my fence fell over in not even a named storm about 6 years ago. We're not made for the wind, but there was a storm Dara this year, which I was very excited about.
There was, yeah.
Dara getting the recognition that nobody expected, and people could pronounce it right. That was the best thing about it. I was expecting all kinds of pronunciations.
I think it's because like in the news they had to pronounce it right, so therefore people go, "Oh, that's how that name is pronounced." So therefore they're doing a public service.
And I'd say I've had a significant uptick. Yeah, I've had a significant uptick in people, like even the doctors or the dentist, in actually getting my name out when they see it on the screen. It's fantastic. Yeah, we'll have to get a Storm Connery at some point. That'd be good.
Oh, jeez, no.
I think we must have had a Storm David at some point. We must have done. I can't imagine we haven't.
Yeah, probably. But in Europe, the first weather organization from whatever country gets the first opportunity to name a storm. I think that's how it works. So if like the Irish first recognize a storm, then they get to name it. If we do, then we do. If the Spanish or the French gets to name it, they'll also do that. So I guess my best chance. We got a car off there. I guess my best chance would be the Irish Weather Service picking it up and naming it after me, because I guess I have somewhat of an Irish first name, even though I have no relation to Ireland.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a chance. I never thought it'd be a Storm Dower, but here we are.
Spin and continue there, I think. Doesn't look like too much damage on this McLaren, and this is why you fit the endurance lights. Is it for the nighttime? No, it's for the rain.
Yeah, and I think we're going to be looking to see if they can recover a little bit of that pace towards the end of this race, and obviously try and get away from that damage. Hypercar coming through as well. That's one of the Arctic cars just about going to make their way, and you can see how treacherous it is on the brakes, just trying to take a bit of an inside line, almost too scared to be on the outside for too long because they might go too deep into the corner, but just does go to show how treacherous it is out there right now. But everyone's seemingly looking like they're keeping it on the circuit pretty nicely for the time being, at least. They've still got a fair chunk of the race still to run, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. And, well, this is what's happened to the 900. A bit of side-by-side action going through the Porsche curves, and perhaps caught a painted line on the inside there. They got, ooh, careful. Hold the brakes, especially when you're in the middle of the circuit like that. But Eden Car does get away with it and gets that car eventually pointed back in the right direction. The Onid racing car does a little bit of an Austin Powers move, trying to do the not the 3-point turn, but almost like a 9-point turn to try and get pointed in the right direction, but continuing on. And the interesting thing about, again, this weather at the moment is, yes, it's been raining for a while at this point, but the track, at least officially in the iRacing system, is still only officially lightly wet. So yeah, it's just the rate of precipitation just, has been quite small. It hasn't been bucketing it down at all. If it was, then I guess we'd be in a very wild situation where people are going off more often than they are as they hit puddles and such. But there hasn't really been the opportunity for those to form so much when it's sort of been drizzle more than it has been actual rain.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit more like, it's intermediate conditions rather than, fully wet. But of course, we haven't got the option to have that kind of intermediate tyre in the race. It's either a slick or a wet tyre. It's not really got any in between. Thought for a moment there that Lars Vila nearly went into the back of one of the LMP2s, and the LMP2 goes off the road as well through Turch Rouge, and we'll see as they emerge onto the Mulsanne that they'll just about make it through. There's a bit of a busy part of the track down here, though. 5 or 6 cars covered by not a big margin, but you can just see how they're all sliding around each other, and difficult when there's cars around you to A, make sure that you're safe, B, make sure you're not driving into them. That can always be a challenge.
Now, we've been doing a little bit of Googling, so there have been a number of storms named David. In 1976, a Category 3 tropical cyclone hit Queensland. Cyclone David made landfall in Queensland. Does not appear to have caused any deaths, but if it was Category 3 as it crossed the coast, it would have dumped a whole lot of rain between January 11 and January 20 and January 22, 1976, with wind speeds of 155 kilometers an hour. Rain is easing up here though, and I don't think the wind speed is anything near 155 kilometers an hour, but the car speeds are still in excess of 300, so I guess that's a wind speed all of its own.
Indeed, I mean, well, yeah, if you were curious about the actual wind speed in Sim right now, it's 19. So yeah, quite far off triple digits, thankfully so. But yeah, we are expecting the weather to ease off. It's whether or not it will return for the end of the race still remains to be seen. The percentage chance of precipitation, at least in Sim, is still remaining relatively high as we get towards the end of the race. So we'll have to watch this space a little bit. But for now, there will be at least a break in the weather, and we'll go potentially back to dry running again, depending on how fast the track dries up. So a lot of interesting predicaments and a lot of interesting situations to happen within the next hour or so at least, as we set up for that final run to the checkered flag. A lot of these teams will have come into the day just saying, well, we might have a goal, or we might just, simply want to get to the end of the race supporting a very, very good cause. And I'll be honest, it's been pretty positive vibes all round, shall we say. Yes, there's been incidents. Yes, there's been, this other team shouldn't have done this, and it's kind of impacted the race somewhat. But it's all been largely been in good fun, and I think it was in the rules. I think Jamie was saying that this is sort of a positive vibes only race.
And it's been good to see that reflected right the way throughout the race. I mean, we've seen so many of the teams that have been participating just enjoying the time, and even if things have gone wrong, they've not, held too much of a harumph about it. I mean, this isn't a competitive championship. You'd say we're not going to turn around and be at the Nürburgring in 7 days' time and have an overall championship leader, but it's just been a really nice event for a lot of people to get involved in, to raise money for such a great cause that we are nearly at that €5,500 new extended target for, which is fantastic to see. And we really do thank everybody who's donated in to the tally as well, because I think when we were last here, Connor, it was, I think, just approaching 4,000. So to be over 5,000 now really does show how good and how much we've raised over the course of the 22 hours so far in this race. But, I mean, it is always good, isn't it, David, just to have everybody getting in and taking part, having these big teams, loads of people getting involved in each car, and just trying to get as many people involved as possible.
And talking about, the various rules, we were reminded of one of the most important rules of this race recently, which is 3.4.1a, which is if you are Max Verstappen, multiple-time F1 world champion, you are required to donate $10,000 or your team will be disqualified. We all know you're good for it. This is a subset of rule 3.4.1, which was warm-up will last 30 minutes. This is where your first driver for the race should get warmed up lest they bin it thinking they are Max Verstappen. So that's sort of the Max Verstappen carve-out clause where your first driver needed to use the warm-up to warm up unless they were Max Verstappen, in which case they didn't have to warm up so long as they donated $10,000 US.
We should have got a red line involved in this. Then there would be an actual chance of that happening.
Yeah, that would have been good.
I mean, however much money he's making, he's going to have to spend quite a lot of it when his new baby arrives. That's expensive, no matter your tax bracket.
I mean, to be fair as well, I think he'll probably have raised that 10,000 by probably with a bonus that he got yesterday as well. So he'll
cheaper than swearing.
Exactly, and and that is something that
if he donates $10,000,
I'd laugh at.
If he donates $10,000, he can come on and swear.
This is getting dangerously close to the rules you'll see in another charity insurance race that gets put on.
Well, yeah.
That's full of even more shenanigans than this one.
Is that possible? I'm not sure if that's possible. We've had Stinky Cam for a while. I don't know if there can be more shenanigans than that. Actually, have we got? Is Stinky Cam still around, or is it gone? Actually, just to note,
I can bring back Blauhai Cam.
Ooh.
Or upgrade it to Jungelskog Cam.
or we can see the 220 go off into the gravel. That's the other option here. Is Wiskins Racing. Harry Fox has had a bit of a moment down in towards Mulsanne, I believe, and has swapped the car. It was Arnage. Sorry, not the Mulsanne. That's the Arnage corner where they've had a bit of a moment, and thankfully don't hit another car, don't hit a barrier. It's just a bit of pride that's been hit.
Yeah, it is, and they should be able to recover. I mean, Stinky doesn't look too bothered by it, though, as I think most of the other teams will be, but not really a moment you want to be having at this stage of the race. Whoa, there's Stinky. Is clearly having have we seen Stinky awake, actually? That's a good point. I think Stinky's just having a nice, relaxing 24 hours, which is, I mean, it's all right for the sun. It's not all right for the likes of Harry Fox and Niels Core, though, because Harry Fox has been in that car more times than I can remember. But he's doing a good job in that 220, even with a little mistake.
Yeah, like every time I've seen Stinky on camera, they're just completely sleeping or just adjust themselves a little bit and then go back to sleep. Have they been awake over the course at any point over the course of this race?
Yeah.
Who knows?
I've seen that dog awake a couple of times, but the general rule I follow is that the longer and pointier the dog's face, the more time it spends asleep. I spent a couple of days at my friend's house who has an ex-racing, like a rescued greyhound, and that dog spends about 10 minutes traveling at the speed of sound and 23 hours, 50 minutes laying on the floor of the kitchen sleeping.
That makes a lot of sense thinking about it. You know, you have to spend all that energy and recharge.
A pug spends all day, you know, walking around, grunting, sniffing, strutting, never running, but just being around and alert at a 30% energy level and, you know, breathing loudly.
I think we're onto something though.
The aspect ratio of the dog face is the aspect ratio of its energy level.
Oh, that's a statement that if you told me at the start of the race that I'd hear that statement, I'd be concerned about where we'd got to.
Even at the start of that,
to be honest,
I didn't know where it was going to end and that I was going to say it. So it's just one of those things where, like,
I did just see that Hugo in our little chat isn't happy that seeing that the dog has slept. I think Hugo would like to have had the same amount of rest as the dog, but you know, no rest for the wicked. Hugo's done a great job. We've had Ramiro in the middle of the race as well, but Hugo always stays up most of the race to do the broadcast for this and giving us a good view of this of the 28 car. I've enjoyed seeing the Chevy Camaro go around the track, even if it hasn't really been competitive with anything else. It's been nice to see.
I like that steering wheel because that's incredibly reminiscent of the steering wheel that's in the Ferrari 296 GT3. Oh, is it? You know you're driving a GT or a touring car when the prototypes are just a little mean to you.
Yeah, but the interesting thing about this particular effort from Garnet Adams is that supercar is probably like the trickiest it's been to drive over the course of this entire race, because I mean they were having issues getting into nighttime hours anyway with brake problems and the brakes just not lasting in a sense, because that's not one of those things that gets changed during the pit stops. So even under dry running they were struggling a little bit. Now, when the track is wet, I imagine they're having to tiptoe that Camaro around the circuit. It's probably not very pleasant to drive, although there were discussions from race control saying, like, well, if it gets too dangerous to drive, then obviously they'll have to park it. But, I mean, we're 2 hours to go and they're still out there, so I imagine things have sort of leveled out a little bit, but the rain definitely isn't helping.
No, it's not. And I think a lot of the teams are just going to be happy to get to the end of the race at this point, because with all the driving they've done and all the work they've put into this point, you know, with the rain sprinkled in now, it just, again, does not feel anybody with confidence at this stage, and especially for the guys in that Chevy Camaro that have been going for so long in this race and that have just been hanging on for dear life. I know we've interviewed a couple of them. Garnett yesterday was saying that the team were just trying to hold on and were just waiting to see if race control would allow them, because it was not looking too comfortable right the way through. I mean, that's just one example, but again, you could even see there coming in towards the braking zone, bit of a wiggle on the rear end. It's just not made for these conditions, is it? The Chevy Camaro, I don't think was made with, you know, a provincial French road in mind, to be fair, but that's where they find themselves right now.
It's built to race upside down, you know,
it was just never built for Europeans and their delicate little hands and fingers to try to race it. It was built for, like, you know, real tough racing drivers to handle. That's why it's got no ABS, no traction control, a locked differential, no auto blip on downshift, a locked diff. I mean, I wrote locked diff twice. That's how locked the diff is. You know, like, I mean, it's a real racing car for places in the world where there are still real racing drivers.
It's the same. We have to go so far, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, places where, like, they still make actual proper sausage rolls as well.
Wait, we don't make proper sausage rolls?
Hey.
Hey.
Come on, David. That's too far. I think that's where we draw the line.
I mean, it's the thing about the supercar, about that racing car, is that it has a spirit. It can sense who you are as a person, as a driver. And if you sit in that driver's seat on the right-hand side with no paddle shifts, with a sequential shifter, with 3 paddles, and you don't hold the ashes, it's just not going to let you drive it.
Well, I think we gotta get to the racing, haven't we? Because we've got a battle for position out there. P4 in GT3s, Full Tilt V Motorsports and Arctic Sim Racing Orange. They're gonna go wheel to wheel down the Mulsanne with the spray, and let's see if Arctic Sim Racing go deep enough on the brakes to make this happen around the outside for the first apex. No, they don't. They actually have to take the they have to cut the corner a little bit and have to back out of that particular move. So a bit overly optimistic there. It's so tricky to make a pass in these conditions. It's going offline like that out into the sort of the more wet portions of the racetrack. Yeah, it's going to be very, very tricky indeed. So Arctic Sim Racing Orange, they're going to step back in line with the slipstream down the Mulsanne here. But this is interesting. We've had 22 hours of racing, and the battle for P4 is separated by less than a second.
Yeah, it's not the biggest of margins, and it's great that we see this kind of tight battle at this stage of the race, because we have been, it's fair to say, a little bit short on side-by-side action over the last few hours, but to have this battle really does show that there is still positions that are up for grabs and that are definitely in play. Of course, we've still got that 87 in the top 3 that did drop down to P5 after the crash that we saw for Jimmy Broadbent. So there's still always a chance that this could end up being a battle for a podium position. But there's a car going around there. They both had to work their way through, and I think there's a bit of contact between the Arctic Sim Racing Orange car and that spinning Redman Racing car, Rozan Pashov, going around at the end of the Mulsanne. We'll have to see how that happened, but you can only imagine a rear lock, something like that.
Yeah, possibly. We'll get the view of it. It was completely unexpected for the out of left field a little bit for our two GT3 contenders. There we go. Just a bit of a lazy spin there, and bang! So Arctic Sim Racing Orange really got a bit of a shot to the left-hand side of the car there, which is not very helpful whatsoever. And hopefully that McLaren doesn't have too much damage as a result of that, because that is an instant where you can very easily lose the tracking on at least one of the wheels on that side of the car. Looks like they're going along okay at the moment, but we'll have to see if they end up slowly dropping off the back of full tilt, because yeah, they definitely were unlucky in being the one making contact there as they were heading through.
Mercedes GT3 has had some problems historically with the automatic blips on the downshift as well, where when you go from third to second gear and second to first gear, you don't get enough blip to actually match it, and the rears can lock. And normally it's not a problem, but in some really low grip conditions, it can actually lock up the rears going into some tight and slow corners.
It's difficult.
Wheel hop, as they call it in hot dog land.
Yeah, it is difficult at this stage, especially with those little moments, just to keep it focused, because even if you're not making the mistakes, if others around you are making those mistakes, then it can just lead to those little moments. And again, we saw with the Arctic car just catching the rear left to the front end of that spinning Redman Racing car. So yeah, really tricky for them just to keep it calm, but they have managed to keep that gap relatively low, isn't it, to the car in front. And I think we are going to start to see some side-by-side action, or at least I hope we do, in the not too distant future, because Full Tilt look like they're going to be coming under quite a bit of pressure, well, very, very quickly by the looks of it.
Yeah, it looks like Matthias Borges, gets himself down the insides through the Dunlop sort of complex sector 1 of this lap of circuit. To the Sarthe, they get the back end out on the exit, however, so it allows Dominic Hand at least briefly to have a look at try and get back past. But that was a very simple move in the end for 041 to make. Opened up on the inside, and they improved position up into 4th place in class. However, does Full Tilt V Motorsports come back at them here down the Mulsanne? That's the big question. They get closer and closer. Oh, there will be defense. Oh my word. Dominic Hander has not sure even where to go at this point with the Arctic Sim Racing orange car positioning themselves in the way they have, or were. They have a poor exit coming off the chicane there, and it's struggling to get the traction down. Very tricky conditions here. Dominic Hamder will have another attempt now down into the next Mulsanne chicane, and let's see if this is any more successful. But you can see he'll step out of line here if he is thinking about making the move. There we go to left-hand side of the shot, now back, right-hand side of the shot, then back to the left-hand side. Now Full Tilt V Motorsports have that opening on the inside line. Arctic Sim Racing give them the space, and Full Tilt Motorsports able to regain the position. They have to be careful on exit there, going up over the curb, especially in these conditions, but they do re-inherit P4 after a little bit of a great side-by-side fight there, Dara. That's weird. We haven't had one of those in a while.
Yeah, we haven't. We've been a little bit drained of that kind of side-by-side action, but you wouldn't say it's over yet, because the Arctic car still looking faster, still behind, and not going to be able to make any kind of move into the Mulsanne. Tightening right hand, but nice line through there. Good momentum and good minimum speed through the apex. So let's see if they can get a bit of a run towards Indianapolis and Arnage, of course, the corner where we saw Jimmy Broadbent have the issue about, nearly an hour ago now. But they still, Jimmy Broadbent, I should mean, and the team in the 87 car still in the top 3. These guys just in behind them, fighting to see if they can be the one to possibly inherit a podium. Arctic, I don't think, going to be close enough to make a move down in towards Indianapolis and Arnage, and then it's a case of how long can you wait, or how long do you wait before trying to make any kind of move? Maybe an inside line though, late on the brakes, just about going to lay claim to it. Yes, oh my word, nearly contact between them, but just about managing to keep it out the side of each other at the moment.
It's a fact of the iRacing wet weather tyres that they have a lot more rolling resistance than the slicks, and that plays a lot into sort of the crossover between one tyre compound and the other. And normally in these kind of wet weather conditions, you don't think about the slipstream or the toe. You just think about where's the traction. The track is super slippery. You can pass someone round the outside if you find a lot of grip off the normal racing line, etc. But here at Le Mans, on these tyres, with the rolling resistance that the wet weather tyres have, I think there is a slipstream down that Mulsanne straight to be had. And it's great racing that we've experienced, but it's different to normal wet weather racing wheel to wheel here, where the slipstream is still solidly in play as a factor.
Yeah, it really is, and it's been fantastic seeing these folks go wheel to wheel over this lap. Will there be another opportunity down in towards the Ford chicane, though? Arctic Sim Racing do show the nose down into there, late on the brakes. Look at how close to the rear bumper of the Mercedes they get. But they have to tiptoe their way through the Ford chicanes here. Look to try and get that exit. The Mercedes able to lay the power down a little bit better, and they do extend their lead a little bit coming across the pit straight here. But this is getting nice and close between the two of them. I'm just having a look to see if there's any prototypes imminently bearing down on these guys. Well, Taylor Mills Racing 41 might be on them relatively soon. They're just coming out of the pit lane right now. But yeah, awesome stuff between the two. It's been very respectful so far. Long may it continue.
Let's see how long it does last. With Matthias looking for the line. Oh, bit of a slide through the middle of the Trudges for that full tilt car. They're just about going to be able to keep it going. Dominic Hamada still leading the Arctic car, but how much longer? Because they're as close as they have been at the start of the Mulsanne, and with 3 bites at the slipstream, is there going to be any chance for this Arctic car to make their way through? It'll be an inside line move ideally for them if they want to make it into the first chicane and into the second chicane, mind you, and you can just see a bit of a defensive line being thrown by Full Tilt, but it's not going to be enough if they can get it to the inside. Arctic have the line, and are they going to be able to get it stopped? They're still being squeezed to that inside line, a little bit of door-to-door contact. They break that little bit later. Looks like they've gone a little bit too deep, or have they? No, perfectly on the apex, and even though they have a poor exit, it looks like they've got the move done, but it's going to continue, isn't it? All the way to the second chicane.
It's what it's going to be like in a whole heap of these classes.
Yeah, sorry. You have to wonder how long this is going to continue there. Sorry to butt in, but because Sim Racing are coming to the very, very end of a fuel stint. So just make of that what you will. Oh, but look at this. Oh, door-to-door coming down the Mulsanne. Crazy stuff between the two of them. Just about able to keep it going. Now in towards the second chicane. They've got a bit of traffic. Same class GT traffic ahead. They'll be 3 wide with it as they come off the corner here. They got prototypes waiting to come through as well. Full TV Motorsport will continue to maintain the position here, David, but it's getting closer and closer every time they go side by side.
Yeah, you're still seeing Grip in some slightly unconventional places, but it makes the traffic interaction perhaps even more difficult. Like I said, lower straight line speeds with higher rolling resistance on the wet weather tyres. And it's a known thing from a whole bunch of situations that once it gets wet, the pace difference between prototypes and GTs gets closer. Porsche GTE won Petit Le Mans in 2015 when it was so absolutely sodding wet that a GT car with a windscreen and windshield wipers was faster than some prototype cars. So these LMP2s are still quicker, but I don't think they've got the same pace advantage that they had in the dry. The GT cars, they've got all of the assists, the ABS, the traction control. Neither of the prototype classes or the invitational class have ABS.
And I think it's going to be... It's just that added difficulty, isn't it, for them. You always love to have those little couple of helpful features on the cars, but when you've been lacking them, it just creates that little bit more of a difficult situation to race. I mean, you look at some real life series. Some of the top series have power steering, some of them don't have power steering, and there's a marked difference between them. And an example of that. As a result of that, I should say, it does go to show that you kind of have to drive the cars that little bit differently, and that's why some drivers prefer to drive in some cars and others. It suits their driving style, and it's why some drivers feel like they perform better in something like a GT3 compared to a prototype or even a single-seater car. So it really is an interesting dynamic, and drivers do often have their preferences. But so many GT runners that love their GT3s. We have so much GT racing on iRacing, less so in terms of the hypercars and the P2s, but I mean, a lot of these drivers will know the GT car that they're currently running like the back of their hand. And David, I know that there are going to be some that have their vehement preferences on which one they prefer.
So we cross the start-finish line again in this GT3 battle. We're sort of reaching a point where it's been wet long enough. There's a bunch of teams pitting for a second time and saying, well, it stopped raining, but it's still very wet, so we're staying on wet tyres for the moment. Mercedes, I think, is the car to have typically in these wet conditions. And we see it once again, just stretching out a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, I mean, under normal ride conditions, it is the most stable car, so it would make sense. There would also be the same situation here in the wet as well. A little bit of a mistake through the first sector for the 041 has meant this gap has increased quite a bit coming onto the Mulsanne this time. So I'm not expecting to see, we won't get these battles down in towards at least the first Mulsanne chicane like we've had on previous occasions, but I imagine it seems like at least the clear air pace of that Arctic Sim Racing car is just that bit better than the full tilt car, but they haven't really been able to leverage that in terms of a pass just yet. That sometimes does happen in racing, as we ride on board with Matthias Borches in the McLaren.
Yeah, and let's see how far that this McLaren can really go at this stage of the race. Of course, running in this relatively tight battle with the full tilt car. I think a little bit of momentum needs to be picked back up once again. That gap just ballooning. It's less than a second. You can see the rival car in the full tilt just ahead, but Matthias had a couple of opportunities, not quite able to get it done just yet. Had it done momentarily at the first chicane at the miles down, but then of course lost it again at the second chicane. But still chances, still an hour 42 to go, and you'd say at least the one more pit stop for these guys. I think they're going to have another 2 to get to the end, because I don't believe they pitted in the last 20-25 minutes. So they may need to get an extra stop in, but shortening the fuel number may ruin this battle a little bit, because we could have wildly different pit stop times between these two cars. It just depends on who's been able to get the strategy as close to the end as they can, and to really shorten off those stops, because that really is a critical factor in endurance racing, isn't it?
10th lap of the stint for the full tilt V Motorsport Mercedes, 13th lap of the stint for Arctic Sim Racing Orange. So in normal dry conditions, this will be coming towards an in-lap for the GT3 that we ride on board with. You look at an hour 41 still on the clock, and that would be still 2 laps to go. Typically, you think that fuel economy gets a lot better in the wet weather because, well, you get to full throttle a lot later out of the corners, and you lift out of full throttle a lot earlier before the braking zones. You spend far less time with your right foot down and far more time coasting, rolling the car and lightly pressing the brake pedal and rotating the car and gently getting out of the corners. That extra rolling resistance that the wet tyres in iRacing have means that I don't think there's a perfect correlation. It's one of the things where I look at the iRacing tyre model and it doesn't represent real life how I would like. There's way too much rolling resistance to these wet tyres. It gives them way too much fuel burn. You don't see the fuel range extend as much in the wet as you should get, but still there is some saving to be had. So I think you could go another lap longer on board with this McLaren, but no matter if you get a 10% fuel saving, 30% fuel saving, basically every GT3 in this class has 2 more stops to go, and Hypercar and LMP2 have even smaller tanks. You're going to get back to slicks at some point, but I don't think it's this stop just coming up. Pit entry's to our right here, and we're in on the same stint length as if we were on slick tyres in the drive. Oh! But the pit entry's not the same.
Of course it isn't. Of course it isn't. I mean, that might have been what took Matthias by surprise there as well. You've been hitting the same braking markers for the pit lane for the last sort of, over half the race, and then all of a sudden, once you have to come down towards the pit lane again, but in slightly different conditions, it kind of messes with your head. So you kind of have to. I mean, humans are creatures of habit, right, Tara? You want to be doing the same things every time, but sometimes that is not the right thing to do.
No, and we were talking about how sim racers love to have their own setups and they have everything down to a T. They love having everything planned out, everything. They kind of know what to expect. They're comfortable in their situations, but that's not always how it's going to run. And we've just seen it just there once again. And with 100 minutes left of this race to go just shy of that, we are really now ticking down towards the end. And with every passing lap, you get that little bit more and more uncomfortable, because you're then thinking about, are you going to finish this race? Are you able to gain a position? You're going to have to stay where you are, and for the likes of this 21 car, the longer and longer you go, the closer and closer you are to that win. And if anything, the more and more in the back of your mind, you start thinking, can we actually get there? Can we make sure that we can finish this great performance off? But yeah, we'll have to see over the next 99 minutes now if they're able to do it. But little moments coming through on this prismatic car, but clearly it goes to show that not everything can be planned, particularly in an endurance race, right?
Let's so we keep watching these pictures of everyone struggling with continually changing track conditions, get another insight from our teams and drivers. From Team Sakura Engineering, I've got that wrong. Yes, no, I've got that right. Hello, how's it going? And what do you think of these conditions?
It's a little tricky. I got in the car just at transitioned over, so it was. Luckily, I did the opening few laps originally when it was a bit bit wet, so I was able to get on with it moderately quickly, but it's a little bit tricky. He hasn't got to standing water yet, though, so, and I don't think it will. So hopefully, he says, looking at the weather radar and praying. So
yeah, consistent but light to moderate rain that appears to have stopped. Is it just a pure driver feel thing, what tyre compounds you go to when you stop, whether you call a fuel stint short, or is there a particular lap time crossover number that you're using as a guide in these conditions, going from slicks to wets and from wets back to slicks?
I think in our case, and also from real life experience as well, it's the second you start to see spray is probably a half decent sign that you might not want to be on the slicks for too much longer. If you're on a hot slick, when that appears, you're probably fine. If you're not, possibly you won't be on them anymore. So I was doing it by feel, honestly. I think it gets to a point when you can sort of feel the car moving and going, yeah, I should be on the ones with the tread now. So at least that's what I tend to do. And I imagine a few other teams do it their way as well, but that's just my method.
And for you, James, coming into this stage of the race, I mean, you've only got a couple of hours to go. What's the mindset at this stage? I mean, are you trying to maybe put yourself into a position to gain another spot? Of course, maybe just get yourself into the top 10, or are you just happy to get to the end at this point?
I think, given looking at our current place and standings, we're basically in a bit of a no man's land between 10th and 12th. So I think at this point we're going for let's just survive and bring the car home at this point. I think if we'd have had a slightly less messy opening half, I think we'd have been, quite happily contesting top 10, maybe a bit higher. I think it's just the way the endurance racing cookie crumbles, I guess, is what I always quite like saying. I think it's just bring the car home at this point. I think it's our general strategy.
I do want to divert the questioning away from the race, because who wants to talk about the race, right? Talk about what you have for breakfast. What was the what was the option of choice for today?
Which breakfast do you want?
Which? Oh, you like a hobbit. You had second breakfast.
Well, no, so I had breakfast, then fell asleep, then had breakfast again. Which I think was pizza, sleep, more pizza. I think there might have been something else in there. I don't really remember, because I woke up at what will be 5 o'clock in the morning for me yesterday, and I've sort of done a couple of naps since. In hindsight, having had 10 hours sleep this week, possibly that was a mistake, but it seems to be okay. So yeah, pizza. It was hot the first time I had it. It wasn't the second time I had it. Still enjoyed it. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I had to drop that in there because we're
I love that.
We're in the second. Well, we're in the last quarter of the broadcast, and we hadn't talked about breakfast yet. So I really needed to make up for lost time. So thank you very much, James.
Yeah, you've got to get that one in. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. But
race I was at, what would it be, a couple of weeks ago. The big discussion was what's the best tropical fizzy drink. And then we'd occasionally get one of the drinks getting handed to a commentator. It's like, what do you think of this one? So,
interesting. Oh, is that like a fizzy drink tasting experience or something?
Essentially, I guess it was in this case. It would just be students handing commentators random fizzy drinks that we'd got at the circuit. So it's just, and this one, and they were ranking them as they went along.
I mean, I want to take part in that. Anyway, Dara, David, do you have any other questions for James?
No, not really, other than I think I'd love a flight of Red Bull Tropical and other flavours.
We'll see if we can get that DoorDash to you, David. One more from me, James, about how much you've enjoyed this event overall. I know you and the team have been in for quite some time. What does this event mean to you and to the rest of the team as well?
So I think this is like the 24-hour I've done for the last couple of years. I did it last year as well. It's fun, although I do get the distinct thing of I finish it and I go, I really don't want to see Le Mans for another year. If it comes up on schedule, it's like, I will avoid this. I like supporting causes like this. It's one of the things of the actual race team that I run, we're always going, yeah, we want to be inclusive of anyone and everything, so we end up supporting this naturally. I don't. What's the charity count at the moment? I'm guessing. I think it was like mid 5,000s last time I checked. So 6,000 or so now, I'd guess.
Yeah, 5.4 thousand at the moment, roughly.
Five. Like, I hope that goes to somewhere that's a good. I hope it goes to good cause. Like, I hope it helps people. Like.
Absolutely will. But yeah, it is great to be raising money for belonging to such a fantastic charity and for all the work that they do. But yeah, thanks James for joining us. Great to speak to you in that number 7 car. Wish you all the best for the rest of the race.
Yeah, thank you.
Right ahead then, the number 7 car going along pretty nicely at the moment in that LMP2 class. Always great to get a word, isn't it, David, with some of the drivers who aren't necessarily running right at the front of the field, but still enjoying their time.
And that charity total just keeps ticking along. I've seen it at 3,000. I've seen it at 4,000. It's gone past 5,000 now to 5,386 euros and 69 euro cents. Is that the decimal of the euro?
It is. Okay,
because it's not pence. Otherwise, I was about to say pence. But that's not what it is. That's worth less, I think. So yeah, we're not far away from it's slowly continuing to tick up, and then the bottom right of the screen, wherever you're watching, the last donation and the top donation are there, and I keep seeing that last donation change and the total just continue to move along as we're 90 minutes away from the checkered flag on this one, but not necessarily the checkered flag on your support for a great cause.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been incredible. I've lost count of how many times we've had to do the stretch goal, but we keep meeting it, which is a very, very good problem to have. Let me just say that. But yeah, thank you very much, everyone, for the support. And I mean, there's still enough time in this race for you to get us to the the 10 times stretched 5,500 euro goal. You have the link in the description. Okay, so if you just click on the description in the YouTube stream, then there's going to be a link in there for you to go and donate. We are riding on board with the number 97 though. This is the Spec 7 racing team getting themselves onto the back of Vortex Sim Racing Alpha, and this is actually a battle for position with a strategy that's not too far apart from each other. There's only 2 laps difference in both of these teams' stints here at the moment. So this is just like we had in GT3s with the battle on track for position with a similar-ish strategy, we're going to get one in the hypercars too.
Yeah, and the battle's converging as they are on their way through the Porsche curves. So we may see a move start to take shape, maybe down the Mulsanne. We'll have to wait and see. Last time around, the lap time, very similar indeed. And again, I think Vortex have just been able to steal a bit of a march over the course of this lap, but they're still very close together, and Florent is still in the hunt. They've got a couple of slower cars ahead to deal with. Once they get through that, then have a little bit of clean air to negotiate your way through. And just very quickly on the donation front, again, it's great to have the support from everybody, no matter how big or small. The latest donation as it comes through on the bottom, we don't know who it's from, but it's €5, and that's absolutely fantastic. We appreciate any and all support from people. So if you wanted to just give necessarily that top donation, which is an amazing amount of money, but just a small donation really does make a difference. So we thank everybody who has done that. But Florent still looking for this move, but I get the sense, David, that I think he's falling away from this battle a little bit.
Yeah, and I'm just keeping my eye on the last lap time for everyone in every class, because I think the lap times are getting quicker again, and we're dangerously close to crossover. Now, the problem you're going to encounter there is if you go to a new set of slick tyres, the tyre warm-up will be abysmal, atrocious, horrible, whatever the opposite of supercalifragilisticexpialidocious is. That is what cold tyre warm-up is going to be right now in these conditions. But if we get a little bit more sun out, the rain has clearly stopped, and the crossover back to dry tyres I do not think is that far away. If your pit stop's half an hour away, I think you go to slick tyres. If your pit stop's this lap, I don't think you risk it just yet.
The issue is, though,
we reached the goal.
We did! Yay! There we go. 5.5 grand. Lovely. That's going to make such an impact to belong to our charity for this race, supporting LGBTQ plus youth in Ireland. And I guess the admins will have to try and increase the goal again. It's a very nice problem to have, but thank you very much, everyone. Last donation was, we don't know who it is, anonymous. They didn't decide to share their name, but they gave the exact amount to get us up to the $5.5 grand. So that is absolutely awesome. Let's see how much more we can get by the end of this race. We still got an hour and a half to go. Still plenty of time to make sure that's as high as possible.
We do. I mean, full respect to the fact that someone, whoever that was, donating the perfect amount to get it to the target. 113 euros and 31 cents is the most specific of donations. And if you just looked at that individually, you'd be confused. But just to get to our target, that's fantastic to see. And hopefully we can try and now push on towards that 6,000 euro goal, which would be absolutely incredible. And it just goes to show how much work has been put into this event, how much fantastic organisation and everybody that's been involved in this in terms of producing the event has been absolutely incredible. And to have this amount of support and this much money raised just goes to show that all the hard work really has paid off. And we thank everybody at Prismatic that have been able to do such a fantastic job in getting this event on board. Olympus there, getting through on a couple of GT3, well, one GT3 and that Chevy Camaro that is still pounding around the circuit, having a lovely time now in the sunshine. I would say that with the spray is so reduced now that it's back to David's point. I think it'd only be a couple of maybe 3 or 4 laps before we maybe start to see drivers going back to that slick tyre, because that's the kind of time that we saw it at the start of the race.
Wait. Hang on. Why is our ATVO saying, our overlay, if you don't know what that is, saying final lap? This worries me a little bit, I'll be completely honest.
The people who know have seen white flag, checkered flag shenanigans at Le Mans before.
We have. We've had it at the top level of iRacing as well, in terms of the like PESC when they went here one year. But I'm pretty sure that it's just our overlays bugging out and there's no actual white flag out there, because otherwise we would see a big reaction from the drivers in the driver chat, and there isn't that at the moment. So don't worry about final lap being displayed in the top left. I don't think it's anything messed up with the server, at least I hope. It's just might be just our graphics being a bit weird.
Hopefully so. That would be a weird length of race, wouldn't it? 22.5 hours.
Well, servers can be 24 hours or a certain number of laps, but
we haven't got that though in the race session. So yeah, we'll wait with bated breath just in case this race ends prematurely. It'll be very interesting.
Exactly what anxiety feels like. You're like, it's ridiculous. It's a stupid thing to worry about, but yet. Where's the leader and what are they doing? And I've got to be careful just in case. So I spoke about at points. Yeah, but I don't.
Barney doesn't have the white flag out. Yeah,
he doesn't even have the checkered flag either. He's got a very, very firm grip on a furled green flag. So I spoke about that. GT3 cars in the slippery conditions have a couple of advantages up their sleeve that the prototype cars don't. So the second in Hypercar, they are 25 seconds away from their best lap of the race. The leader in LMP2 are 19 seconds away from their best lap of the race, but the leader in GT3 is only 10 seconds away from dry pace. So the crossover point here going back to dry happens for the GT3s first. Here's a very nasty replay that demonstrates that while this is a racetrack that's safe for GT3s on slick tyres, it's not yet a racetrack that is completely safe for prototypes on slick tyres. They don't have ABS. They're too reliant on their downforce, and they don't have that sort of weight and ABS and traction control that the GT3s have got.
And especially with the second clip that we saw there, in this sort of stage in the track evolution where you have that dry line but everywhere else is pretty wet, it makes overtaking so much trickier, especially if you're on those slick tires, because I mean you kind of have to go offline into the wet to be able to try and pass someone, and then you lose all your grip because you're on slick tires on a wet racing surface. So it's yeah, very, very tricky portion of the race. As coming across the line there comes Olympus Esports Atlas, not to take the white flag or the checker flag or anything else. It's just our overlays have decided that they want to go home, and they want to end the race now. It's not actually ending. So that's an interesting thing. I think what we should do is Hugo should just make a little graphic and just putting a bunch of question marks up in the timing bug at the top left there, and just go, well, we don't know what time is left in the race now because it's decided that ATV has just given up.
It's going to be the longest last lap I've ever seen, that's for sure. I don't think anybody could have quite comprehended a 24-hour race with an 86 or 84-minute last lap. We have still got officially 82 minutes left to run here, even if that does say final lap in the top left-hand corner. Patrick Thompson isn't quite there yet. I think it would have been quite nice for them to have been able to finish the race then and there, but it's not quite going to have that kind of luxury. With a lot of running still to go, that spray getting diminished more and more by the lap. You can see it's not even rising above, well, it wasn't rising above the rear end of the car. It is now as they get off the one of the racing lines down the Mulsanne Straight. But yeah, still a little ways to go here, and it's not over just yet. Even if you hold a 6-7 second lead as Patrick Thompson does, then I think that they're going to be a little bit worried. If we're thinking about why the timings may have just disappeared from the screen, just because we're going to be reloading.
We're going for a restart,
and yeah, going for a restart should then be fixed. Fingers crossed. We think no final lap then.
Of course, the longest final lap of Le Mans was the number 5 Toyota in 2016, whose hybrid failed on the penultimate lap.
Pain every time. It gets mentioned.
Sad Gutsu. But we are right back into it because the timing has worked out that in fact there is still an hour 20 to go. And the goal is to 6,000 euros. So we've reset every countdown.
Yep. Yeah, we have. And
in every single way, we are back in business.
We've reset our timer and we've reset the goal. There we go. That's going to be an interesting one for the folks at ATVO to debug. There's just a random white flag happening.
Watching the goal. Maybe Barney was watching the goal and he thought the race was over because the goal was met.
Oh, maybe. I mean, it could be.
I've always said Barney's an ally.
Just having a look at the YouTube comments again. We do have a look, and we do pay somewhat some attention to the YouTube chat. There was some discussion about breakfast earlier on, and someone having an omelette. Flutter's having an omelette for breakfast. That's pretty good. And then we've been, it must be good for content though. People tend to join the stream for the final lap. Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. We do see a big spike in viewers when we have like iRacing special events and it's getting to like the final 1-2 laps. We do see the viewership spike. So maybe we can just sort of artificially do that just by saying it's the final lap, but all the time. And then we'll get all the viewers. We'll get thousands. Someone asking, Georgie asking for Stinky Cam. We haven't had Stinky Cam in a while, so maybe it is due. But yeah, it's there we go. Oh, still, yeah, as expected, still sleeping.
I genuinely, yeah, I don't think I've seen Stinky awake. And we've been here how many hours, Conor? I think together, Conor, we'll have done, I think 8 hours on this broadcast. I don't think I've seen an awake Stinky at any point. I think Hugo's jealous. I think a lot of the drivers are jealous as well. But just conked out. Completely. Oh. Just nonplussed on what's going on. Stinky didn't know it was the final lap, that's for sure.
Forever sleeping. Yeah. It's final lap again, by the way.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Perpetually.
What we should do... Yeah. This is interesting production things, because I work on the production things as well. We just end up flat out removing it. Creative solution would be try to use one of the timers in our production software to sort of try and sync up with the race clock timer and just use that. But it's exactly what Hugo's working on. There we go, cool. We're great minds think alike, and well, actually, that's kind of a lie because Hugo is a much better producer than I am.
See yourself short, Conrad. Come on, you can't see yourself short like that. Although Hugo is fantastic, but you know that little what's that internet countdown you can get? You know, the one that with like the red and green and it flashes at you. I don't really know if anybody knows what I'm talking about, but if that'd be great to get in the corner. Real school vibes for the end of this race. But more than enough time to get moves going. James Huber, I don't know if that was a move for position. It obviously wasn't. Different classes with that 65 going on. I remember at the start of the race we saw that 65 having a couple of issues, but like many other teams, David, I think everyone's just being able to just calm it, settle it in, get into the rhythm, and just keep it going, even if they are about 13 laps down.
Some pit stops going on here. Is that a long pit stop time for the second car in Hypercar? They're only 6 laps into their stint. The race leader pitted 1 lap ago, perhaps going to slick tyres. There is far less spray out on the racetrack, so is this a repair?
There's no one in that car.
No one in the car.
Oh, they've had a big incident. Second place, number 41 in Hypercar. I was going to say it was a big incident, but we'll have to get the replay of it because it's a very weird one. So they're going to be a while on pit lane. They have had to take the tow. I can say that. And obviously, Taylor Mills, I think they got fast repairs remaining. I certainly hope so. But yeah, it's the big shock that kind of came out of nowhere. Let's have a look at the replay for it. So you see Joe Mugford piloting the car here down the Mulsanne, gets themselves into the chicane, and then boop, right in the back. Rear end of the car goes straight into the tyre barrier, and then look at that. The engine decides to give up.
They're on cold slicks. The car behind on wet tyres has driven through them. So I'm hearing.
Jeez. Wow. What do they have in terms of a buffer? They're on pit lane right now, presumably getting a tow because they weren't able to limp the car back around. If they do have the fast repair, and I hope they do, then they'll be able to get that sorted and get that in. They have currently a gap that's sitting around 2 minutes 40 back to Prismatic. So we'll have to see if they get out ahead of them. But yeah, it all depends on how long the tow time is, essentially, because there's also an interesting interaction with towing, is that you get towed to the end of the lap you're currently on. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. It always surprises me when that sort of kind of ends up mattering, as it might do so here. So yeah, very, very interesting predicaments, and we'll see if Taylor Mills Racing actually get back out there after this tow.
Yeah, and they'll be hoping to. I mean, they're still in P2. Would you believe them? They've got another 2 minutes to sit there before the Prismatic Motorsports Athena with Rachel Conkley in the car at the moment, before they get to the start-finish line once again. I mean, they've got about 20 minutes before they'll drop down to P6, so they've got a fair amount of time. That battle between Vortex Racing Alpha and Spec 7 that we were looking at before with Jordan Martin Boiver and Florian Tuol, that we had a look at briefly before. They are 8 laps down, or 5 laps down on Taylor Mills Racing for the time being, with a 3.5 minute lap. We are talking about 17, 18 minutes before they will get all the way around to overtake the 41. So there's a chance that the top 5 could be on, but it was extensive damage, wasn't it, on the car? We'll just have to see if and when they're able to get out. All it means, though, is that Jordan Thompson has got even more of a gap, and we're going to be talking out a 10-minute gap, I think, at this point. But having said that, Joe Mugford out of the pit lane, and Taylor Mills Racing back into the race, into a position where I think the gap is going to be, what is that, about 8-9 minutes? Yeah, that's close, right? Fine. In about an hour and 15 minutes.
These intermediate conditions are super tough for the hypercars as well, because the fastest hypercar right now is doing 3:51. The fastest LMP2 is doing 3:54s. So suddenly there's only 2 seconds, 3 seconds a lap difference. You're seeing an LMP2 pull away from a hypercar that's on cold tyres. handily here, and the best GT3 is doing 4:04s. So instead of there being 15 seconds separating each class from the other, suddenly there's only 5 and 5 because GT3 cars are 9 seconds away from their lap record pace. LMP2 cars are 15 seconds away from lap record pace, and Hypercars are still 20 seconds away from lap record pace in these conditions. GT3 cars are seeing, oh, this isn't a completely dry track. LMP2s are doing okay, and it is still treacherous to the extreme for Hypercars that are switching back to slick tyres because the wet tyres aren't giving enough performance, but it's still not a dry racetrack.
We still have a looming threat of rain, although sometimes the iRacing prediction can be saying, can be sort of seeing ghosts in a sense, because especially when it's sort of low percentage or middle percentage, sometimes it just goes, well, there's 48% chance of rain within the next 15 minutes, when it is obviously not on the weather radar. So it's something that we do have to keep in mind, keep aware of. However, not necessarily expecting further wet stuff to fall from the sky by the time this checkered flag comes out. So we do have a makeshift race clock back in action. There we go.
And there we go. Oh, it's a big one, isn't it?
It's a big one, yeah.
It's a big boy showing us how much time we've got left in this race. 71 minutes and a half or so until we can checker this race and call it final. But Joe Mugford's still up in the top two.
We had a shoe for another top runner because Twin Term Sim Racing, they're long on their stop too. And there's no front clip. What has happened to Twin Turn Sim Racing? Lack of front end on the car. So it's a bit cursed if you've been a podium sitter here at the moment. We've had P2 in LMP1 have issues. We're having P1 in we had P2 in Hypercar have issues. Now we've had the leader in LMP2 have issues too. Coming on, able to take the fast repair and get back out there, but out onto the painted stuff, out onto the grass, and this is going to be a big one. Try and get the car to slow down enough, but yeah, it's bang right into the wall, and them having to take the tow and take the stop. They are back out there though, although their lead is no longer over a lap. It's still 2 minutes back to Screen Speed Dream Team, but yeah, the two front runners in the LMP2 category now on the same lap.
Yeah, and it means that they've got a little bit more of a worry back to the 2-1-1 as well. But back to your point as well, to have one podium to in the 41 in the Hypercar, the 23 in the LMP2, and of course we had that 87 with Jimmy Broadbent crashing about an hour and a half ago now in the GT3. All three classes have had an issue for a podium sitter in the last hour and a half.
Shades of 2023 when a whole heap of cars spun off at that corner in the Le Mans 24. It's one of the places where a bit of water can pool, but what you saw was the car just find a little bit off the normal racing line. AstroTurf will always retain the moisture and stay slippery. And then the runoff was also apparently very wet and slippery, and lucky to be sort of 3/4 of the way around the lap. The tow was probably not as costly as if you binned it at turn 1. And so it keeps Twin Turn Sim Racing leading this race, but will have burnt a fast repair and only be 2 minutes and 5 seconds clear. When the track's completely dry, it is what it is. When the track is very wet, you put wet tyres on. But in this sort of slowly going from wet to dry, it remains very difficult for the prototype cars. I think the GT3s have started to work it out for the most part, though.
It seems like the case, but yeah, it's if you're some of the other teams and seeing the problems happen with some of the other cars in some of the other categories, it starts to put doubt in your mind a little bit. But about potentially being a little bit more careful at this point in the race, where we do have people still trying to stick it out with the wet tires, and people with the have been able to stick the dries on as well. It's those two things interacting, it doesn't usually go well when they find each other on circuit and don't expect the braking points to be wildly different.
Yeah, the breaking points aren't as wildly different, I think, as Twin Turn were hoping. Down at the Porsche curves just a couple of minutes ago. That was a little bit too late for, I think, anybody's liking, but they do continue onwards regardless, as they will work their way in towards Arnage now, and will hope to avoid the same fate as they make their way in towards the Porsche curves once again. But Screen to Speed now really do have that dream to try and get to the lead of the race, with only 2 minutes between them and the leader. Of course, that's in comparison to the leading gap in Hypercar, which is around that 8-minute mark, and the one in the GT3, which is around that 13-14 minute mark. So 2 is comparatively minuscule in comparison, and after 23 hours basically, to have a gap that is around 2 minutes, it just goes to show how close it has been. Because when you aggregate that out over the course of 23 hours, we're talking about that gap only really increasing by about 5 or 6 seconds an hour, which means about a second every 10 minutes. So, I mean, obviously we've had lots of different variables into that, but when you think about it in the big picture, it's not that big of a gap.
In the absence of much of safety car action, to have just a little bit of weather come and change the state of play and move things around a little bit has been so exciting. Keeps the teams on their toes, has kept a few of them a little too engaged. So look at 95. Don't get on that AstroTurf. Moral of the story, don't get on that AstroTurf before the Porsche curves. You will not stop. Don't get on that either.
Yeah.
Oh, no, get on that. You're fine. Fine. The red painted stuff's all good. Stay off the green painted stuff.
Oh, we're having a bit of a blooper reel here at the moment, as we see the 926 also have issues offline, out into the runoff and out onto the grass and eventually into the gravel. So yeah, you got to be so careful if you're on slick tires here, because again, that offline is so treacherous, and I think it's been the main cause of the issues that we've just seen on the replay there.
Yeah, and it's difficult. Again, a couple of those moments could have not just involved the car making the mistake, but others around. Lucky that no one else was really collected in a couple of those little moments in the end. But it just, again, goes to show how tricky the conditions really are. The spray is reducing again. You can see far lower, the water is far lower. That's been kicked up from the back of the Hypercars coming down the street, and the GT3 in the foreground, as well as the LMP2, the leading LMP2 of Dominic Kittenbo, coming through to the second of the Mulsanne's chicanes. But it still is tricky out there, and again, it goes back to that fact that with every single lap, the conditions are evolving. You don't really know exactly what the circuit's going to act like when you approach it once again, and with it being, for the GT3s particularly, a 4-minute lap, there can be a lot of evolution that happens in the track, and it's almost impossible to judge that, especially if you're on your own. You've got no meaningful read of what's going on with the driver in front of you. Carl-Johan Nordell having a bit of an issue down at Indianapolis in the 500 just goes to show that.
Now, as we talk about everything that's been raised across the last 24 hours for Belong To, and you can see it at the bottom of your screen, past 5,500 euros. Since Prismatic were formed and began fundraising across all of their events, we've passed $10,000. And that's a huge goal for what Prismatic and Sim Racing have done, and it keeps going. And every sort of 5, 10, 15 minutes I look, and that raised goal continues ticking. So thank you so much to everyone who's supported. There's a few names I've seen come up a couple of times, just keep it ticking along, which is great to see.
It really is, and again, the support is so much. It's appreciated so much by everyone involved. I mean, to get to this point with 5,521 euros, and someone's reinstated the funny number at the end as well, is incredible, and it'll go to such a worthy cause that's so close to so many people's hearts. I mean, it's close to mine, it's close to many of the teams and drivers that are out there as well, to make sure that LGBTQ folks are supported and are given the resources to be able to deal with whatever their life has thrown at them. essentially, and to in the end, it's sort of making people happy, making people feel loved and supported, and that's always a worthy goal to try to strive for. So thank you very much, everyone, for their contributions there. We are running on board with number 64. This is Ayrton Williams there, currently in P number 1. This is in your GT3 category. They're still running along very, very well. Our satellite racing, they've got themselves a very healthy margin, although there is a little bit of blinking going on, just a tad, which does put the worry into you a little bit. But when you have a look and see they have about a 3-lap buffer over the car behind, it starts to become a little bit less concerning.
Yeah, and I just want to make a quick point about having an on board with Ayrton Williams there, is that going back to what we were talking about yesterday evening, Connery, having the fact that it's great to be able to see some of the drivers when we are commentating. I can't tell you the amount of times I've commentated over Ayrton Williams. I think I've interviewed him a fair few times on RaceSpotTV, and I didn't know that he looked like that. So great to be able to see Ayrton and see how he's getting on in this race. But yeah, good for him to be leading. It's got that comfortable margin, and when you've got that kind of margin in the GT3s, I mean, I don't know about you, David, but for me it's almost psychological to try and hold on to it, because there's surely no way you could lose a 14-minute lead in the final hour, right? Surely.
Yeah, can we get 4K with that webcam? Because I think he's got a couple of collectibles and die casts and a couple of shelves going on in the back of that room. Talking about him trying to hold on. Yeah, up top. I feel like those must be die casts, but it could be something else. Maybe he's shudder to think what else he's collecting in his sim room. There's definitely Sebring up in the top right.
Yeah, I was going to say
track that I love. But as for the rest, I don't know. It feels like it.
We need more pixel.
Yeah. We'll have to get Ayrton in at some point.
Zoom in.
It's Sebring. Is that an award of some kind? I wouldn't be surprised. That Williams is a very
kind of footage they will show to try to convince you that aliens built the pyramids, and you're like, how can we possibly know from 6 pixels?
Yeah, well, Ayrton's enjoying the Moss sound straight there, just popping there a little bit. Maybe he has some music blasting while he's on his stint here.
He's got a public holiday tomorrow, so why not?
I mean, yeah, we actually do. I completely forgot about that, to be honest.
I'm not sure Americans do.
No, I don't think Americans do either. I mean,
So let's speak quietly about it. But like, an American asked me, so did your package arrive? And I was like, Friday and Monday are public holidays. I won't know until Tuesday whether the package is underway.
Williams is definitely underway though. I think he's either loving or he's been told multiple times that he's on camera.
I gotta imagine that Ayrton is like with this bopping of the head down Mulsanne. There's like really loud Eurobeat going on in his headphones, just going, that like, those old meme videos from Formula One. Yeah, like it's kind of like that. Eurobeat intensity.
He's having a good race though. I mean, I wouldn't blame him if he was having a bop along, because again, he could really take off about half of not half of the pace, about 33% of the pace of that GT3, and still get home for the win. I mean, he could just lift off into most of these corners, not really worry about driving too fast, and still come out in a very strong position in this race. We're under an hour to go now, and I mean, he's got about a quarter of an hour lead, so theoretically he could literally go down the straights 25% slower than he already is and still find himself in the winner's circle by the end of the race. He doesn't obviously want to run that risk, wants to win by as much as he possibly can, but it's been such a great race from the 64. They've been out front for so long now, and the entire team has done an incredible job to pull that kind of gap out in 23 hours.
But he's not going to lift off because the Eurobeat is telling him gas, got his foot on the gas.
Yeah, I got to keep going. We got to look at some of the others in the event. It's I think it's that's I was just trying to tell what the car was. So it's Art Sim Racing Orange continuing on full tilt motorsport. That's the battle from earlier on that got disrupted somewhat by the pit stop phase. However, they are back not within the same postcode really anymore. There's 6 seconds between the two of them, but still 6 seconds coming towards the end of 24 hours is still a pretty good thing indeed in terms of a potential close battle towards the very end if they can catch up those 6 seconds. But yeah, it's just having a look up and down the field, see if there's anything else that's getting relatively close. I'm not really seeing it, if I'm being completely honest. But of course, we still have, we've still got at least another stop for both prototype classes and maybe even a good handful of the GT3s as well. So it's still plenty of potential for things to change.
Yeah, I think almost everybody in this race has one more stop to go, with the exception of maybe just a couple. I think 95% of them will have to make another stop in this race, and then they can start to try and cruise towards the end. And as the sun starts to shine once again here at the Circuit de la Sarthe, in the northwestern portion of France, is getting into that stage where the sun is really shining on some of our leaders, because they have been able to just control the race with such ease for the last few hours. They, I say that the 23s obviously had their own difficulties, but still lead by a couple of minutes. It's just been so impressive to see them being able to hold on to that lead. We had early race leaders in all three classes, but particularly in the LMP2s, that Queen's Designs car had to drop back, faced a few issues, but does continue on in the top 14 now. But other teams have been able to cycle through to the front, and these three that we have at the moment haven't been the ones to drop it, and they've been able to keep their heads when others haven't, and pull out these kinds of gaps. And there's so much confidence I think you can take from a race like this, even if you don't necessarily get a prize from the win.
I'm about to step out, but before I do, I want to say a big thank you to everyone who's made this race possible, everyone who's supported this race, and everyone who's donated to the cause, and a big congratulations to all of the teams, because 24 hours of racing in constantly changeable conditions is a big task, and all of your persistence is incredibly admirable. So yeah, just heart goes out to everyone involved in this event this weekend, from us at RaceSpot, from the series organisers, from everyone watching and donating and cheering on and supporting, and all of the teams and drivers competing.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, David. Says go and get caught up on some sleep. I think it's probably a good idea for you. But yeah, well, as one commentator steps out of the commentary booth, we get another one in as we welcome Jamie Jessica Martin into the commentary booth for the final hour, the team principal of Prismatic Motorsports, and also a commentator in her own right as well. Jamie, how's it going?
Yeah, it's been going great. I've had many cans of Red Bull, so I'm about as lively as I'm going to be. But no, I'm genuinely over the moon. So far, this race has been absolutely incredible. We've raised so much money for an awesome cause. We've had so many people take part, and from early beginnings to experience beyond belief, stars and the regular folks taking part. So it has been a massive success. So well over the moon. And thank you obviously to all of the folks at RaceSpot as well, from all of us organisers, for all of the effort they've put in over these 24 hours. Been an absolute pleasure.
Yeah, it's been absolutely incredible, and just to see the wide array of support from everyone involved. It's been great. It's been, like you said in the rulebook, it's been a positive vibes event, and it's definitely come across in the experience that we've had, and I imagine the experience the drivers and the viewers have had as well. So it's all been going very well. What would be your? I don't want to make this too much like an interview, because you're also meant to be commentating with us. But what would be your highlight of the race so far?
Oh God, that is a tough one. Because there's so many different moments. I guess for me, probably the most the best one for me was actually was a little bit earlier when I think Jake Speary had just hopped on for the very first time, switching over commentators, and as they were switching over, he hit an absolutely incredible line about, you know, nothing is quite like racing at La Sarthe, and then immediately goes into probably one of the most exciting battles between one of the Empire cars and our Athena car in Hypercar. That was genuinely probably one of my favorite on-track moments of the weekend, because it was just so fun to watch, and it was just incredibly hype.
Yeah, absolutely. It's we have had those occasions where we had some great racing going on out there. I mean, we had some even in this particular portion of the broadcast as well, in the LMP2 category with the Arctic sim racing car and the full tilt car. They are still, in endurance terms, close together on circuit, but we had a couple of great moments where they were side by side, wheel to wheel in the changeable conditions as well, which was fantastic viewing. I think I did manage to tune in a little bit last night as we see a replay with the number 97 having a big incident. There we go. Francois Ramos having an unfortunate encounter with a tyre barrier. That's the Spec 7 racing team. They are one of the mid-pack sort of hypercars, but they had already come down towards pit lane and they've already gotten their repair. So that incident was from quite a bit ago. But going back to my point though, the thing that was sort of I tuned in last night and I heard, I think it was Ewan and Brad saying getting surprised that VTubers exist because they had not experienced them before, which is quite entertaining.
Yeah, that was pretty iconic, I will say. Actually, I was awake for that. Oh god, it was beautiful to witness, beautiful to see. Genuinely, the VTubers have been absolutely immense, but I've also just been impressed by quite what they're able to do with some of their character models. I mean, God, I remember seeing a bunch of video clips of, I'm trying to remember, it was Liv Fox. And the fact that they've got a full motion capture in a sim rig seat, it's just crazy. The quality that goes into it is ridiculous. So someone that's pretty creative in my own right, that I look at that and I'm just like, man, that is unreal. Like, really good stuff.
Yeah. I wonder if I can fashion something together like that, because I do have full body tracking for VR, so I imagine it's the tech is not too dissimilar. So you could probably bodge something in there, but I don't know what I would have as a VTuber, to be honest. But yeah, it's great to have those folks here. There are multiple of them taking part in the race today. Liv Fox is being one of them, but there are a good couple more. And just to see the wide array of teams that we've got competing here, because we've got teams here, Dara, that we see at the some of them we see in the sort of top endurance leagues. I mean, Satellite Racing being the main one. We've got Olympus, we've got a couple of others as well. It's great to see all of these folks get themselves involved in this sort of charity event and to put their support behind such a good cause.
Oh, 100%.
Sorry, there's a question to Dara, but yeah.
Oh, apologies.
It's just testament to all the good work that's been put in to the event and to get everybody involved in this in this series, and to have so many people involved. Some of these teams have 5, 6. I think the 87 in the GT3 has 10 drivers involved. Everybody trying to get themselves involved in a race like this is exactly what we love to see. It means that we can raise increasingly more money. I've noticed that we're up to 5.725k now, with a couple more donations coming in. It's just fantastic to see the support coming in from all parts of the sim racing community, and shows that these events they can make a difference and they can be really impactful when they're put on.
Absolutely. I mean, to be quite frank, I obviously as the organizer, I've been heavily involved with Many of the backroom staff at Belong To, specifically, I've been in contact with their community manager, a lovely fellow called Chris Rowan. Absolutely wonderful. You see him in the ad video that we played right at the very beginning of the broadcast. To be quite frank, they have been so appreciative of even €2,000 being raised and how important that has been. And then, wow, it just was absolutely unbelievable. It was the love and the support that they've shown for, and what they've said this will impact is really top stuff. I mean, another thing to take into account is the services they offer. One thing they've said very specifically is they've got for counselling, specifically for counselling for families, they've only got one full-time counsellor on their service. This money here could help pay for either more sessions with another counsellor, or could help fund that counsellor to meet and see more families, which is absolutely unbelievable. I know that's a big thing for them, and they've been really proud of that. And you know, that was only at 2,000. Now we're at nearly 6K. It's absolutely unbelievable.
Yep, it is incredible, and you know, it's money being used to help people in their lives, and yeah, it's that money's going to be put to such good use, and it's going to be amazing. So, as far as the race goes, we've got coming up to 47 minutes left remaining in this one. Obviously, the leads have been quite set in stone for a while. Although there have been issues here and there where it's sort of been in doubt a little bit with incidents and things like that, and having to take tows and fast repairs, but overall it's been pretty stable as far as race leads are concerned. The main question is where are these battles for the final stint going to sort of arise from, if any? Because you know, this is where the point in which all the strategies sort of converge upon each other, right? Because obviously throughout the race people will have gone more and more off cycle compared to everyone else, but in this final stint, that's where everything comes together, and all those gaps that you see on circuit are the actual gaps instead of theoretical ones, or ones that you have to factor in, or these different stop differences.
Yeah, and I think we have been having a look up and down the timing page to see if there is anything to look at. Chris Stevenson going into the wall there at Indianapolis. Not the first drive we've seen down there. Domi in the 026 going around through the Touch Rouge S. That's a long slide. Oh, and then there's contact with that Prismatic GT3. That's not what we want to be seeing. Slight bit of contact. We may see the Prismatic get away with that, but not exactly what anybody would have wanted. That 026 sliding a long way down the circuit, really. But just to say what I was saying before, I've been looking up and down the timing page, and it's fair to say there aren't really many battles in the immediate future that we're yet to see, but there's a lot of drivers that are kind of off strategy with each other. The LMP2s almost certainly will have to come down into the pit lane once again, and I think we're waiting for that to kind of develop. GT3s are about 50-50 through as well, so it's a bit of a difficult moment to pin any battles. I think the closest that we've got is for 12th and 13th in that GT3 class, with about 6 seconds between Redman and Breakfast Pudding Division, but there is still some other battles brewing with those pit stop cycles ongoing. I just think for the leaders, I think it's fair to say they'll probably be happy to be sat where they are with the gaps that they currently find themselves having.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, looking at the way that this is kind of eased out for, especially for the Hypercar class, these 3 cars on the podium have been pretty consistently the top 3 cars throughout the entirety of this race. I mean, the pace of that Olympus car has been absolutely almighty. Brilliant performances there from the wonderful work group of mixed drivers from all over, with such incredible experience in that Atlas car, the number 21. Nina Hahn, Andreas Nordenoff, Thomas Cope, Christian Stevenson, and Patrick Thompson, who's on board at the moment, contributing massively. But you can't take away from while they've had their moments and their ordeals, you can't take away from the Taylor Mills number 41. I mean, they were last year's winners. They won this event last year with an incredible performance after a long battle with Doug Henson Racing, the Clown GTP, or the Clown LMDH, as it was called last year. But their performance has been absolutely almighty, and once again, credit to Neil DeBacker especially. I mean, Neil is absolutely rapid, he's immense, and just has an incredible level of pace, especially during the night when Olympus had those connection problems and Olympus had those performance problems. You could see Neil really start to bring them back in, and it really just stands out for how well they've done. But obviously credit to the rest of the team for what they've done, and obviously Prismatic Motorsports Athena, they finished in P3 in this very class last year in the very first running of this race. They are over the moon. A podium for them is fantastic, especially against the level of competition that exists within the hypercar class at that top end. The Olympus Esports car and the Taylor Mills car is not bad company to be surrounded by.
Yeah, absolutely not. It's you know, the front of the field has been particularly fantastic here today. Not just in the hypercars, in all three classes. They've shown an incredible amount of pace and professionalism, and you know, especially when negotiating with the traffic as well. We haven't actually seen too many. Touch wood, too many problems with the with traffic interactions. Yes, we've had some, but not an overly big topic like it would be in normal endurance races. But we got the 558 have a bit of a problem through the first sector there. That is the BMW Empire 558. Jack Kalowski behind the wheel of that one. That's P4 in hypercar. They do have to be a little bit careful here because well, the gap again is not that far in non-endurance terms, but you know, still not entirely comfortable in terms of endurance. It's about 41 seconds, although there is also a pit stop to factor in here as well, which we need to have filter through.
Yeah, and I think when we get that pit stop, it won't be the longest of pit stops, because to top off on the fuel will be the main goal. The BMW Empire coming in for what should be their final stop in this race as well. Such a weird pit entry here at Le Mans. I think the drivers won't be too displeased to get away from that in the not too distant future, because it is such a confusing one, especially in the dark. Difficult to really spot exactly where you have to pull off the circuit and then where you have to have those couple of chicanes going to the pit lane. But they are all through. It's Chen Wen-chen in that Empire car right now, just about to get it stopped in the box. Of course, more boxes, or sorry, less boxes than there are cars in this race, hence both actually perfectly demonstrate my point. Two cars sharing in the same pit box, which we've seen more than a fair few times. It doesn't disrupt them, of course. It's all in the virtual world, and there are some virtual pit crews around that car, even if we can't see them. But that'll be the end of Chen Wen in that car, and it should be Lars Vila to get that team home in the last 41 minutes. I think that we will see a couple of driver changes towards the end, but especially for those drivers who feel dialed in, I think they'll probably want to stay in the car right to the checkered flag.
Absolutely. I mean, more than anything, they're going to be driven to see this race out, and this is the point where you're going to start seeing kind of, I wouldn't say any chaos. I mean, the gaps here are, well, you'd argue the gaps here are quite are broad enough that there shouldn't be any too ridiculous battling, but to be quite honest, you never know. Anything can happen. It's endurance racing, 24 hours, tired heads, tired minds, tired limbs, and ultimately anything can happen. A mistake, an error, getting on the wrong patch of track. Suddenly your race changes for the worst. So ultimately, a lot of these drivers are going to be sitting here, getting into the cars for their final stop after their final stops, and sitting there and going, right, okay, we need to see this out. Let's not risk this. Let's not overcomplicate this. Let's keep it simple. Let's keep it short and sweet, and let's get home and have a celebration, and then have a rest because it's been that busy of a race.
Yeah, it has been incredibly busy for everyone involved: teams, drivers, organisers, stewards, us here at RaceSpotTV. It's been pretty hectic, but the end is in sight. We've got less than 40 minutes left to go in the Race for a Cause 24 for 2025 in support of Belong to LGBTQ Youth Ireland. Fantastic cause that we're being supporting over the last 24 hours of the race, and even before then, as drivers were getting their sign-ups in with their donations as well. We're up to €5,740 in terms of the fundraising, and we've got that stretch goal about, I don't know how many times it's been stretched at this point, but of €6,000 to be able to get to in 38 minutes. So get it moving, guys. So we need to get to that 6,000 before we finish here. But
11 times.
11 times. So I was all right about 10 times when I mentioned it last. So yeah, actually, that was a complete fluke. But yeah, still a fantastic amount of money and a fantastic cause. Dara, obviously, we're getting into the very, very end of this race now. A lot of these drivers will be incredibly fatigued, especially if they're in a sort of one country or one region or one time zone team where they might have been up for the entire 24 hours. Is this the most difficult portion of the race, just getting it home, even though everything in your body is screaming, please sleep?
Yeah, I think the morning generally of an endurance race like this probably is the most difficult. I think make it a little bit easier at this stage. Over here in European circles, 12:30 in the UK, 1:30 in Western Europe. I think, to be honest, American teams will be struggling a little bit at this stage of the race, because to finish a race at about 8 a.m. means that those kind of real midnight hours are the ones to finish the race, and they're going to be the most damaging. There's a GT3 around at the exit of the Mulsanne. Looks like they just spun it up off the exit of the corner. Not exactly what they would have wanted to do, but clearly you can see a couple of mistakes creeping in towards the end of the race. And again, it's just that almost the droning consistency can almost hypnotize you into making a mistake or two. And I think Ewan said it quite well that last night, that this circuit is not a circuit that really goes well with long stints. The long straights and the heavy braking zones mean that generally it's not that much of a flowing circuit. The Nürburgring, for example, you have to stay awake. It keeps you focused because there's always a sequence of corners. There's always a flow to the track. Here at Le Mans, it's a little bit more stagnated, a little bit more difficult. So for the drivers that have been in the car for a couple of hours now to end the race, I think it's fair to say they might be struggling a bit towards the end of the race, but it's just about getting over that hump and getting themselves into the mind that there's only about 10 laps left, if that, of this race.
Absolutely. I mean, let's be real here. Not only are they battling themselves and they're battling the fatigue, but they're also battling the cars too. Tire wear, obviously, the tires are going to become as they get older, they're going to become a lot less grippy. On top of that, the fuel's going to lower, meaning that there's less of a contact patch, so the car is probably a lot more responsive than it needs to be. Beyond that, I mean, especially in the case of the Camaro, they've got brake fade as well. So because of that, they've then having to worry about the brakes on that car, and it's trying to make sure that you're adjusting as you go along, adjusting how you perform or how you move the car, and every single thing has to be calculated and focused. But absolutely, you've got a massive point on the configuration of this track. It really is deceiving. It is a massively deceiving track, and I think that's why people call it probably they call it one of the hardest races to win, because ultimately there's so much that goes into it, and there's such a level of deception that exists that only the best drivers with the best luck in that moment, in hardware that stands up to the test, can really make the result. And even in sim racing, while you don't necessarily have the same reliability problems that exist, you still are impacted by different factors.
Indeed, you are, and I wouldn't go to say as far as this one is the toughest race. I still think the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring is the most difficult endurance race to deal with, because just the complexity of the circuit. I mean, Dara mentioned you have to be switched on for the entire 24 hours, right? Because if you aren't, well, there's a very short amount of distance between racetrack and Armco barrier in most places on the Nürburgring. But yeah, I do see the point here where it's it can be very, very tricky around here to be able to engage and continue on with these very, very long races at this circuit. But yeah, it's sort of still a challenge, but sort of in a different way to what the Nürburgring usually offers, I suppose.
Yeah, and Le Mans is, as we were talking about, as we have talked about, just one of those circuits that's evolved over the years. You know, of course, it's been around for about 120 years now, but has refined in how it's being used, and of course now uses the combination of the permanent circuit and those public roads. But it still does have that feel that it is a classic race in terms of the fact that we're using those public roads. You can really tell at times, particularly when you're going to the end of the Mulsanne, that you're reaching a crossroads into the village of Mulsanne as you work your way through, and then you get to feel like you're on a permanent circuit through here at the Porsche curves at Corvette, and then through towards the final couple of corners. It really does have that feel as those old racetracks used to have, and it just adds a little dynamic that we don't necessarily see in modern day racing circuits, particularly ones that series are gravitating more towards, to of course new builds in the Middle East that don't quite have the same feel as a circuit like Le Mans. But with 33 minutes to go, I don't think they're going to be too fussed about that. I think they're going to be thinking about wanting to put this race into history, because at this stage I think there's going to be a few drivers who are sick to death of just putting their foot down onto the Mulsanne and just looking around them for a minute because they've got nothing else to do.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, to get back to your point really quickly about Le Mans, I guess the one thing you can credit the FIA and the ACO in doing is keeping the legacy of Le Mans so well protected, going above and beyond to make sure it remains the pinnacle of endurance racing. It is massively important, and that comes from the fact that every year they get massive bumper crowds. Every year they attract incredible racing, some of the fastest drivers in the world coming from completely different disciplines or series to give the legendary 24 a challenge. And beyond that, also that money helps go back into the circuit. It's reinvested. The ticket sales especially it's all reinvested, and they've made facilities that are some absolutely marvelous. I've never had the chance to use them, but I've heard very positive things about the facilities at the Le Mans, at the Le Sarthe circuit. So I mean, what else can you say? It's testament to the efforts of those two over the past, how many editions? 70. I'm trying to remember how many editions it is now. But yeah, many. But beyond that, yeah, absolutely. When it comes to the sim side, it's still a massive challenge, and it's a challenge that I'm sad that we haven't necessarily seen for a while, in the sense of iRacing, in an official sense. We have the Daytona 24, we have Sebring 12, we have Road Atlanta, we have those, a Petit Le Mans. We have those races, but we don't quite have Le Mans. Now, we know the reasons why around it. It's all down to mostly licensing, but ultimately, this is one of the most prestigious sports car races in the world, and this circuit, it just is so special to run. So having it be on iRacing, or at least having people host these events, like the Race for a Cause, really adds a unique element. It brings so much. It brings so much of the culture around one of the great races back, and I think that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the jewels in the motorsport crown, shall we say, is we got this will be the final pit stop for Taylor Mills Racing, number 41. Some of the LMP2s, some of the Hypercars coming down in for their final stops right now, and it's and it says Zai Monaghan getting behind the wheel of Zai Monaghan behind the wheel of the Emblower car. Sorry, it's still Joe behind the wheel of the Taylor Mills Racing number 41. So heading off of pit lane, they'll come and still maintain in that P2. And well, it's just a point of bringing it home now in that number 41 BMW. It's I think for a lot of these drivers, it will be a bit of a relief getting to the checkered flag. Yes, there'll be celebrations, but it's sort of sometimes an attitude of yes, we were able to finish this race. We got to the checkered flag. Everything is we did what we came here to do in terms of both supporting the cause and also getting to the end.
Yeah, and that really is the main target. And again, we're speaking to loads of drivers, haven't we, over the course of the race who've popped in to the interview booth. But it's been a case of a lot of teams just happy to get to the end of the race, and I think that's understandable. It's not necessarily been a race that drivers all came here expecting to win. You know, we've had a wide range of iRatings. Yes, iRatings aren't everything, but a wide range of abilities coming into this race, and it's just all to get people involved in what is a great event. And it is great, and it is a fantastic achievement to finish a race like this. You know, there's so many, even at Daytona, when we go there at the end of January, for all the many number of races at Daytona that we have for the 2 weeks a year that we have. Drivers just love to be able to finish a race like that. Drivers love to finish a race at Le Mans because it's not always about that finishing position. Just getting a foothold in this kind of challenge really does go a long way, and a 24-hour race in itself is a daunting prospect. So to just complete that, let alone racing around other people, is a really impressive thing to do. And you've always got to remember, it just depends on who turns up on the day. Any of these teams could have won if there were a different set of teams and drivers. So getting to the end is that first goal, and it is fantastic to see so many that have been able to do that. I mean, we started with 51 cars, and we have still got well over 40 in the race. Just goes to show that a lot of these drivers have just been sticking it out. Even if they drop a long way off the back, they're keeping themselves involved, and that's exactly what this kind of charity event is really about. It shows the spirit of everybody involved today.
Absolutely. It was always an idea for me and for the crew organising it, the board of directors of Prismatic Motorsports, mention them in name, Roxy Gibson, Georgie Mackay, Bree Widener. When we came up with this event last year, it was very much that we wanted to create an event that had a positive air around it, a positive air, and for that we felt that we wanted to make it a chill space to ultimately encourage people to come take part, donate, and that was always going to be the case. I mean, there are very few races that do that on iRacing. I mean, to be quite frank, most obviously are competitive, the outliers being, of course, the race for mental health later on in the year, and beyond that, of course, iRacing did their very own one with Dale Jr. Late last year, I believe, or early this year. I'm trying to remember. Beyond that, those are the two events that you sit there and you go, wow, there's a positive energy around this, because there's no pressure, there's no anguish, there's no requirement for performance or pressure for performance. You're coming here, giving it your best shot, completing a challenge, and then at that point making the most out of it. So making it to the end is an achievement in its own right, and especially for some of the newer drivers on the grid, some that haven't necessarily been racing on sim racing very long, or for example ones that have come from completely different sims who haven't really spent that much in iRacing. It just makes things so much better, so much more enjoyable, and it's a massive proud thing for them to be able to achieve.
Absolutely. I mean, getting to see teams and different drivers, which we may not have come across before, because I guess, you know, in a broadcasting sense, we can become a little bit isolated in a sense where we're, you know, especially here at RaceSpot, where we get, you know, the big leagues, we get the British F4 and the endurance leagues and things like that, and the Porsche Carrera Cups and things like that. But says Pedro Marquez has a bit of an issue, and the front clip decides to abandon ship as well. we can be quite isolated in the sense that we're always seeing the same drivers, same teams at the very top of the order. But it is, iRacing and sim racing in general is so much more than that. I mean, it's just been illustrated here today, where it is for everyone, and that's the overall feeling of this broadcast, which is I think Hugo's trying to upstage me with the blooper reel at the moment while I'm trying to go into this, but yeah, it is an open community. There are places in it which will support you no matter who you are, how you identify, who you love, whatever. There's going to be people there who would support you and make sure you're comfortable. Are there problems in other parts of the community, in other parts of gaming and things like that? Yes, absolutely. But we can make our own little space here just to say, yes, it is okay, it is comfortable to be who you are and do this thing as well. You're allowed to like it, Dara. Is the main thing? It's like some people are like, I don't know how much you can relate to it, but like sometimes when you're a queer person, like myself, for example, sometimes you feel like you can't like things because you're worried about getting into that sort of fandom, say into sports, for example, and having to put on a mask and having to put on a face with people you interact with in that hobby or sport or whatever, and you aren't able to really truly be yourself, which is very, very weird. So then you start thinking, well, I'm not allowed to enjoy this because I can't be myself while doing it, which is a really, really disappointing mindset to be in, but it does happen so many times, and that's what events like this and initiatives from Prismatic and other teams and other organizers help to try and to remove that stigma in a sense.
No, and I think that's what's so great about sim racing in general in comparison to a lot of other forms of gaming and sports in a way, because sim racing is far more of a replication of real-life racing in comparison to things like FIFA and football. If you play FIFA and you're really good at, smashing a controller, you're not necessarily going to be good at physically kicking the ball. Here in sim racing, there is that transferable skill, so there is that crossover between the real world and what motorsport is about, and of course the sim racing setup as well. And it's so important to have spaces like this for so many people who do feel excluded. I can absolutely relate to that as well. There's so many walks of life where the people that we are here to support, really, and that we are here to provide a great community for, do struggle in finding their place, and to enable so many people to feel comfortable, to feel welcome, and to feel like they can really progress in something like sim racing is so critical because of those replications with the real world. And you can then start to see that being pushed through in towards motorsport as well, which is the first step on a very long road. But it really does go to show that even if this event seems after initial thoughts it would be insignificant in terms of only there'd be a couple of hundred people driving, there's people supporting, there's people watching, and it just does show people that there is always a space to be fit, to feel welcome in, and goes to show that there is always going to be people around to support you however you feel, and that this sim racing community is a welcoming one, particularly if you find the right spaces.
Yeah, absolutely. Beyond that, I mean, it's also massive as well, because not only is it transferable, it's also impactful. From a perspective of a team owner, we as a team, as Prismatic, have existed for a couple of years, and in that time we have obviously had drivers run at very high levels. I mean, British F4, like Connery mentioned earlier, is one of them, and that exposure has given massive steps towards the improvements and also just the profile of drivers like Sisha Fitzpatrick, like, for example, Olivia Hayward as well. And they've gone on to achieve incredible things in their own right. I mean, the perfect example is Saoirse, the woman of the moment, because ultimately, in the case of Saoirse, she went on in 2023, beginning of the year, to win Screen to Speed in Las Vegas, the very first ever sim racing event for women, by women. And ultimately flew all the way from Ireland over to the US, and won a sim racing event that ultimately changed her life. She won $15,000. Yeah, that's great. I mean, it's the largest amount that's ever been given to a winner of a sim racing event for a woman, let alone a trans person. But also, just beyond that, it's the fact that she got the opportunity to get into a Porsche Cup car, to run around the actual Las Vegas circuit where she won. She got that opportunity to run and get in a race car for the very first time, and got the tutoring and experience to be able to take that step. And that's the thing. If you have the talent, you have the ability, nothing should stop you from being able to get there. And having the spaces, or having the communities, or having the support network to help foster that passion really helps you, because it can take you to very amazing places. And ultimately, I sit here and say, I hope more organizations do it. Take a dip. Go, obviously don't bankrupt yourself over it, but take a chance. Take a chance. If you see a series that you really want to compete in, and you feel like you've got the ability to do so, and the successful crew to do so like we have, go for it. Even if you don't qualify, even if you don't make it, even if, it doesn't all go right in that occasion, what you've done is you've given those people in your community an opportunity to succeed, to thrive, and to make the most. And surprisingly, at one point, you will find the benefit. You will find the success. It will come to you. And ultimately, events like this make it important, because it opens up a brand new world of people with similar passions to yourself, and that can be spread over so many different identities.
Yeah, absolutely. It does put a smile on my face seeing people be comfortable in their own skin doing what they love. I think that's kind of the overall goal for anything that we do and influence. It's in the end, it's for it's just to make people happy, and that's it. But yeah, it's great to have these sorts of events and to have such good advocates in the community, shall we say. But yeah, it's been fantastic. We've got 17.5 minutes left of this race to go. Time flies while you're having fun. We've certainly been having fun. Obviously, our race leaders, we've got Olympus Esports Atlas in Hypercar. We've got Twin Turn Racing in LMP2 and Satellite Racing Solar in GT3s. Those have been going along well with their comfortable buffers, which they haven't really had to eat into too much over the course of the last couple of hours, which is very positive for them. We are still keeping an eye on any battles, if any, that may develop within the last moments here. Closest one out on circuit right now is between Redmond Racing and Breakfast Pudding Division down in P12 and 13 in GT3s. That's the closest battle that we have going on out there at the moment. In terms of people, or rather our viewers, thank you for sticking out with us with this 24-hour race. I mean, people make it a whole occasion when a 24-hour race in the real world is on. To stay up and see as much of it as possible. And we are very, very thankful that people have been able to stick around and support this all the way to the checkered flag. Of course, we do keep an eye on the YouTube chats. A lot of the discussion recently has been around sleep. I think that's probably what's on most people's minds here, Jamie. I think it was one person saying, "Can someone bring me a blankie?" And then I think Sophie saying that she forgot to go to sleep, which is definitely going to be a common occurrence, I suppose, because who would want to sleep through this, right?
Well, that's it. I mean, the problem is that, and I know I found this earlier, even if you do end up sleeping, even for like an hour and a half or 2 hours, you wake up and then you think, okay, I might, a couple of hours later, I might have an opportunity to get a couple more hours. But you're so wired that you just continue to just want to be involved, to continue to watch. You end up sitting there staring, watching, or doing your role. I was playing around on social media, going through all of the Twitch channels and all of the live streams, interacting. And God, it was you know, suddenly it's an hour and a half later and you've gone, oh, okay, I think I need to go to bed. But yeah, I can imagine for the drivers especially more so, and I mean, credit to them, they've managed to keep themselves going, and you know, especially credit to Sophie, how Sophie's been able to do that for an entire race, I do not know.
Yeah, I have no idea whatsoever. Lots of commitment to the event being shown. All things being said, Olivia saying that she doesn't want to miss the checkered flag. Yeah, that would be pretty embarrassing to after all this hype and all this work to end up sleeping through the checkered flag would be a bit of a problem. But yeah, it's great to see everyone, both you know, drivers, teams, organisers, stewards, broadcast crew, and I mean the people we're here for are the viewers as well. It's great to see the support and the enthusiasm all round. Riding on board with the 41 Taylor Mills racing car in the BMW Hypercar, and I have some news, Jamie.
Really?
We've reached 6,000 euros.
Oh my god, that is incredible. Oh,
with 14 minutes to spare.
With 14 minutes to spare, wow. I am honestly speechless at this point. I am honestly speechless. I've been saying it for the longest time. It's Cisco. Thank you, Cisco. We're sending our love. But God, I mean, it has been a race and a half. When we started this race, I mentioned this in the chat earlier. I don't know if it was mentioned on the broadcast, but since Prismatic has been fundraising since we started in 2021, we ended up raising around. Before this race, we'd raised just around 5,000, 4,000 euros lifetime on Tiltify. $4,000 on Tiltify lifetime. Before the race, we made it up to about 6,000, and we were going, wow, okay, I mean, a small little personal goal for the team. It would be cool if we could reach 7.5, because you get a little pennant and a little badge, and it's like a small little, hey, look, we've done something cool. But the fact that we beat that within the first couple of hours, and not only that, but we've made it to 10k, which is the next stand up. It's been absolutely unreal, and 6,000 euros now is just going to make a massive impact. So I am really, really, really proud, and thank you so much to everyone who has donated, who has contributed, who's taken part. Really, really amazing stuff. Thank you so much.
Yeah, incredible stuff from everyone involved. It's 6,000 euros. Yeah, just that money will be so helpful in helping so many people on behalf of the charity belong to, helping LGBTQ plus folks in Ireland and their families navigate whatever challenges that they are facing. And yeah, it's I don't know how else to describe it, Dara. Like I don't know how else to I don't know how many, I need a thesaurus is what I'm saying, is to be able to find more words to describe how great that is.
Yeah, and it just goes to show that these events where we're all having a little bit of fun, us up here in the comms booth, most people down there on the racetrack, can really make a difference, and that people at home just watching along, enjoying the race as well, can be a part of that. And it just, again, is testament to all the hard work that has been put in over multiple years by so many people, including Jamie, Jessica, and the rest of the Prismatic team in getting these events on and making sure that people feel like they are more than welcome in this space, and getting more support for others who are in a desperate need of it. So it's really a really special thing to be a part of, and I think we got to thank everyone for putting this on, because it has been a tremendous event, and the racing hasn't been too bad either to go along with it as well.
Yeah, no, I've been absolutely chuffed with the with the level of the level of competency. Don't get me wrong, there have been moments, and there have been moments where you do see the inexperience of some teams, the aggressiveness of others, but the stewarding crew has done an incredible job reviewing through so many different protests, 88 of them so far over the whole 24, and, you know, reviewing fairly, dispatching, and really being absolute stars throughout the entirety of it. And you can definitely see that they've worked hard in trying to keep everything together and trying to keep the standards up. And I definitely feel like while everyone has had their moments in this race, I do feel, I think there's very few teams that haven't gotten away with some form of penalty at some point. I mean, genuinely, I am very, very, very chuffed, especially to see so many cars still going too. That's testament of the quality that we've had. Okay, apparently Olivia's saying that we've only had 87. We've managed to skip a number somewhere in.
Yeah, lots of work going in behind the scenes here. But with less than 10 minutes to go, there's your overall race leader, Olympus Esports Atlas, who's had an exemplary time, and that's probably selling it short. They've been absolutely crazy in terms of their pace here today and in terms of their consistency as well. Yes, they've run into a couple of issues here and there, but of course, you know, the fast repairs helping out with that, and a good recovery to be able to again pull 2 laps over the previous year's winner of Taylor Mills Racing is quite a feat indeed. But they're going to continue on out there. The end is very much in sight for those folks that are still running out there, and it's quite an achievement that we have out of 51 cars that started this race, 48 will take the checkered flag here if all goes well and to plan. So only 3 cars have decided to, or rather 4 cars, excuse me, have decided to take the retirement here. So actually we have 47 cars still running because we're still waiting for turn 1 to drop down the order a little bit further. There's Marcadi in the 555 having a bit of a spin, coming through the chicane at the start of the lap, able to get back out there, careful with the rejoin, absolutely fine there for Mission smooth operation. Not so smooth in that instance, but we can forgive a couple of errors towards the end of this race here.
I mean, yeah. Sorry, having a well moment. Go ahead.
I was going to say, we've only got 3 laps left for the overall race leader, so to have another couple of errors now, it wouldn't be too surprising at this late stage of the race. I think we're just about going to touch the 400 lap mark as well by the end, which is incredible, really, when you think of how far that really is going to be over the course of a 24-hour period. But also, with 7 minutes 20 to go, the 21 car has, in effect, about a 9-minute lead, so theoretically it's unsurpassable. When they cross the line next time by, they really will not be able to be caught because they have that 2-lap buffer, and they've only got 2.5 laps left to run. But it has been really impressive to see how they've been able to keep it nice and steady towards the end of this race. But also in the LMP2s, that 23, even with the issues that they had about an hour ago now, that gap has still come out about 20 seconds to the 2-1-1, and just increasing that comfort zone for Dominic Eisenberg right towards the end of this race. And they look like they're going to be able to settle it home as the 64 in the GT3 will, because that gap of 3 laps means that they have wrapped it up already.
Absolutely, yeah. Now I've gotten into the right place. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, looking at it, you can't say that they haven't put a foot wrong. Yes, of course, they had that one incident only but an hour and a bit ago, Dominic Eisenberg and Twin Turn, but they really have shown to such a high level what they've been able to achieve. They have been in virtual control of that class for much of the race, of course excluding the period of time where Queen's Design definitely were the car to beat, obviously having that very rough time not long after Mia Rose hopped out of the car. But, you know, credit where credit is due to the Screen to Speed Dream Team as well. I'm genuinely quite impressed with the fact that they have managed to remain on the lead lap. They're only 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, just under 2.5 minutes behind. Really solid stuff there from the crew over there, Sophia Romwin, Sarah Dove, and co. it has been absolutely fantastic to watch that battle. And I mean, obviously the battle for third place is chopped and changed as its incidents have gone along. I mean, you had the Taylor Mills racing car in there in P3 for quite a while. Now, of course, though, you do look and it is filled by a completely different entry. In this case, it is the Olympus Esports Proton car, the sister car to the race leader. It's been a contrast of different emotions, different experiences, and also luck. And to be quite frank, it's been so much of a pleasure to watch.
It has been, and you can see the 121 running out there, coming up through the first sector now. They've had a massive effort behind the wheel of that car. I mean, every team has there, let's be completely honest, but for that 121 to be able to come through and, well, at least right now, looking like they're going to be able to secure themselves a podium in LMP2 to match the pending race win in the Hypercar class. It's been a fantastic event all round for Olympus Esports. I think there's really no drama in saying that whatsoever, but for Olympus Proton, just having a look at the times here at the moment. Yeah, so there's there's a minute 44 back to Beta Frost at the moment. So that is there's more uncomfortable of a buffer. Meanwhile, Jessica Perry having a very, very big off indeed in the number 16 car. That's the Rainbow Racing Helios car. That's one is a bit unfortunate for the end of the race. I think she's able to continue on going there. So not terminal damage on that 16 car by any means, but still a bit of drama towards the end. Same with Tommy as well in the 026, deciding to have a little bit of an off-track excursion for the Astra Racing prototype.
Yeah, but nothing that will harm them too much towards the end of the race. I think that the 026 going along relatively nicely right towards the end of this race, and I will be able to see. Oh, there we go, my time page jumped into life. Difficulties really throughout the race is why they're quite a long ways down the order, but they've had some really good pace at times over the course of the 24 hours. And again, a little bit of confidence will be gained by being able to complete the entirety of this race. It's been a really special race for quite a few of these drivers, not least, even if you're not necessarily winning a class. If you're in that number 28 Chevy Camaro, the Prismatic Motorsports Minerva car that we've had, the likes of Sergio Stractrikin, who's in there now. They've worked so hard. I remember we were talking last night, didn't we, to a couple of the team members about how much work they've put in to get that car ready for this event, and how much they've been looking forward to getting the car in the event. And it does kind of give us that nice bit of synergy, doesn't it, from Le Mans last year, where we had that Chevy Camaro just kind of, bouncing around the track on its own, really. We've got the same thing here in this race, and it just goes to show that there are so many good storylines that we're going to be able to wrap up at the end of this race, and I think so many happy faces and excited drivers coming out of this one, that not just have they been able to race for 24 hours in some fantastic conditions, along with some great racing side by side, but also with us raising over 6,000 euros, and it really does go to show how fantastic this event has been overall, even though we've only got just a couple of minutes left. Does it feel real that we've gone more than 24 hours now?
It really doesn't. I've been sitting there kind of scratching my head going, God, 24 hours already? Jesus. Well, beyond that, I mean, yeah, it's been absolutely incredible to see the dedication, the honesty, I mean, and the grit and determination, from all walks on the grid, people that have stood up and they've continued going even in the face of adversity during this race. They've had problems, they've had spins, they've had crashes, they've had incidents. In the case of the Camaro, they've had pretty much a mix of all three. I believe that they've had 3 engine failures over the entire race, which says enough about how that car has handled this race. But I mean, genuinely, the determination to see it out because of the cause we're running for really is a testament to the character of everyone involved in this race. I will say, though, I did speak to the Camaro team. They have said that if the next edition, they're not gonna try and do this again because they want to drive a normal car, because I don't think they anticipated quite how chaotic it was going to be. But they're proud of the effort, but they definitely are probably a one-time thing, a one-time homage. But credit to them for all of the hard work and effort that they put in as we make it to the final lap.
Yeah, it is actually the final lap instead of a graphics glitch that we had just moments ago. But yeah, there they are. So that's the number 21, the Olympus Esports Atlas car, who's been our overall race leader for the vast majority of this event. Continuing on now there, Patrick Thompson behind the wheel of that hypercar. Just dealing with a little bit of traffic down the Mulsanne here at the moment, and continuing on quite gracefully as they descend the hill now. But it's been a well-run race. It's been an exemplary run race. I think that's a word for Olympus Esports Atlas. They are. They've shown a huge amount of professionalism here as well, to be able to continue on at such a pace so consistently throughout this event. Obviously, we have our other class leaders as well, Twin Turn Sim Racing down in LMP2. They've had a similar amount of good fortune and a lot of pace too in that number 23. And then, of course, we look down into GT3s to find Satellite Racing Solar, with Ayrton Williams currently behind the wheel of that car, have a incredibly good race as well. Obviously, it's we can't forget why we are racing here today, and that is for Belong to, a LGBTQ youth charity in Ireland, helping queer young people and their families navigate whatever challenges that they face in their lives, to be able to feel heard, to be able to be supported, to be able to feel loved and looked after, especially as the world tends to be not to be too kind in some cases to a lot of different parts of our community. But this is a race where we can kind of elevate these voices, elevate these communities, and push them, and to express that we have that they will be supported, and they find a home here in sim racing. Olympus Esports Atlas, they're coming through the Porsche curves for the final time in the Race for a Cause 24 for 2025. I imagine there'll be a lot of grins all round as Patrick Thompson heads his way up to the Ford chicanes momentarily for the final time. A couple of bits of traffic getting itself out of the way. But for Olympus Esports Atlas, they will navigate the final couple of apexes. There's a GT parked offline as well. But for Olympus Esports Atlas, they will punch it out of the final corner and come across the line to take the overall race win here in the Race for a Cause 24 in 2025. Olympus Esports Atlas take it as they flash the lights coming across the line. In behind, we also have the GT3 race winner, Satellite Racing Solar, come through and take the category title there. In terms of LMP2, well, they still have a decent chunk of the lap to complete here. It will be Twin Turn Sim Racing taking the win there. Dominic Eisenberg behind the wheel of that number 23. It's been a fantastic time here, Dara. I've enjoyed every single second of this broadcast, of this race, and to raise so much money, 6,000 euros, over 6,000 euros now, for an incredible cause. Yeah, couldn't have had it any other way.
Yeah, it's been great to be with you as well, Connery. I think we've done a third of the race together, which is, it doesn't feel like we've done a third of the race, but it's been absolutely fantastic. It's been great to see all of these guys being able to compete with each other all the way to the end of the race. And for Twin Turn Sim Racing, with a couple of corners to go, Dominic Eisenberg has controlled this beautifully towards the end of the race. They had those couple of issues with a couple of hours to go, but they're going to win by some margin, and decently and impressively so.
Indeed, they do. Heading across the line now, Twin Turn Sim Racing take the LMP2 race win here in the race for a cause. All of the race winners, or at least all the class winners, have headed their way across the line. We're waiting for the rest of the groupings of cars now to sort of sort out their orders and to come and take the checkered flag here at the Circuit of the Sarthe as well. What an event here, Jamie. You should be incredibly proud of what you and the rest of the crew have been able to put together here.
Oh God, you don't even know it. You don't even know how proud I am right now. The smile on my face. It has been an absolute joy to have everyone contribute, everyone take part, everyone give so much of their time on an Easter weekend to do something for an amazing cause. And obviously the 6,051 euros and 69 cents really has a massive impact on families in the Republic of Ireland. Thank you so much for everyone's contributions, for everyone. And I want to say a huge thank you specifically to a number of people, of course, to the entire RaceSpot team, of course, all of the commentators that have been involved, to Hugo Luis Calmon, of course, who has been an absolute rock star throughout the entirety of the broadcast. The stewards, of course, Roxy Gibson, Florian Wagner, Lara McCabe, Olivia Hayward, the head steward, doing an incredible job, and especially Roxy Gibson, who has been my rock and counterpart for the past couple of months, and obviously Georgie Mackay as well for ultimately helping source the funding to be able to get involved, RaceSpot involved as well. It has elevated this race to such a special level. So thank you, everyone.
Absolutely, just fantastic stuff. As the noise around Circuit of the Sarthe starts to dwindle as all of these race cars park up for the day. We'll have to go over our race results then. In Hypercars, it looks like this. Olympus Esports Atlas taking the race win there for the Race for the Cause in 2025. Fantastic effort from all involved as part of that team. Taylor Mills Racing, the previous year's winner, they take P2 here today for this year. Still an absolutely fantastic result for them. And Prismatic Motorsports Athena, they'll come home with the final step of the podium. And then you've got BMW Empire, actually both the BMW Empire cars, 4th and 5th here, with Vortex Racing Alpha in 6th. Spec 7 Racing Team will finish in 7th with the Pun Crew in P8. Then you got Multivio Motorsports P9 and Beta Frost in the number 8 effort in P10. And then you have a look further down the order in Hypercar. You have Satellite Racing Galaxy in P11 with Course Retail Motorsports P12, L1 Racing P13, Arctic Sim Racing Green in P14. Then you have Beta Frost 88, Leadball Racing Dragon, and Unlucky Luck Racing rounding out the 17 car finishing order there. And then down in LMP2s, you have Twin Tin Sim Racing taking the race win, with Screen to Speed Dream Team taking home a very respectable P2 as well. Olympus Esports make it 2 podiums across the day, with Chris Stevenson bringing it home there for the 121 in 3rd in LMP2. Then you got the Beta Frost number 22 car in 4th place with Mission Smooth Operation in P5. And guess what? They're the 555 car. They ended up finishing in P5 as well. Couldn't have written it. So we have Blowhigh United Motorsports there in P6 with Taylor Mills Racing in P7. Dogbox Racing Alpha P8 with Who Wants a Soda? Well, I do, in P9. Team Secura Racing will end up in P10. You've got Oceanic Outlaws by VOT in P11 with Mirai United in P12. Then you've got Queen's Design in P13. Then you've got Turn 1 in 14th. Astra Racing in P15. Then you got Rainbow Racing Luna and Technoburst Racing rounding out the 16th and 17th spots. And then down in GT3, you have Ayrton Williams bringing it home for Satellite Racing Solar as the class winners there. Then you got Wiskins Racing in P2. Doug Ensign Racing Yellow will come home in P3 with Arctic Sim Racing Orange in 4th. Full Tilt Motorsports will finish in 5th with Broken Eggs Cooking in P6. Then you got TSR by VR Racing in P7 with Oned Racing in P8. Then you got Prismatic Motorsports Hector in P9 with Valuable Slides in P10. You've got PBR Racing there in P11 with Redmond Racing P12, Breakfast Pudding Division in P13 with Rainbow Racing Helios P14, Leopold Racing Alarus in P15. Then you've got our Chevrolet Camaro, the supercar, in P16, technically in the GT3 class, but they're sort of running on their own in that sort of Garage 56-esque effort. And then we've got Zach Campbell for Cookie Monster Motorsports rounding out the 17-car finishing order in GT3. We're not quite done just yet, though, because we do have our raffle winner. So if you've donated over the course of the day, you would have been entered into the raffle for a HF8 Haptic Gaming Pro pad to put on your seat to give you that haptic feedback from the car as you're driving along. And the winner for that is Zen Kuiber. I'm pretty sure I'm pronouncing that right. But so Zen, you've won this prize. So I imagine the organisers will be in contact with you very, very shortly. But you've been able to win that haptic feedback pad from Next Level Racing. As I seen them react in the YouTube chat live. There we go. They say, "Wait, no way! I did a single stint. Why did I win?" Well, you've been able to win the haptic feedback pad. So enjoy it when it arrives and see if it gives you any extra feeling for the car while you're racing along. But Dara, it's been an absolutely fantastic event here. We're waiting for drivers to get themselves into the waiting room for their interviews. Obviously, they may be a little bit busy celebrating their particular wins and their particular results. But yeah, it's been a crazy event. I have no other words for it.
Yeah, and to raise so much money as well, it's been absolutely fantastic. I mean, just to see that bar check up again, I mean, just over €6,000 just goes to show how much this event has meant to the community and how fantastic it has been. All credit to everybody who has put it on. It's been a really exciting 24 hours worth of racing, and we have 3 lots of really deserving winners to come home with us as well. And I think we may be able to get our overall race winner, or at least the team manager in, Connery.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get Charles in here as the co-owner of Olympus Esports. Charles, what results for Olympus in the race for the Course 24? You take the Hypercar race win. You get a podium finish in LMP2s as well. How's the mood?
Mood's great, Connery. It's been a fantastic race. All the drivers, Victor, Thomas, Andreas, Patrick. I know I'm missing one in there somewhere for the GTP team. It's been a long night, as well as the LMP2 team. Everybody did a great job with the Nina is the one I was forgetting. Everybody did a great job with prep. They worked really hard this week to get prepared for the race. I think it showed on track. I think they did a great job handling the weather and the mixed conditions, when to switch from wets to slicks and vice versa. So great job by everybody involved.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not only to get a fantastic result in one category, but in both categories really shows the strength in the team and the depth of talent that you guys seem to have. Was it really in any doubt over the course of the 24 hours that we had to run? I mean, in particular, your Hypercar effort was seemingly head and shoulders above everyone else. But was it as comfortable behind the scenes as it was? As it looked out there?
No, not at all. It's especially the LMP2 team. We dropped down to a P6 over the course of the night, and I think we were 2 laps down at one point for them to come back and just keep the car on the track and keep pushing to get back up to the podium. Speaks volumes for the level of talent those drivers have. And so we took this on as this was a passion for Nina. Being a member of the community, so she really wanted to put effort into this race, and she's probably the least experienced in the GTP car. So she put a lot of work in to get herself up to speed. She's much better open wheel racer than prototype. And so she did a great job, got her stints in, and the rest of the team we really use this as a prep. Obviously the majors 24 events coming up in a couple of months. So this was a way to get a lot of good data collection in, and get some seat time on the track with live traffic. So that's very important, obviously, when you're prepping for a race. And so we really just had a good time with it. And we probably won't have the same lineup coming for the next race that we had today. I think Patrick, with his duties with Williams Academy, he comes in when he can and does some driving. So he'll be, I'm sure, back over there for the big event. So we won't have him. So, but we use him when we can, and he enjoys driving with us. So we just had some fun with it, and like I said, got a lot of good data. So we'll be better prepared for the next one coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I mean, we have a lot to get through because we have a lot of drivers to talk to and not a lot of time. But but overall, what's the plan now? You mentioned you have another event, another 24 to focus on in the coming months. But over the next week, I guess it's just sort of chill out and try to relax a bit.
Yeah.
Because
chill out. But we do have the majors MEC next weekend at Portimao, so it's a 4-hour race. So obviously not as much prep, not as much stress. And then we'll be prepping for the Nürburgring 24 special event. So we'll have a lot of cars, a lot of drivers out there jumping out of the prototypes into the either the Porsche Cup or the GT3, and we'll have some fun with that. That's kind of one of our high points every year, along with the majors race. That's kind of our anniversary races. So we always try to put a good effort forward for those.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll let you get back to your team and enjoy the fantastic results that you've been able to get here for this particular race. Fantastic effort on the part of Olympus Esports. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much, and congratulations on the fantastic donations. Thanks to everybody out there who made donations. That's a great number.
Thank you. Absolutely great. Dara, take it away with Aiton Williams.
Yeah, we've got Ed Williams as well. Race winner in the end, drove the car home to win in the GT3 class. And welcome in. Great to speak to you again. I mean, talk us through what this win means to the team. Obviously, this wasn't necessarily a competitive race, all things considered, being a charity event, but great for you and great for the team to take part and be come away with the win. What's the feeling like within the team at the moment?
Yeah, good. We've had a couple of endurance races now where we've been leading by a decent margin and then had incidents in the last hour or two, and it just throws the race away. So it is nice to just bring the car home for once in a leading position. Outside of that, but yeah, we're pretty chuffed. We had good pace the whole race. I thought I wasn't going to have honestly that much pace, but I was able to kind of be a couple of seconds or half a second or on pace with the really fast drivers in here. So, that's made me pretty happy. And Alex, Niels, and Christian just did an incredible job for the first 3/4 of the race. They were just on fire the whole time. So, obviously I thank them for just an incredible drive. They did really, really, really well. And I'm also happy with my result there, going from the wet conditions to dry. That was it was a bit sketchy sometimes, but I was able to bring it home. So pleased with that.
Yeah, and congratulations to you and to the rest of the team. Really, really impressive display. I am sorry, we are short on time, so we're going to have to say thank you very much. Just there, but congratulations again, and good luck for the future.
Thank you very much, guys. Have a good one.
Williams there, great to speak to him after a good result for him and the team. And I think, Connery, we're just going to be able to get one more word in from another driver.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have Sisha Fitzpatrick come on in as part of Prismatic Motorsports. We'll make it a Prismatic Motorsports duo as Jamie, take it away with one of your drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, congrats on making it to the line after such an incredible race. I guess I'm going to ask you a broad question, not necessarily about the race itself, but specifically about what it means. How do you feel knowing that a charity that you have had experiences with, that has helped you in your development, how do you feel knowing that they are getting a heap of money to further their goals in helping youth in your country?
It's unbelievably special. Genuinely, I'm tearing up a little bit at the thought. It's It's so unbelievably special, especially considering that things are sort of seeming like they're kind of just getting worse and worse and worse throughout the world for young queer people and like adult queer people as well. To have like, what's the total now? 6,119. That's so much money, and so much good is going to be done with that money. So I am unbelievably proud and honored to have been a part of this, and I'm so thankful for everyone who took part and donated money and organized it, and the broadcast team and everything. I cannot express my thanks enough.
It's been an absolute pleasure, and thank you for introducing us to this amazing charity that's helped contribute to some of our best memories as a team. Thank you very much for all of your efforts, and let's hope that this makes a massive impact on those who follow you.
Well, there we go. There we go. It's great to hear from Saoirse, perhaps the inspiration of why this race is supporting the charity that it does, and it's just a fantastic example of the impact that these organizations can really have. But unfortunately, and it pains me to say this, that is going to be all that we have time for here today. It's been an absolutely incredible event. It's been very heartwarming, and we've laughed, we've smiled, we've really enjoyed ourselves throughout this entire event, and I just hope that there's more to come like this in the not too distant future. But from myself, I've been Connery Maddock. I've been joined by Dara Thacker and Jamie Jessica Martin for the last portion of this broadcast. Let's not forget everyone else that has got themselves involved as well. We had Ewan O'Leary, Mike Naus getting himself involved as well, Jake Sperry and Brad Dalton, and we also had Ron Mounds get himself involved, as well as Jeremy Scott as well, at least in terms of the broadcast side. But of course, we have to give credit to all of the organizers, all of the stewards, everyone who's helped put this together, and of course all of the teams and drivers as well for putting on what is an absolutely fantastic show. But last but not least, we want to say thank you to you, the viewers at home, for your support, for your incredible amount of donations, which are going to an absolutely fantastic cause, helping queer people, young queer people in Ireland and their families. It's just, I have no other words for it, but thank you very much, everyone. It's been great here on RaceSpotTV, bringing you this particular broadcast. The Race for the Cause 24 for 2025 at least has drawn itself to a close. Thank you everyone so much for watching, and we'll see you again soon.
I'm sure that everybody enjoys a good amount of racing, and when it comes to racing action, there is no better place than this Circuit de la Sarthe.
But their gap is now reduced just over a minute in this very exciting hypercar class.
Sophie, very defensive, covers the proper line, but it's a late switchback.
On the board, and immediately Scout Lawrence attacking through the Porsche curves to try and put Josh Easy under an immense amount of pressure.
But for the Race for the Cause 2025, we are underway. Green flag racing here at the Circuit de la Sarthe.
you